All right, today from across the pond, all the way across the pond, we have Gordon White here. He's got a new book out. It's called Star.Ships, A Prehistory of the Spirits. And he's the one behind runesoup.com, which is quite the fascinating website. It's all full of podcasts and blogs about practical sorcery, entheogens, synchronicities, UFOs, alternative history, all kinds of stuff we talk about here. So there's lots to chat about. We'll definitely hit on your new book there as much as we can, because it's full of great shit that we've talked about here, and it's deep. I learned a ton of stuff while reading it just recently. So welcome to the show, Gordon.
Thank you very much. Very happy to be here.
Yeah, I'm a bit nervous for this one for some reason. I've just been like devouring your stuff over the last little while. It's mind blowing, really. The book, I just devoured it, and it's like a combination of all the stuff we've been learning about recently, but you seem to go deeper than others, and I seem to learn like a little bit out of almost every like section of your book. So I just want to thank you for that.
Well, that's really, really encouraging to hear. I mean, these things take a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even imagine how you put all that shit together. Like, I mean, especially the chapter. We can just get into your book right now, or what's new. I mean, it just came out, right?
Yes, absolutely. It came out on Monday, and the book launch in London isn't until February 13th.
Nice. And people can get it here in North America?
Yeah, absolutely. From scarletimprint.com, it's published by an independent publisher who does very good and noble things, like not sell on Amazon and only sells through independent bookstores and that kind of thing. So you can go and ask at your independent bookstore, or you can go to scarletimprint.com.
Nice. I'll put that all in the show notes as well.
Brilliant.
So what about the genesis of the book then? Like, it seems to me like this has to be a culmination of years worth of work, unless you just, you pushed it all through in the last couple of years, but...
Well, no, it's definitely something that I've been thinking on and sort of been obsessed with and had as a passion for about 20 years. In many ways, I can blame, as most people can who kind of work in this field, in many ways I can blame Graham Hancock's Fingerprints of the Gods as kind of the beginning spot. So whilst it was my first book and the information and the sort of scientific research in it is very contemporary, the story has been followed for quite a while.
Yeah, and it's constantly changing. Like, even probably since you finished that book, you're probably hearing stuff. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you sort of watch your news feeds and to see what's coming through, different press releases from different archaeological groups. And you're crossing your fingers that the proverbial sort of turn of the archaeologist's spade isn't going to ruin everything. But actually, since the book was completed, a lot of the information has actually corroborated it, specifically to do with the increasing role or increasing understanding of the complexity of Ice Age culture in Ireland, Southeast Asia. Everything that seems to be coming out, the genetic information and so on, sort of further supports that thesis, which is quite gratifying.
Yeah, so that's what fascinated me the most. It was that chapter, I think it was called Isle of the Dragons or something like that. It was about Sunderland and the evolution, and that's the type of stuff that I just haven't heard enough of. Like, I still haven't been able to wrap my head around the difference between what you're researching, like guys like you and Graham Hancock, and compared to what the mainstream paradigm kind of thinks happened. So if you could expand on that part, that was like the one I really want to hit on.
Well, sure. A number of things happen there. So as a group, historians or any kind of academics are kind of idiots. But on an individual basis, a lot of them do quite good work.
Right.
And so when you look at something like Sunderland, so Ireland, Southeast Asia before the end of the Ice Age, you have to talk to geological information. So you have to talk to geologists who kind of said, well, there was a continent twice the size of India here, or a landmass twice the size of India here. And then you talk to geneticists, and they say, well, actually, in terms of the kind of human migration out of Africa, we pretty much jogged along the beach and got there and stayed there for 20,000 years. And then you talk to linguists, and you start to see that cultural complexity outside of Africa sort of first emerged there between 50 and 30,000 years ago. So the skills of the individual kind of academics involved are quite good, but academia is kind of a path of specialization.
Yeah.
But what you actually need is that kind of intertextual way of kind of pulling them all together. So they've kind of accidentally, like the blind man and the elephant,
Yeah,
sort of found the best case. I'm not an Atlantologist, but they've sort of found the best case location for it without even really trying. Because if you were to get them individually in a room and say, "Congratulations, you found Atlantis," they would slap you.
That's probably one of our biggest weaknesses, I'd say, nowadays, specialization. Like, that's the problem, is if the power went out tomorrow, like, fucking nobody can make anything.
No, exactly. The good news is that that sort of intertextuality is a skill, and it's one that anyone can learn. Like, you don't actually have to become a biologist and then a linguist and then so on through.
Right.
That kind of analogical thinking is available to anyone. It's a skill you can learn, and I think we should. But yeah.
So let's just get deeper into Sunderland a bit, because I don't know, for some reason I was trying to figure this out with other guests, like just sort it out in my head, but I didn't realize that Sunderland was the landmass that's in where would you say Eastern Asia that was now flooded out since the end of the Ice Age. So that was like where we think that a lot of the, let's say, even more advanced civilization than we thought was there before the Ice Age.
Yeah, I don't like the word civilization too much, and there's quite a bit of unpacking of the dangers of that term in the book.
Right.
I like cultural complexity.
Right. Yeah.
Because one of the kind of main through lines of Star.Ships is what we consider advanced or what we consider civilized. And we all kind of know this. We all sort of pay lip service to the idea that having an iPhone doesn't make us civilized.
Right.
And it's true. But if you try to look for cultural complexity, one, it's a more difficult thing to find because you're talking about songs and worldviews and mythology and sort of attitude to life, which don't necessarily show up quite so easily on the archaeological record. But it also allows you to, I think, look with humility at our ancestors without expecting to find, spaceships and big sort of crystal generators and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
So in the case of Sunderland, it's one of the places on Earth that lost the most landmass. In fact, it lost the most at the end of the Ice Age. And it's kind of that sort of Borneo along to Indonesia, Indonesia piece. So big chunks of that area are the mountain ranges of a piece of land that went underwater and presumably quite quickly, or if not in stages, but in quite violent stages, because it's associated with earthquakes and super waves and all that kind of stuff as you end up moving large chunks of ice and other pieces around our kind of squishy Earth.
Yeah, it's funny. That's just kind of the same kind of things we talked about with Randall Carlson and guys like that about how sudden they feel the Ice Age came across, or sort of ended, so to speak.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily a contentious idea anymore. If you look at the history of geology, it kind of went in and out. So we obviously had a kind of biblical view of the world before we developed in the Enlightenment and the Victorian era these kind of scientific schools like geology and biology and so on. And one of the reasons there's been, or in the sort of mid-20th century to late 20th century, there was resistance to the idea that the Earth can change quite rapidly, is that it sounded suspiciously like the ghost of that biblical way of seeing the world. The world was built in 6 days, the flood, and so on. So, funnily enough, the geologists of the 19th century just kind of drew a line in the sand and said, nope, geology is slow. Everything happens really, really slow. If you say otherwise, you're some kind of Bible-thumping weirdo. And in many respects, that was a kind of good temporary move because it did sort of wash out some of the maybe non-scientific ways of viewing history. But I think the trouble with scientists is that they don't necessarily study the history of science. So they think that's true rather than a position from which they argued for a while that maybe isn't so useful anymore.
So then the idea is that the migration out of Africa happened not so much like you said on the beaches, but through Eastern Asia, what used to be land mass and now is just water.
Well, yeah, the sort of out of Africa journey is odd. It's very well corroborated, and it doesn't. I know a lot of alternate historians maybe have a problem with the idea, but it doesn't necessarily say anything about the origins of mankind or whether previous kind of colonizing groups had left Africa prior to the sort of 70,000-ish BC time period in which we did leave in this particular thing. Because what can happen is, like, people could have left 150,000 years ago from Africa or wherever, and they all died out. Yeah. And as a result, they don't show up in our genes. Like, it is genuinely as simple as that. But by the same token, the information, funnily enough, becomes more valuable because as long as you don't use it to try to say something it's not saying, which is this is the story of mankind, it's not. It's saying this is the story of the kind of most recent and currently successful colonizing project out of Africa. Now, what happened at the sort of 70,000 mark is they sort of from Northeast Africa, they went across more or less into India and turned right and jogged along the beach because it only took them a few thousand years to get from Africa to island Southeast Asia. There are no other genetic routes that have been so far found, and it's quite well corroborated science that sort of goes out through the Middle East and Eurasia, and from there, like they hugged the coastline and went to island Southeast Asia. Not all as a group. So what you'll find is that you will have kind of like genetic, not backcrossings, but genes showing up from island Southeast Asia back into India because people would have sort of stuck around. But nevertheless, we kind of left Africa, turned right, walked along the beach until we got to what is now Indonesia, and then stayed there for tens of thousands of years, which is odd. But it's actually quite a good landscape at the time because there's from a climatic perspective, there isn't that many super predators. There's no tigers. There weren't crocodiles at the time. That happened towards the end of the Ice Age when it all became marshy. There were lots of rivers, so you had fresh water, you had mountains, you had reasonably good soil, you had access to the ocean, and not that many things were trying to eat you. So it's a very good place for humans to be, and we seem to have enjoyed it because we stayed there for a while, and based on the linguistic evidence, we developed the first kind of big leg up in cultural complexity there since leaving Africa. So you kind of put these pieces together, and as I was writing the book, a lot of the information about Gunung Padang came out, or some of the initial information came out. Right. And that, even if that hadn't happened, that was sort of entirely predicted in the model anyway, because you have people there for enough time and the sort of genetic and linguistic information to suggest an increase in cultural complexity. So if anything, it would be more surprising if we hadn't found something like Gunung Padang.
So what I can't wrap my head around, Darren has ridiculed me for asking this question in previous podcasts, so let's see if he does it again. But it's how the races evolved then. Like how did if we were only coming out of there 70,000 years ago, it doesn't seem like there's enough time for all the different races to evolve on Earth. Like really, that's not, like, to me, it doesn't seem like it's that long ago. Like even if you talk about 10,000 years ago. That's only like 100 grandmas, like 100 of our lifetimes if we're 100 years old.
No, it's not a dumb question. It's a very good question. This is the sort of information that the out of Africa model can't help you with. The way it works is that you take thousands of blood samples across the world and essentially look for the same like mitochondrial DNA sequences and then grandmother them back up, and you sort of assign a kind of a fixed number of years for a generation for it, and then you sort of family tree it back up. Now that does two things. That actually underreports the age because mitochondrial DNA mutates quite rapidly. So when we say we left at 70,000, it's between 70 and 90. Like there's a 20,000 year gap here. It tells us nothing about how humans were built. It tells us nothing about how races evolved. And the question you're asking is a good one, but it's a question to ask evolutionary theory. Like underneath what you're saying is the assumption that the kind of Darwinian evolutionary model that we kind of have jammed down our throats to do with gradual mutations as a result of the local environment is correct. And if you talk to morphological scientists, they'll challenge a lot of that. And we actually see in the lab that you can kind of increased mutations in, a very short number of generations for things like fruit flies and so on. So, like, your question is an open question, and it's a very good one that I certainly can't answer.
Racist.
Quite racist. I was getting to that. Yeah, except for the Jews.
So, what's your thought about it?
I actually don't know. Like, that's one that I would throw back at evolutionary science and go, your explanation for this is moronic, because there are morphological differences that can't happen as quickly as you think they do. It doesn't change the kind of story of mankind out of Africa, because if you're alive outside of Africa today, you can trace yourself back to this colonizing sort of expedition of only a few thousand people, maybe even a few hundred.
Wow.
So that science is quite well corroborated. As to how Chinese people ended up looking Chinese, I can't help you. Like, that is actually one of those things that scientists hope you don't ask, and they'll accuse you of racism because, like, they actually don't know. They're like, yeah, I have no idea. And funnily enough, I was reading in the Scientific American yesterday that science has now gone, oh, race is a construct. It doesn't really exist.
I think it's a choice.
Yeah. Well, when they start saying things like this, it's because they don't have answers that don't break their model.
Right.
And so instead of looking for it, they're going to say it doesn't exist. Chinese people don't look Chinese. And you go, but they do.
Wow. I wonder if it's just because there was so few. Like, maybe, the first people that set out, there was always people of kind of every race. But it was only like one family fucking made it to China, and one family made it to,
How does that? I don't know. Oh, so
that means all the white people are inbred from one family, and all the Chinese people are from one family, and all the, you get it?
Well, because when did they become? When did they
first migration? So in the first migration, there was a family of Indians, there was a family of Chinese people, a family of white people, a family of Mexican people. They all split up, and only one, and then they were the only ones who made it.
Sounds like a children's book to me or something.
Well, or a Benetton ad. We all go back to a Benetton ad.
It almost seems like it could be the Bible, too. It seems like it would be a good Bible story.
Yeah. Huh. So there is some stuff in your book that you talked about, just for people that aren't aware of the evidence that is from around 30,000 years ago. Like you were talking about, I guess, in Sunderland, there was the cultural complexity, and there is evidence of that. So we weren't just a bunch of, barbarians or whatever back then.
No, absolutely. And that idea is a very mid-20th century idea. We kind of were given stages of civilization, from savagery to barbarism to civilization, by a guy called V. Gordon Childe. And the way he kind of built these categories for all of mankind was savages were hunter-gatherer societies. Barbarians were slightly more complicated than that, but didn't have writing. And once you had writing, you sort of got to be considered a civilization. So there's an unbelievably Eurocentric view of how culture works there, because that makes things like the Incas barbarians, because they had that sort of knotted cord counting and alphabet system. But that makes them barbarians. So even though that idea is wildly out of date, it kind of exists as a deep structure in how history thinks about itself. So the idea has been deeply unpopular since the 70s. And we sort of say, oh, no. Hunter-gatherers are, just the same as other cultures or wherever it happens to be. And kind of like we know that on a non-racist biological level, that humans are the same in that capacity sense. But we still kind of don't credit them with the corresponding cultural complexity. So we say, oh, no, they're the same. And they go, really? Then why aren't we taking these stories of floods and previous cultures and all that seriously, like we do for, say, the French? Mm-hmm. And that's the bit that they can't answer, because if they've kind of boxed themselves into a corner as a discourse, because they've agreed that, and actually in the book you'll see numerous examples from Australian Aboriginal traditions of floods, like specifically the end of the Ice Age and when Tasmania was cut off from mainland Australia, were retained in the myths of the local tribes and were recorded by sort of missionaries and part of the colonial expedition at a time when we didn't know there was an ice age, at a time before geology. So the stories come through out of sequence and they've been vindicated. So it proves that hunter-gatherer mythologies can retain accurate historical information. So we have that, and we also have the consensus that, you know, people are the same, so that they have the same way of thinking about the world. We just haven't taken it that next step and said, okay, well then let's start investigating these stories, not in a literal sense, but let's take them seriously and see how they match the world and how they match how we see the world. And because the reality is, even though we only left Africa 70-ish thousand years ago, the human brain has been, actually it's gotten smaller, but it's been more or less the same size for 250,000 years, which means 200,000 years ago, we were having the same existential questions when we looked up at the sky as we do now. So these cultures would have had whatever the Ice Age version of Grimerica is, talking about these issues. Probably Grimerica.
I would say more so, because they were less distracted with bullshit.
Well, absolutely. And also, when it comes to the stars, I mean, the book is called Star.Ships for a very specific reason. In the Ice Age, the clue is in the name. Most of the water on Earth, or a significant amount more than today, was locked up in the ice. There's no light pollution, there's less cloud cover, there's no actual pollution, which means if you were sitting out in the Central Australian desert 15,000 years ago, like, the light must have been blinding. Like, talk about the only game in town, as you're sitting out there at night around the fire and just looking up at that sort of dome of stars. I mean, it happens now when you go out into the desert and you think, well, multiply this by 5 and you start to get, and we looked at, that was the only thing on TV for 200,000 years. Yeah. So the sort of
mushrooms.
Yeah, exactly. You put those two together and, you know, suddenly you've got TV on demand. But that's actually the kind of point of the book, which is we've underestimated how much our mythology and the kind of underlying stories of what is the Western esoteric tradition go back to these times and go back to these tales that are intimately associated with the stars. And there are 2 reasons why I wanted to write it. The first is to kind of surface that into kind of popular consciousness. And the second is as a necessary corrective to every time we hear the stars mentioned in a myth, there's a sizable chunk of people who'll just point and go, aliens. And that's a necessarily unsophisticated response.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, we had David Matheson on a couple times. He's written about the myths and the stars, and it's pretty fascinating work. What about UPAs, like out of place artifacts? We haven't really talked about them a lot on the show, but they keep coming up, and it's something we want to address. I know you brushed upon them in your book. Did you find those that there's some really interesting things that are there for science to actually acknowledge one of these days that show that we're even, you know, going back millions of years?
Well, sure. So there's kind of, we need to separate that into 2 layers because I'm very interested in UPATs and some of Michael Cremer's stuff for sure. However, what we need to do is kind of build the baseline of things that we can actually know, which is that kind of linguistic and genetic information that's reasonably well corroborated. So we have the kind of broad story of a human migration out of Africa that we're technically still part of now. So that's kind of the information you need as the baseline, because if you don't have that, when you start to find things that like, and they're very good examples, like, you know, pieces of metal that are kind of embedded in million-year-old rock. And these are all quite interesting things that need to be looked at. The story of this book is the story of this current colonizing expedition. A sizable chunk of the Urparts, like the sort of less interesting ones, if you will, like the 250,000-year-old fire pits that you might find in Britain, which were found last year or the year before. That's a fairly good example that we were not, or a fairly good indication that we were not the only game in town. So that could have been another hominin species that we haven't noticed, or it could have been a previous expedition like a previous colonial effort that is now gone. When you get to the kind of weirder stuff, when it, like the sort of 1,000,000+ years, it doesn't necessarily, it speaks to kind of like how odd our universe is on a macro level, rather than the specific journey that this particular colonizing group is on. So there are there's nothing in the model described in the book that precludes things like time travel. And I actually think some of Michael Cremer's more interesting stuff may well turn out to be time travel, and we'll kind of accidentally work that out when it gets to 2300 and we lose an expedition going back 1-2 million years. That's entirely predicted. It's not the story in Star.Ships, because that's a very specific story of the origins of the mythology that underpins sort of Western magic. But there's nothing to say that they aren't there. I think some of them are inevitably, with these kind of stories, misinterpretations. Things that he thinks are footprints are probably like trilobite and other organism sort of marks in the mud. Mm-hmm. But there are other ones that are very difficult to kind of explain away, like metal embedded in million-year-old rock. And they definitely invite an explanation or interpretation, but it's something that could happen in the universe described in the book, rather than a piece of information that goes into the thesis.
Well, even those fire pits in the UK, what was the mainstream view of when fire was being used for the first time, or did they have one?
Yeah, not really.
That's pretty tough to pinpoint, I'd say.
Well, again, this falls into that trap about we kind of pay lip service to the idea that humans so far back had the same brain skills as us, but then we decide they're wandering around naked,
exactly.
Not sure how to use fire.
Cold and naked.
Because I tell you what, even I'm looking out over a rainy London street now. It was cold back then too. You're not gonna come to the UK, whatever it was called back then, probably just the K, without knowing how to use fire.
Right. Interesting. What about Easter Island? I like that part in your book as well. You talked a bit about the difference between what the mainstream archaeologists think now compared to what, you had some different senses of how that might have been distorted or just not really looked at in the big picture.
Rapa Nui.
The Rapa Nui, yeah. We just had an email from a listener who had a pretty crazy experience in Rapa Nui with a rainbow. He found himself inside the rainbow.
That wouldn't surprise me. It's the navel of the world, and it quite clearly had spiritual significance before Polynesians lived there, because otherwise, how did they know to go there when they did? And it's always had these kind of unusual associations. The trouble with the Pacific for mainstream archaeology is, even though it literally covers half the surface of the planet, they kind of don't want you to look at it because they've spent this entire time. I mean, my family background is very Pacific oriented. And something I studied at university was this sort of myths and how they overlap across the Pacific. But what they don't want you to do is really kind of pick at that, because you've kind of had this story of human civilization as if it were a jigsaw being built everywhere else. But because the Pacific was sort of the last area to be kind of uneasily absorbed into specifically the British Empire, but, there were Dutch holdings and that kind of thing as well. You're in a situation where you have a jigsaw that you've put together, and the last piece is the Pacific. So you pick up your piece and you look at the one remaining hole in the jigsaw puzzle, and the piece doesn't fit. And it's like, well, shit. What that means is the entire picture, you've put it together wrong, but you sort of don't want to go back and do the jigsaw again. So they're kind of hoping to smash it in. And that's the trouble when it comes to analyzing the Pacific from a mainstream perspective. From an alternative history perspective, there is probably an equivalent, if not greater, amount of nonsense spoken about these things, like this sort of Lemuria and sunken continents in the middle of the Pacific, which just are not there. So trying to correlate in between the two of them means you have to look at the stories and take them seriously. It again comes back to that idea, because if you get to anywhere basically east of New Zealand, they'll tell you they had a sunken homeland, and they'll tell you when they came from it, and they'll tell you what went on there. And, they knew where everyone else was. So that Hawaiians knew where the Tahitians were, and, because for a culture built on the sea, we view the ocean as a barrier. They view it as a highway. And the way you navigate through this is with that very explicit star law in the book. In the case of Rapa Nui, it was quite clearly... There's very good archaeological evidence to indicate when it was colonized, around the sort of 800 to 1000 AD mark. But that doesn't mean that was the first time Rapa Nui kind of appeared in the cultures of the Pacific. It was, I contend that it was a sacred site before that, because if you look at sort of Dr. Robert Schock's research on some of the older moais, there appears to be sort of different levels of moai building, or different eras of moai building on the island. And some of the oldest ones are the basalt ones. And you can kind of tell because they've been repurposed into the platforms that the more recent moai will put on, and they have sort of different carvings on them, or they've been used to build circular huts and so on. So whatever the colonization event that brought the Rapa Nuians there between sort of 800 and 1000 AD, they were not the first brown men on the island. I would contend perhaps like something like Göbekli Tepe, it was a sacred place that people would come to visit from sort of further afield based on a particular sort of moment in their calendar. So I think it may that would be my contention as to how that happened. And it could have just been population pressures or disease or something that happened that led them to kind of permanently occupy it about 1,000 and a bit years ago.
Yeah.
Could be something as easy as getting shipwrecked or something, I guess, right? Like you're not canoeing back.
Well, yes and no, because I mean, there's no trees on the island now, but they could have built some.
Yeah, there used to be quite a bit, but I wonder, like, were they traveling around in canoes back then, or were they building bigger ships?
Well, it depends. You sort of have outrigger canoes, so they still have sails and they can have multiple hulls and so on. They're definitely fit for purpose for getting somewhere, but the trouble with the shipwreck hypothesis is we underestimate when we look at it on a map just how big the Pacific is. That is not even needle in a haystack stuff.
Right.
Whereas it seems to me more likely that a colonizing group head for a place they knew, kind of like, I don't know, you fall on hard times and you move into your log cabin in the woods. Like, we have this property. For whatever reason, we're going to permanently occupy it. It may have been intertribal war. It could have been anything. But the story of Rapa Nui in the Pacific is patently older than its first evidence of colonization about 1,000 years ago. And it makes sense when you realize that there are genetic and sort of food-based evidence for trans-Pacific trading that goes back to before the end of the Ice Age. Like the genes in the food in South America is showing up in what was Sunderland. So they're definitely getting across. This again comes back to that realization of just how complex and long-lived these cultures were. I mean, our culture, if you date it to, for no good reason other than this is how we measure our calendar, 0 AD. If you think about the cultures that existed in Sunderland, they were around for 10 times minimum what we've done now. Yeah. So of course they made it to South America. Of course they made it to Japan. Yeah. You give us 10 times 2,000 years, and we'll be out of the solar system.
Yeah, and there's definitely those similarities between Göbekli Tepe and Easter Island.
Yeah, absolutely. Some really curious glyphs which suggest like the sort of H belt buckle on the main sort of T-shaped pillars of Göbekli Tepe appears, and the curious kind of long, dare I say, alien-shaped hands that sort of sit on the bellies. You can... these things emerge from the same kind of artistic movement, no question. And you don't have an artistic movement without at least some overlap of cosmologies, even though we're dealing with, time differences of 9,000-10,000 years.
So, what else? What next? Oh my God. So you get quite a bit in your book. You talk quite a bit about Göbekli Tepe, and then you also talk quite a bit about Egypt, and maybe we can get into the, you also talk about the history of the spirits as well. Maybe we should get into that a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Take your pick.
I guess Egypt. is we just had John Anthony West on, and then every time I think I've sort of got the latest on Egypt, something new kind of creeps up. And I heard some stuff in your book about Paul Horn and the acoustics in the King's Chamber, which was very interesting. But I was wondering if you'd paid attention to that news article that came out about the thermal anomalies in one of the pyramids there.
Yeah, I did. Again, a lot of the information that would sort of cause the mainstream... There's no such thing as mainstream Egyptology. At this point in time, it is a corrupt rogue cult. But its kind of core tenets would melt like cake in the rain if we actually just turned around and looked at some of the information that's already there. The French in 1980 did sort of thermal imaging, and they saw the internal kind of ramp, like a spiral ramp, and the corners cut out to get some of the rocks into it. There's been multiple dating tests of the Great Pyramid that shows it falls between sort of 200 and 500 years outside of the Old Kingdom. So all these pieces are in place before you get to it, and now we're kind of Egyptology is sort of caught that I fucking love science disease, which is it's essentially PR for nonsense. So this whole, we might find Nefertiti's tomb behind Tutankhamun's. This guy was he was a nobody inbred, who was murdered because presumably the priest was still angry at what his dad did. So we kind of lack that context to get the story right. And I love John Anthony West. I think he's he's an amazing person, and he will constantly say that the most interesting and weirdest thing about Egypt is that it started off really complicated and sophisticated and kind of got worse, and it did. So when it comes to the Old Kingdom kind of building project, clearly it was a coherent building project, and clearly we have missed a trick when it comes to what they considered advanced technology versus what we do, because they didn't have land speeders and helicopters and all that other ancient aliens crap. But they were probably, given that they're the inheritors of a 50,000-year-old megalithic culture, they were probably quite good with stone. And this is where some of the information in the book, I think, people need to kind of reconsider. Because funnily enough, the archaeological and scientific evidence in the Egypt chapter aligns more with John Anthony West than it doesn't, because he's talking about the belief systems. But the fact that the Great Pyramid is some kind of, resurrection guitar that you can stand in or lie down in corroborates his idea that this was a profoundly spiritual people. And what did he say? Which is not necessarily, I disagree slightly, but it's more right than it is wrong. Egypt was a one-issue civilization. And it was that kind of securing immortality in life, particularly for kings, but just in general, as that kind of the magic of immortality sort of democratized through the different kingdoms to the point you get to the late period and then everyone has it. But that's still quite clearly there, and the kind of megalithic and stone building sophistication we find. We expect sophistication to be metallurgical because ours is. But, and we'll be great with metal, again, in 50,000 years' time. Well, actually 45. We've been using it for a while. But they did stone for 50,000 years. So by the time you get to the Old Kingdom, the idea that, we have no idea where this came from. I'm like, well, I do. They had 50,000 years of stone making. They certainly got better at it. And probably, if you consider the Old Kingdom to be the sort of apex of Neolithic and Paleolithic civilization, then you have the first intermediate period where they get invaded and there's diseases and it collapses and they have to rebuild civilization. That's kind of, if we consider the Old Kingdom to be the beginning, it's the end of a story. It kind of peaked with the fourth dynasty. And then there was some crap dynasties at the end, and then the country collapsed and then it had to rebuild.
That's kind of like starting the book in chapter 6.
Yeah, it is absolutely that. And that's fine for a while, because the other side of it is the ancient aliens types kind of inventing whole cloth chapters 1 through 5. And inevitably, there's probably a more parsimonious interpretation that falls halfway in between the two. And I mentioned in the book that I'm very open to the idea of extraterrestrial visitation throughout history. And again, much like Atlantis, it's something I've been looking for 20 years. It's not there yet. Like, I'm open to it. But the fact that it doesn't happen so uneasy, let me back that up. The fact that it appears to have happened too late for it to actually have made a difference kind of invalidates it. So the ancient alien hypothesis tends to be one that supports your preferred beginning of civilization. But the whole point of the book is that civilization didn't begin with Sumeria and Egypt. We have this tremendous cultural complexity going further back. So I think, again, it's kind of like splitting it into two layers and going, well, let's actually work out what we do know about humans from 70,000 or so years ago to now, and then see which bits may be extraterrestrial, which bits may be extra-dimensional. The other part that I think problematizes it, I mean, I'm a huge Jacques Vallée fan. And if you look at instances of there are a couple of instances in history that I think are just flat-out UFO visitations. There's the sort of Magonia experience where he got the word from, where Bishop Abogard of Lyon was complaining about the sort of savages around him believing in these wizards from Magonia, which was a civilization in the clouds. But they'd actually captured one. Like, all these ships coming from Magonia, and one of them had sort of landed, and the local peasants had captured a couple of them. Now, that's a contemporary and weird story. The other one is, again, it's another sort of Catholic one. But the miracle at Fatima looks like just a flat-out UFO incident. In both these cases, you'll notice they don't form new religions. They're interpreted with the kind of religion of the time. Yeah. So even if there were, and I mean, why wouldn't there be? I mean, these seem to be fairly common occurrences. So even if there were full-blown, quote-unquote, UFO incidents in Egypt or Sumeria, they would be interpreted into the belief systems of the time, because that sort of seems to be how it works. It can sort of warp within it, and that's kind of one of Jacques Vallée's theses. But the idea that again, we have to credit our humans with, our ancestors with a little bit more intelligence. You get this funny-looking being coming down in his nuclear-powered rocket ship to force you to mine gold to save his atmosphere. I'd tell them to fuck off. Again, they're the same as us. You'd be like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm going to eat you, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, it doesn't mean they came down and helped build the pyramids or anything. They could have just been, doing what they have been doing for the last few hundred years as well, just sort of slightly intervening. And
yeah, I still like the idea that there's been high civilization throughout forever. Like 1 million years ago, there was high civilization that just got fucking annihilated by something, and it all just starts over again.
Something geological or something?
Geological, cosmological, self whatever,
Well, when you're dealing with long enough timelines, that's entirely possible. There's nothing, I mean, as I said, Star.Ships is a story of kind of our little colonial expedition. But it's a 70,000-year-old story, so it's kind of longer than most people dealing with mythology are used to thinking about. But that's an eye blink in the existence of humans and the existence of the planet. So there's absolutely no reason why we couldn't have had multiple full-on resets. People underestimate how much stuff you can find on an archaeological basis. But again, here in London, most of the Victorian stuff is gone, and you find things that, the Victorian era was 100 and a bit years ago, and you sort of dig stuff out and go, oh, look at this. There's a whole theatre here. And you go, how did you lose that? It's not even that long ago. So we don't, if it's not your career, people tend to underestimate just how difficult archaeology is when it comes to finding things. So yeah, I don't at all rule out that as a possibility.
I wonder, I'd like to think that in my lifetime they're going to find something crazy on the moon or on Mars or on, one of these outer planets. They're going to find some sort of fucking cathedral or monolith or something.
Well, how old are you?
34.
Yeah, so, well, they have. Particularly when it comes to Mars. I go in and out on the moon. But I don't know if you've had Dr. John Brandenburg on, but...
No, but we're going to have to.
Yeah, you have to. My goodness. He's a full-blown rocket scientist and Mars scientist, but so he's been around the people that have known since the 70s at JPL and NASA that there's stuff on Mars that's artificial. That's not even woo anymore. Like the Russians, the Chinese, everyone knows about it. It's just that NASA stands for Never a Straight Answer. It's a paramilitary organization. So, fortunately for you, you have lived long enough for mankind to find weird shit on Mars.
Perfect. Can I get some up-close, high-def pictures of it yet? I want to see what alien infrastructure looks like. Or is it even alien? Like, I mean, I think, what do you think about where we came from? Do you think we came from Mars down the line someplace?
It's a very good question. I don't know if you're familiar. I mean, maybe you guys have been reading the blog, but are you familiar with the pimp hypothesis?
Oh, yeah. This is one of Darren's favorites.
Yeah. He was telling me about the bonobo fucked a pig like a couple 100,000 years ago?
Yeah.
I like how it's pimp instead of, what would it be?
Chig?
Bip or chig, yeah.
It was always going to be pimp.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, well, again, this is kind of the difference between having data and interpretations. It's unavoidable on a biological basis that we have morphological characteristics of pigs and chimps. So again, we get back to the sort of evolutionary guess that we came from monkeys. You go, yeah, well, what about half the pig stuff? Like the cells in our body and the shape of the nose and even things like how the subcutaneous fat layer works are all from pigs. And they are definitively from pigs. The question becomes how we ended up with a half pig, half chimp and how that became a human. Now, this isn't a story in Star.Ships because that we're talking now at a time depth of between 3 and 2 million years ago when that happened. And literally the only kind of scientific guess as to how it would have occurred is genuinely a male pig having sex with a female bonobo, but then back-crossing repeatedly so that octoparrot monster that managed to come to term then went and did it again and again and again for sort of 5 or 6 generations. Now, that strikes me as extremely unlikely for a number of reasons. It's creepy, but 2, what you tend to happen when you cross breeds fully like that, they end up being infertile. So if you look at like donkeys and mules and so on, when you crossbreed them, they tend not to be able to breed. And humans have done quite a good job of breeding. So again, we're into this weird, tantalizing situation of going, well, I don't know where humans came from, but there are some scientific kind of findings that need to be adequately modeled that look kind of creepily like interpretations of some ancient myths about how we were built. And, I don't know what the answer to that is, but it's nevertheless there.
And the big question is, why do I like bacon so much?
Or why are there so many rules against eating pig?
Yeah. Well, that's what I thought is interesting, right? Is like, maybe they know, maybe the Jewish religion, or I think that's not just Jewish people, is it? Is that a Islam thing too?
It's Jews, it's Islam, there's sort of different Babylonian groups. So the Jews kind of inherited it. It was probably, to be fair, it was probably a sacred symbol of a god that they decided didn't exist or didn't want to be associated with. So if it was a sacred symbol for a goddess or so on, they would have said, we're not eating pig. But nevertheless, why was it a sacred symbol for that goddess? And then you sort of move further down. It's turtles all the way down when you start to think like this.
Huh. So
yeah, that's weird. I mean, who knows? I mean, bonobos seem like they're pretty open to sexual things. So, I mean, maybe who knows? I've seen stranger shit on the History Channel or on the Discovery Channel.
I thought you were going to say seen stranger shit on the internet.
Yeah,
well, definitely that. Definitely that.
That's
but
what I thought. Like, how strange can they get on the Discovery Channel?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Clear your internet history.
So what people are going to wonder about this Mars thing. So, because, obviously it's contention. Every day you see a new picture of this new anomaly that's just, looks like pareidolia to me. But, you do wonder, there was the face on Mars and all that kind of stuff. So what kind of thing are you talking about? Are you talking about megalithic structure or just...
Some of them, but again, so Dr. John Brandenburg's research is another one of those open and shut pieces of science that needs explanation. Kind of like the pimp, kind of like, a whole bunch of stuff in Star.Ships.
Mm-hmm.
And it is this, which is that there is an elevated level of xenon-129 in the Martian atmosphere atmosphere at a time depth of between 250 and 500 million years ago. Now, xenon 129 is a weapon signature. It does not occur in nature. We have it in the human atmosphere because we've dropped a lot of bombs. And so the only place that has a spike in the atmosphere that looks like ours is Mars. And the trouble with half-lives is that, I mean, it sounds like it's a big window, but it's a very, very old weapon signature. So it's somewhere between 500 million and 250 million years ago, long before there were humans. Like there were some kind of shitty dinosaurs on the Earth at the time, all the crap kind of like Triassic ones. But nevertheless, that weapon signature needs to be answered. And that's how he kind of got caught up in the whole Mars thing when he was working in the 70s, because he was sort of showing it to people or showing it to a JPL scientist in a library while he was waiting to have it photocopied or photostated or whatever it's called in the 70s. And like a nuclear physicist, because he was a plasma physicist, looked at it and said, somebody nuked Mars. And then he kind of went quiet and walked off because he realized he'd said something in a public space that he should not have said. But that information has been available at like a NASA and JPL level since the 70s. This is sort of Viking atmosphere data. So you say what you want about the face on Mars or any of the other structures. Oh, and the other thing that kind of maybe perhaps further corroborates that these structures were artificial, because I believe they were, at least some of them, is that Dr. Brandenburg's actually worked out where the two giant bombs that were dropped from space, because they were atmospheric explosions, otherwise they'd be craters, kind of like what we did to Hiroshima. You blow it up over a civilization and it does more damage. And there are two of them, and they're near, it was Galactus Chaos, which has other kind of face-looking things, and Cydonia. So, that's interesting.
Yeah.
There's weapon signatures in the atmosphere over areas where NASA will swear black and blue that there aren't artificial structures, but every time the satellites go near it, what do you know? We can't see it, or it vanishes. And this is the kind of, you have to be, like, it's not even skepticism it's not even skepticism anymore. It's denialism if people don't actually want to look at this information. I don't know what it is, but I know what I'm being lied to, and I know what it isn't, and what it isn't is nothing.
Yeah.
Well, I think a lot of it is just like misinformation, really. I mean, most people, even in the age of the internet, is still kind of in its infancy. And most people, I mean, especially, I don't think we've even got to the generation yet that's really starting to be open up to most of these ideas. Like, I think that's still probably my kids' away.
Yeah, there might be something to that. I hope it's a little bit closer, but you're probably right. These things, mankind.
I mean,
mankind inevitably disappoints.
Yeah, it almost seems like, honestly, as cryptic as it sounds, the only fucking way that this stuff moves forward is for the old guard to start dying off. For the people that are kind of sitting in the seats of power, to pass it on to the next guy, and he's going to be, he's going to be
a little more open.
Maybe 3/4 of the way he's going to be full on with whatever his mentor told him, but he's going to have that extra little bit because, his, it's almost like my kids will still be affected because they're going to be starting school in a couple of years, and they're still teaching bullshit in school right now. Some of it's getting worse.
But do you think, that sort of presupposes that the conspiracy is for relatively benign reasons. That is, they simply don't want to, make us anxious at the reality of civilizations outside of Earth. And I don't think that is the reason for the sort of omerta at a sort of super elite level for this information. I think there are multiple reasons for it, but we don't end up getting that disclosure largely because most of the stuff that we consider UFOs over the 20th century was, black projects that inevitably involve really bad things like, testing psychedelics on kids and all this kind of stuff. So you can't ever get out of an official in the US or Britain or anywhere else that was doing it, people to come and say, no, it turns out it's correct, because then you kind of have to work down the list and go, no, that was us stealing your children. No, that was us, testing weaponized anthrax in the New York subway. There's too many skeletons in the closet for it. In terms of sort of space industry politics, another thing that I think Dr. Brandenburg covers in his book is that anything that's in space that's kind of robot-based. So sending drones and little robots is a JPL mission. Anything that requires humans is a NASA mission or other sort of private organizations underneath it, which means JPL has a financial sort of incentive or imperative to not find anything that would cause us to send astronauts, because then they have to give the mission and the billions they get every year over to it. So the JPL, if it's a drone or a robot, JPL does it. So you kind of have layers of sort of financial motivations or poor system signals that prevented at that beginning. So I think you'll get within the space industry, at least the public one, different people knowing different things, because there's so much money, especially during the Cold War. There's just so much money involved. So the idea that you could get JPL to turn around and go, oh, so there's some shit on the moon that you missed. That's a recipe for disaster from running a business's perspective.
But then there's all the public funded satellites and all that. I just heard that one of the Canadian crowdfunded CubeSat ones is already, they've raised enough to build the satellite. Now they just got to launch it. So, I mean, Darren, it's only a matter of time before.
That's the kind of thing you might even be able to get someone like, I mean, if you could get the right people in place to start sucking up to, you know, some sort of philanthropic billionaire, like what's his name from PayPal, Elon Musk, maybe he'd give you a deal. 90% off.
No, we need better billionaires. We need kind of like the weirder 19th century, 20th century ones that kind of lock themselves in their room and bottle their own urine, rather than the ones we have now, which are crap, that sort of want to live forever in this horrible bro future of, you know, paleo dieting and supplements and, I don't know, living forever on Mars and all this just horrible Silicon Valley nonsense.
Yeah.
But they've all bought into this transhumanist nonsense, and it is nonsense. So we just need one. We need some kind of weirdo billionaire who isn't interested in that, because finding this stuff out is actually very low cost. Like from a billionaire perspective, I don't think we can afford it.
Right, yeah.
But it could even just be the right inheritor now. Again, we just got to wait a couple generations until Elon Musk's grandkids listen to the Grimerica show, to this episode, and they're like, let's fucking go to Mars.
Episode.
Well, what about the secret space program already going to Mars? I mean, I'm not necessarily sold on that, but I'm sold that I almost, stuck on the belief that there are humans flying around in spaceships. It's not all ET. So, I mean, why can't they go to Mars? If they can fly around and do the crazy things they're doing in our atmosphere, maybe they are going to Mars.
I would think, in my mind, it would all be in military. Like, if they're doing anything on the moon, it's so that they can fuck up Russia or, something.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's beyond that. I think the people that are involved in that are beyond the geopolitics of the world, I think.
Well, they are, and there's also, it's sort of quite a good point when you realize from the mid-20th century on, it's Dr. Farrell's point. In the mid-20th century, the American security apparatus realized they had three problems. They had the Soviets, they had the Nazi International, and they had the UFO phenomenon, whatever it was. So, and as a result, you get the NSA and the CIA and an explosion of unlimited money going into these black projects. So it's quite clearly not the Russians. So we don't actually know whether, this is really dumb and I don't mean it that way, but we don't actually know how much of that kind of deranged secret space spending is for our benefit. So I don't think it's fucking up the Russians. I think it's just the sort of unbelievable wealth. Like there are meteors made of diamond out there, I think it's the kind of unbelievable wealth component. And if there is a military aspect, well, there's clearly a military aspect to it, but if there is a military component, it may well be based on an off-world threat that we just don't have visibility over. But I mean, there's clearly a secret space program, because you start to see all these pieces like fusion engines and whatever tumble out of it. And also the West spent unlimited money on it over 60 years. The three of us could get into space with unlimited money and the ability to kill with impunity.
I think we could get Graham into space cheaper than that, because I'm willing to cut some corners.
He doesn't have to come back. He can be like that Russian duck.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. We'll just podcast him into oblivion.
Yeah.
I would say greed. I mean, I would agree that, if it wasn't military, greed would be right up there.
So I put nothing past that kind of. It's absurd to call it military or government or secret government when the majority of it is private. The majority of government is sort of, it's a fulfillment office for, some very powerful private people. So at that kind of level, at that depth, the difference between private and not is irrelevant. But I see no evidence. Why would I? I see no evidence for it that they've made it to Mars now, but I would not be even at the tiniest bit surprised if he woke up tomorrow and found out, oh yeah, they've been using these sort of fusion rockets to go backwards and forwards there for the last 15 years. It's just that the old Russian satellite accidentally took a photo of it. I put nothing past them, and it's kind of predicted in the model of unlimited spending and a century of kind of pulling back behind the curtain any piece of technology that gets slightly interesting, so that we've sort of been dealing with only half of physics for the last 60 years.
Exactly.
So you put those pieces together, and I mean, I've run projects for my real job. Like, I've run projects that aren't anything to do with this. I work in media, but you sort of give me enough money and 3 decent developers, and we create wonders, useless wonders, because it's in advertising and what have you. But you think, goodness, if I had an underground fucking base and 500 nuclear physicists and a whole lot of money, that's what I mean. Like, even I could get to Mars. So it's speculative, but it's speculative based on the amount of money we've pissed up the wall on these things.
That's what I think people...
I wonder how cheap you do. This reminds me of The Astronaut Farmer again. Did you watch it yet?
No.
Have you seen The Astronaut Farmer?
I also have not.
Oh, well.
Let's just drop that one.
Might as well drop that. You guys got to watch it by the next show.
But what I think people underestimate is the amount of technology that's going on in those labs you're talking about, right? Like, there's all the labs in the States, for example. There's the one Brookhaven and Bell Labs and all those secret. They have thousands and thousands of scientists. Like, it's not happening in academia. The technology's happening in secret in these labs. Like, that's where.
And we also underestimate just how many people are playing with it. So, again, a personal career anecdote from about 5-6 years ago, when I was working for a media business that covered the global telecoms industry. So I was at a really boring conference in Milan, because it's sort of the back end of telecoms. You think it's fun, like Android mobiles and stuff. It's not. It's like fiber to the home and all that. It's just, so boring. And I walk into the sort of big auditorium, and this is, 2009. And there at the front desk are these large plasma screens that had 3D TVs. And not that that's that impressive, even in 2009, except for the fact that I wasn't wearing glasses. And the business that built it was like an Indian fiber or cable company. And so I'm sort of standing there looking at these screens that have 3-dimensional kind of spaceships and asteroids, and a fiber company in India built that. So the kind of the capex that we're talking about is enormous, especially when, if you look at sort of the research of Dr. Paul Laviolette, you can kind of get into space for not even 140 million using some of the technology. Like, and not just like get into space, but like fuck about in the solar system, get into space. So when you sort of realize, speaking of cutting corners, not just how much money the US defense industry has spent, but how little you actually have to spend, and how many people out there on a corporate level have their own kind of Q branches where they're just messing with weird stuff. Like Sony found telepathy in 2010, 11, and they published it. By the way, telepathy exists, and they worked this out. They worked this out because when you're actually game testing and you have multiple players, they had the best possible kind of volumes of data to work out who could predict the movements of another player in another room or so on. And so they actually had massive volumes of data, got some statisticians to sit down and go, yeah, telepathy exists. Here you go. Here's the information. They found it by accident, game testing. Yeah. So can you imagine if you're doing something a little bit more interesting than that, and you find something a little bit more interesting, you don't have to be like Boeing or Raytheon to kind of pull on that thread.
And you don't have to disclose it to the public.
God, no. Well, that's why all this stuff is private. That was, thank you, Bush Sr. For, that's what his job was, moving from the CIA to becoming Veep and then president. But he ran the CIA, and then when he becomes vice president, he's the one in charge of giving out top secret clearances to private contractors. And then you have, during the 80s, you have Reagan and him selling all these government-funded toys to the private sector, which he's also just kind of stapled top secret clearance badges to. And you go, hang on. Well, that's interesting. So most of it is there. And that's a kind of paper trail where you go, the idea that Star Wars was shut down, it wasn't. It was sold. It's the same as HARP. It's just that if you watch the news on NBC, they go, oh, they're shutting down HARP. And I'm like, no, they're not. They sold it.
And Stargate too, probably. And somewhat not really sold, but it's still going, I bet.
Yeah, well, you get some really enigmatic comments because we only have a tiny sliver of that story because only part of it is out.
Yeah.
But if some of the things Dr. Targ says in that kind of, I love him, I'd love to adopt him. I think he's adorable. Yeah. But some of the enigmatic statements he makes, like, I would not be surprised if there isn't a basement in the Pentagon where this stuff still continues. And you go, well, frankly, Dr. Targ, I'm going to take that to the bank because I know there are things you can and can't say. And that's quite a good way of sort of enigmatically saying, oh, well, they're clearly still using this stuff because it worked. It worked for 25 years. Why would you stop using something that's extremely low cost that works?
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
I suppose it's that easy to make something go black. Just give it to the private. Here you go.
But that's exactly the point, and that's what the Church Committee did. It kind of pushed all that weird, creepy MK Ultra sort of see-through walls, mind control stuff into the private sector because they weren't going to. They invested a lot of money and time into these really dangerous technologies. They're not going to just, because of some congressman, just get rid of it. And if none of it worked, I mean, Richard Helms said in the 70s to the Church Committee, like, oh, it didn't work. I said, well, then why did you shred 2 million documents before this meeting? If it didn't work, Mr. Helms. He worked for Bush, of course, but yeah, this stuff goes private where you can't Freedom of Information Act it.
So I hate jumping back from this topic because I love this chat as well, but if I was listening to this episode and I was listening to the John Anthony West episode, I'd be like, okay, you guys have never addressed the pyramids and how they were built. I don't think we ever talked to John about that. And I know you do address it in your book a little bit. So, we talked about it, it's not necessarily aliens or anything like that, but the current paradigm of how the pyramids were built, it really hasn't been answered yet, right? Like in your mind, is it still open for debate?
An actual child would not believe the official story of how the Great Pyramid works. And I proved that when I asked my nephew, when I tried to describe the sort of ramp theory to him, because he's a Thomas the Tank Engine nut and likes trucks and all this stuff. And he's just like, you should have seen the look on his face. Like, this is clearly the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Because the world expert in the Giza complex, Mark Lehner, says because we can't find the workers' villages, because it turns out the things he thought were workers' villages were actually residences for highborn foreign visitors, which is not something you expect of a tomb. Anyway, there they are. So he's like, okay, so we have a problem. We can't find the ramp and we can't find the workers' village. And we're not talking like, picking up a few people in a Walmart car park. We're talking 20,000 people to build this thing in 20-something years, minimum. So he's decided that they lived on the ramp that was used to build it. And by the way, to build such a ramp, you end up using more mass than in the actual pyramid.
Right,
so they sort of they leave it behind. And so he's like, well, the reason we can't find it is maybe they lived on it. I'm like, do you mean they lived on what you need to do is go and ask a foreman how fucking dumb that is. To actually put, because it's not just humans like in sleeping bags. There's kitchens and latrines and everything, and you want to be sliding 20-40 ton rocks through a village in the sky to build this pointy tomb. Like, there's actually no way you can not laugh at the official story of it. Unfortunately, that absurdity, that just inability to step outside a patently wrong model leads to a lot of kind of zanier theories that come rushing in that aren't particularly helpful. And frankly, I think some of them are full-blown COINTEL attempts because if you get the pyramid right, if you get Egypt right, I don't mean right like I found the answer. I mean, if you realize the implications of the Old Kingdom and specifically the kind of Giza complex, if you realize that, it changes everything about your life. And that's kind of where one of the things I love about John Anthony West is that he realizes that when you actually get what Egypt is about, there's no getting the toothpaste back into that tube.
It's like sex.
Well, it's, I don't know, you went from toothpaste to sex? Yeah.
No, that's what
Crown
John,
can go from pretty well anywhere to sex.
that's what John says. He says, because, you think you know what it is until you get there in Egypt, and then it's completely different.
Well, so Egypt has been, since the dynastic period, Egypt has been almost a remote initiation machine that can initiate people at a distance just by thinking about it. So if you look at its inspiration through the kind of Dark Age sort of Arabic alchemists, and then up through the Renaissance and into the kind of Hermetic sort of Freemasonic underground of the 1700s to the building of Washington, D.C., to all this stuff, like to Napoleon, to whoever. Like, if you think about Egypt for long enough, it changes you. Which is what that was their kind of easy confidence about being, we're that civilization, we're the mirror of heaven, that's kind of what this is about. So, but particularly with the Giza pyramid, you start to realize that there are things that are more important, and quite frankly, we are, it's again coming back to that V. Gordon Child view of the development of civilization. Quite frankly, it makes you realize we are not even close to the smartest humans that have lived in the last little while, because there's just nothing like it. And there are about 50 things. You could go on to the hundreds, but there are about 50 things in the Giza Plateau that break history just by looking at them. And so we have to look at them and then kind of decide which of the wackier theories matches that rational or scientific interpretation of the anomalies. So, for instance, there are things there that are built out of diorite, which is stronger than steel. And so you'll go to the Egyptian Museum and you'll see the statue of Khafre, or the Cairo Museum rather, and you'll see the statue of Khafre made of diorite, and it's beautiful. And next to it, you'll see a copper tool and like a stone ball. And they say they built this with this. The copper would bend like a wet herring on diorite. But those are the only tools that Egypt is allowed to have had. And you go, well, that's a scientific impossibility. Like, you actually, back to the drawing board Egyptologists, that actually can't happen. They're like, yes, it can. And you go, no, it can't. Let me.
It just takes a real long time.
But it physically cannot.
You got to get some water, and then you put some sand on there. And then you just keep at it, okay? Perseverance.
It's stronger than sand. It's stronger than steel. You can't actually. That's the thing. It breaks the model fundamentally right there. To say nothing of that's what I mean. It's just one piece, but you get dozens of them. And one of the ones I know John's a fan of is the sort of convex. Crystal kind of they're essentially contact lenses, but they're the crystal pieces that were put in the eyes of some of the Old Kingdom statues. One, there's obviously some kind of light reflective thing going on there to do with, bringing the god down into that statue or what have you. But nevertheless, they have shaped quartz into what is a lens. So it kind of begs the question of exactly when it was we got telescopes, because if they're making lenses for statues, surely someone's going to look through one of them before they put it in the eye and go, oh, things appear closer in this. But also you actually can't, that's another one, you can't curve the quartz to do that without a sort of stone Masonic method that we don't have. And unfortunately, those things have led us to provide technological answers, which is that Egypt had batteries and buzzsaws and all this, which seems extremely unlikely, to say the least. Nevertheless, we're left with, well, they have these amazing technological capabilities specifically with stone. But again, coming back to my point, but when you realize that this is the apex of of a culture that has been, or cultures that have been dealing with stone for tens of thousands of years, well, of course they're going to be shit hot at it. These things, the Great Pyramid is the iPhone of the Old Kingdom.
So I wonder if it doesn't somehow go back to, like, you see some of those different walls and like in South America and how perfectly the stones interlock. It makes you wonder if it's not somehow liquefying it.
Well, it is. The book goes into Dr. Davidovitz's theory about that. Again, because of our sort of technological journey through the Industrial Revolution being very sort of metal-centric, it's only been in the last 50 or so years that we've looked at how we've looked at the chemical components of stone and whether you can do these things. And the reality is, again, Egyptology is kind of, well, it's not only a cult, but it's a humanity subject. It doesn't require any science skills at all. You just kind of go to Egypt and make stuff up, genuinely. The people who've kind of pushed alternate Egyptology forward have had specialist skills that Egyptologists can't have. So Robert Bauval had decades of experience building in the desert. So of course he's going to have that's where he formulated the Orion theory and all this, because you could kind of understand what they were doing, standing there looking at it and different sight lines. Dr. Davidovitz is a sort of chemical engineer who's a concrete specialist, so he knows how you liquefy rock and have it re-solidify. So I actually think that's essentially the only, not the only. He is heading in the right direction with that. We may not know the full process as to how, but you can actually build, not that Khufu built it, but you can actually build a pyramid in his time period if it's a liquefied process. So you kind of build the base, and then you use sort of lye and sort of shavings off the nearby wadis, and they chemically react. So you have these sort of pits of mildly toxic cement, effectively, and then you sort of walk up the pyramid, and it means you don't have the ramp problem because it's just humans carrying baskets of muck, and you just kind of tip it in and off you go. And he actually did tests of, if that was the case, what you would find is that the pyramid crete would align to magnetic north, because it's not like you're sort of forming a stone at that time, and that's what stones do that have granite in particular, anything that has components that can be magnetized. And he did a test of 3 stones, and 2 of them were, which kind of suggests that he's correct. They were concretizing it in some way. But funnily enough, understanding that makes you realize, or makes you look again at the Khafre statue made of diorite, because there are no tool marks on it. But if they had a way of sort of building that out of molds, that goes some way to, I mean, I'm using the words glibly, but that goes some way to sort of explaining how you end up with avenues of identical sphinxes in Karnak and all this stuff. You go, well, if they're coming out of molds, this is starting to make a lot more sense. And why wouldn't it, when you realize that the chemical components required were all there? Like, it was wood ash from cooking fires, and it was Nile water during the flood that turned into clay, and lye, which again, during the building of the Great Pyramids, according to Herodotus, they would ask for the ash from cooking fires from up and down Egypt. Whether that happened or not, I mean, he wrote thousands of years after they were built. You start to see that this begins to make some kind of alchemical sense, especially as you think of the folk memories of what Egypt was to the Arab alchemists and so on. And alchemy is that kind of very stone-specific form of mysticism. So the idea that the guys who invented it, like Imhotep, were masters of working with stone, and that's what they were asked to do, because for them, these stone structures are kind of like our machines. They're immortality machines. They're magical devices. I'm not sure where it's going. Like, I go to pains in the book to say this is a correlation of research that allows us to kind of reposition and start looking in maybe that direction. And I think we just need to be honest with ourselves. The pushback again is almost inherited that, oh, of course they couldn't do that because they were dumb. And you go, but you just said they weren't. And you get caught back in that hunter-gatherer trap. And you go, well, let's be reasonable about it. We have the scientific evidence, and we can all reach a consensus that their brains were the same size as ours or slightly larger. Where's the problem?
Isn't there a couple other arguments they're using now to say that that wasn't the case? Like, I don't know if it was the composition of some of the stones but I mean, I think you're thinking
geopolymers, is that what they're called?
Yeah, the geopolymer stuff.
Yeah, I think it could be a mixture of both, is what you're saying, right?
No question. Like, it is definitively a mixture of both, at least when it comes to the Great Pyramid, because some of the the stone inside the sort of relief chambers, which relieve nothing. As I said, it's a guitar. Like they're
that's what I wanted to get into. Yeah.
But they definitively came from Aswan. So there are pieces of stone that have been definitively identified from elsewhere in Egypt. But that begs the question of why. And the why is magical, quite clearly. These stones had some kind of magical component that had to be built into something else. So again, you kind of have, we have this geopolymer skill, but if we're building a resurrection machine, we need these kind of stones that have a magical quality for whatever reason. We won't know. It's so far ago, but that matches how magic works and how rituals are constructed. And it kind of supports the case that not everything in it is made out of concrete, because the rest of the Giza Plateau, they're quite clearly using stone very deliberately. In the Osiris shaft, you have single block carved stones from sort of Dynasty 0 that don't exist in that size anywhere in Africa. So they've brought a specific type of stone from outside, not just Egypt, but outside Africa, to carve into the shape of this quote unquote sarcophagus and stick down underneath the ground. So the stone was their paint. And there are dozens of pieces across the Giza kind of, well, actually all of the Old Kingdom project, but in Giza in particular, you have these sort of translucent or alabaster walls that would have looked amazing with the light behind them. And you have, as John Anthony West points out, the kind of redundant curved corners in some of the valley temples, which would be there for sonic reasons. Like if this was designed to be quote unquote activated or used sound in some sort of ritual way, well, then it starts to make sense. Like, why would you go to the engineering effort of curving the corner if it wasn't for that? And we can just kind of sort of spy through the gloom the pieces of something much more sophisticated than we previously thought was there. I don't know what they are because we haven't been looking for them. And the reality is we'll never get it correct. But we kind of don't need to. Like the mainstream Egyptological version is 0% correct. If my book is 0.1% correct,
we're making
that's
progress.
a win. Exactly. I'm prepared to be patient.
What about the idea that the pyramid is what fucked up Mars?
No. Well, the timings are off. The pyramid it's not an ice age survival. The thinking behind it is, I think John Anthony West, where we depart is he's mistaken some astronomical numbers for real numbers. And it's kind of confusing because the Egyptians thought their civilization came from the stars and their notion of kinship. So when you get back into their sort of before time, same as the Sumerians, they're measuring in very astrological numbers. The sort of 36,000, the 72, all these are, you get your precessional numbers or your Sothic cycle numbers. So the pyramid is significantly older than Khufu's reign, but it's not that much older. So it's sort of like pre-dynastic to Dynasty 0. But that makes sense. That would be, if you kind of push it back to there and you realize that's the best example of the engineering for the sort of Old Kingdom project, then it falls into what Robert Temple calls a logic of decline, because this one was quite important. They did this one right. You sort of see other ones and go, especially by the time you get to the final sort of dynasties of the Old Kingdom, they are unimpressive objects.
What about the acoustics in the King's Chamber then? Like when I was reading your book, I was thinking about it being like a modern day float tank, like a sensory deprivation chamber in a way. Like maybe that's what they used to
pretty fucking lot of work for us.
Go to no, because like if they're obsessed with the afterlife and if that induces an OBE, like an out of body experience, that could be where they why they traveled.
That's exactly. That's pretty much spot on what I think. Again, if you look at where you put the pieces of Egypt together and go, well, from Dynasty Zero, we see a lot of the shamanic components which survived into some of the royal festivals, like the Heb-Sed festival, which means they were getting off their face on drugs. I've got a few New Kingdom medicals which have really alarming medical advice in them, like something, they think it's thrush that you sort of cure by putting like onion in vagina, and this doesn't sound pleasant. But the rest of it is filled with things like blue lotus and opium, and famously Tutankhamun had American drugs in him, like, coca, and, well, actually marijuana had been around in India from before that. So you have a civilization or a culture that has loads of drugs, is really, really good, pardon the pun, at stones, is obsessed with the stars and builds this kind of precision stone guitar you can stand in, or some kind of chamber, and chambers within them as well. And you start, again, it's one of those things where you can spy between these pieces what they were doing, and whatever kind of afterlife journey. I mean, as a magician, I don't have, like, I'm not saying they're wrong about this. I would not be surprised if, like, I kind of wish it still worked and we could all go in there and see what happens.
Yeah.
But if you put all these pieces together, then the rest of the kind of anomalies start to make sense. So, like, why is what they thought were the workers' villages are now kind of accommodation? Like, it's a hotel for highborn visitors from the Near East or what have you. You go, hang on a minute. Well, because travel is quite dangerous. So if I'm a Hittite, or what the Hittites became, so if I'm in like Anatolia, I'm not going to go and rubberneck some, tyrant's pointy tomb on the other side of the world. That's quite dangerous. I will, however, go and visit a sacred site that is a combination of a map of the other world and the other world, and I will participate in the rituals there to secure my own immortality. That's something to get out of bed for. And that's where I think we need to start heading in that direction, because the Giza complex, one, kind of interrelates with a whole bunch of golden ratio numbers and so on. So from a magical perspective, this is a ritual landscape designed to do one thing, which is secure an afterlife that is in some way associated with the stars for whatever reason. And so when we start to look at that, then you can kind of line it up against Paleolithic cultures and so on, and you see this sort of through line of, frankly, Western magic.
Wow, that's fascinating. It's like a shamanic amusement park in some way. So is that where Western magic started then? Does it parallel the creation of the pyramid in some way, or?
Well, the thesis of the book is that a lot of the kind of stories that inform Western spirituality in general, like the flood and the kind of fight between two brothers and all that kind of stuff that appears in the Bible and thus sort of appears in our culture, is significantly older. And I rely on the research of a Harvard Indologist by the name of Dr. Witzel for a lot of that information. And he wrote this amazing book, The Origins of the World's Mythologies. And it's a kind of book you can only write at the end of your career. Like, he's quite old now. And he spent, 50, maybe more years looking at the myths of the world. And there's that kind of peer pressure that you get in academia that you're not allowed to say things connect to other things. Because we tried that about 100 years ago, and it got quite racist quite quickly. And that was sort of its design. So we sort of decided, okay, now everyone invented everything independently. Let's all play nicely. So we sort of threw some babies out with the bathwater, because some things are similar to other things, and we can say that without being racist, hopefully. And so you kind of have a shape to the Western esoteric tradition that goes back to the Paleolithic. But interestingly, some of the spirits in the grimoires have been very confidently traced by another writer called Jake Stratton Kent back to the sort of late classical era, Alexandria, and on one side Greece, going back to the Archaic period, where it was you kind of have a necromantic tradition that was probably exclusively female, that dealt with the spirits of the dead and the restless dead, but Greece itself inherited that back. So the reason, the kind of trigger for writing this book from a magical perspective was the last 10 years, magical discourse has gotten quite good at kind of getting its history right to a point. And that point was late classical Alexandria on one side and then kind of archaic Greece on the other. But in both cases, especially when I've been thinking in longer timelines for 20 years, in both cases, it's just not old enough for me. It's, it's not even 1000 BC. Like it's a bit more than that. You go, that's, what happened in the 69,000 other years in between Africa and archaic Greece? Mm-hmm. And that book is kind of the story of me looking for that. And what was interesting is so many of the prominent spirits and practices and kind of ways of approaching the spirit world, we unquestionably got them from Alexandria and Greece and sort of up through the Dark Ages and folk magic. But it's the question of where Alexandria and archaic Greece got them from. And you kind of plug them together and you go, hang on a minute, I can legitimately make the case that one of the more popular grimoire spirits, Astaroth, which is patently Astarte, which is one of the female names of God, that obviously becomes a demon when all that kind of stuff. Everyone knows that kind of story. But if you trace Astarte back to Inanna, which is fairly common, so you get back to Sumeria very quickly. So there's a spirit in books that are being sort of sold in Paris in the 1780s that have a spirit in them that is actually the Sumerian goddess Inanna. Fine. Where did Inanna come from? Yeah. And that's my book. And you go, well, hang on. You can actually match that and suddenly realize that the journey to, say, the Grimoire Verum or even later grimoires isn't a 1,800-year-old journey. It's a 30,000-year-old journey. And that necessarily, I think, changes the context in which magicians today approach working with grimoire spirits, because all of a sudden we kind of have they have a bigger family tree than we expected.
Wow. Can you go into that a bit deeper and working with that?
As in, well, hang on. Which bit?
How it changes how you would work with magic, knowing that the family tree goes back another, thousands and thousands of years.
Well, I don't think it changes anything on a
functional way.
Yeah, not on a functional basis. It just you just approach them differently. There's a fascinating thing. Talking to my publishers about this when we were talking about the book. Where in the practice of magic, particularly if it's spirit magic stuff, and I have grown up in areas that have been involved with this kind of thing, where it does feel old because it is old, like, Aboriginal Australia and so on. Even if you're doing something that's quite contemporary, that you can actually sort of pinpoint its origin in like the 80s or 1910, it feels very old when you do it. So there's a difference in the kind of mouthfeel of the practice of magic and what you know of its history. And that was, if anything, that was the question mark that I needed to turn into, I don't know, an exclamation by writing the book, because you start to realize which kind of like boundaries between traditions can be blurred and which ones can't. You can take things back to classical Greece, and that gives you a certain kind of set of protocols for dealing with the spirits of the dead. However, when you work out that those protocols came from Eurasia 10, 12,000 years ago, and it was those same Eurasian cultures that ended up becoming Vedic culture and Hinduism on one side, and you kind of go from the middle of Eurasia down and in each direction to get different things, you start to realize that there are contexts to do with either meditation or drumming or chanting that aren't in the grimoires, but were there for a goodly portion of the Astaroth story. She wouldn't have been called Astaroth 12,000 years ago, but nevertheless, someone would have called that spirit in that way, which clearly isn't in the grimoires, because in the grimoires you sort of dress up like Moses and bully people around. It's not a very practical system for the 21st century, and potentially that's one of the reasons for looking elsewhere.
Can you talk a bit more about your personal spiritual practice?
Not really.
No. What about just the sigil magic in general?
Oh, sure. Well, that ended up being the kind of the breakout first album on the blog. I think it's been read a couple of million times now. But essentially, sigil magic is this. Well, in theory, sigil magic goes back to this sort of 250,000-year-old first instance of humans in southern Africa, where you kind of seeing just little lines painted in red ochre on rock or bone, or sequences of carvings in bone, because that's what's called symbolic thinking. It's the first evidence we have of humans having something represent something else. And that's that kind of great act of magic. The first piece of magic is to realize that your consciousness is involved in making meaning in the world. So sigil magic is commonly practiced by chaos magicians, is by and large the kind of development of a London-based artist in the early 20th century called Austin Nusman Spare. And most people know about it, but you kind of write out your intent and you cross out vowels and multiple letters and you turn that into something that looks, and I quote, magic-y. Mine ended up looking quite sort of Pacific tribal kind of thing. It's a visual style. You get used to, there's literally no wrong way to do it. I know everyone thinks there is, and they found it, but there genuinely isn't. And kind of the innovation that I humbly may say I contributed to the discourse was what I'm calling shoaling, which is kind of using them in sort of activating multiple sigils at once with a sigil for something that has either already happened or is going to happen. So if you know you're having spaghetti for dinner, you write spaghetti for dinner as a sigil and you put it in there with all the other stuff you actually want. And you have 5 or 6 of them. And it's called a robofish. And it's sort of based on the idea. There was some tests done with robot stickleback fish at, I think it was the University of Manchester. And you put the robot fish in amongst the school of sticklebacks and they didn't do anything. And you sort of moved it slowly and they didn't do anything. But if it made decisive movements, the fish would school around it and follow it left and right and so on. And it was just sort of following. So, because the assumption is the fish goes, oh, that guy knows something. And it's either danger or food, and they follow it. And I kind of use that as the metaphor because I was trying to solve on a magical basis a time problem with sigils. When you deal with spirit magic, you can kind of ask for something or not demand something, but you can enter into a spirit agreement where you say, I need this thing to happen by now. And if it does, you get this. It's a contract, right? And so if it doesn't happen, the other side doesn't get their thing. There's none of that in sigil magic because humans are technically spirits themselves, but you're kind of dealing with your own consciousness and unconscious. And it's a bit more freeform and people think it's safer. It's not. Magic can still mess up your life. Right. So I was trying to shorten this kind of Amazon delivery time. I can't get anything to show up in less than 2 weeks. And so I'm like, okay, well, if I put one in there that is time-based for this evening, maybe that'll do it. And it didn't. The time thing seems to be out of your control because magic is probability enhancement. So it kind of depends on the rest of the universe and what you do to have those probabilities kind of eventuate. But what it did do is improve the success rate. And I think this is such dumb science, quote unquote, but it's magic, so it doesn't need to be. But I think there's something about sending those messages like letters to Santa to your unconscious. If you send one in for something that has happened or is going to happen, it kind of means your unconscious can put it in the correct pile. It's like, oh, these are things that happen. So spaghetti for dinner goes in with, well, not necessarily winning the lottery, but getting the promotion and what have you. So it gets all these messages in its pneumatic tube. And one of them, and that seems to be it, like it kind of anchors the intentions to physical reality. And no one had really done that. And if you just Google sigil magic Rune Soup, anyone who's listening, you'll get the whole thing. And yeah, that shit works.
Yeah, it started working better. It started working better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Much better.
It's almost like that sort of new agey thing about intention and the law of attraction, like act as if you've already got it, kind of thing. Like that it's not you're not asking for it or begging for it, but you're moving into a vibration of it's already there.
The act as if you've already got it. I mean, Crowley wrote about that, particularly to do with wealth magic. That is a lot more. That's actually a lot more challenging and a lot more sophisticated in terms of magic than it sounds, just because you have people on Oprah talking about it, which is why it doesn't work for most people, because that's like an A-game thing. And I wasn't there. I wasn't there. I was C grade, C grade at best. So you're right. It is like that, but a kind of shoaling method with the sort of RoboFish sigil works better because potentially the trouble with acting as if you've already got something, it still keeps the intention at front of mind in consciousness, where you're kind of aware that you don't have it. Austin Spare's idea, I mean, we've kind of moved on with our sort of models of consciousness, but in the early 20th century, he thought that the unconscious was where everything manifested in your life. Mm-hmm. So, and the conscious mind was the kind of, bus driver, and it didn't manifest anything. It didn't, and that's also why, I mean, because he was an artist, so he was aware that in that kind of early psychotherapy sense that you had to kind of deal with your shadows as well, because otherwise they'll manifest in your life as challenges. And funnily enough, that's now considered more or less science, even though it's a guess. But this is the same idea, which is if you are job seeking and you try to just act as if you already have a job, that's quite difficult to do because your conscious mind is aware of the lack. Your conscious mind is aware that the reason you're acting this way is because you don't have it. Yeah. The theory is the unconscious mind doesn't know the goddamn difference. So it gets in its pneumatic tube, you have a job as a sigil message. And they go, oh, fair enough. That's what happens. And it's kind of like, I don't know, like the bathhouse in Spirited Away, and it just kind of pulls on things and it manifests in the universe. Sigil magic's quite fun in that way because it is comparatively benign as long as you don't use it for... I don't have a problem with like Malefica or cursing or anything. I don't really have cause to do it. I haven't used it in 20 years. But for the love of God, don't use sigil magic for cursing because you're essentially sending really nasty messages into your own unconscious, which is sort of like swallowing the bomb. Like it's dumb. Yeah. So it's actually quite a good thing for people to play around with because you pick benign and sometimes fun things, like, because it's actually quite difficult to think of 6 things you want at the one time. So you end up with like always get a seat on a bus, or I want to see more celebrities just in day-to-day life, just, useless stuff. I mean, this is something when Grant Morrison sort of started playing with it in the 90s, he said, this is actually quite fun. Like, I want to see more attractive women in red tops. And that was a sigil. And it worked. Like, it's frivolous, but it's frivolous in a good way because it makes your universe bigger each time you do it. You start to realize, well, there's something about me that co-creates reality. Yeah, and that's a really nice thing to know rather than to think.
I wanted to ask you about it because I heard somebody talking on a podcast about it. It must have been 4 or 5 years ago. And I was stuck in this situation, stuck in this rut. So I actually tried it. And that's kind of what propelled me on this path now. Like that actually set a whole series of events in place to change my life. So it was quite powerful. I haven't really looked into it much since then, but it's nice to hear your take on it.
Well, yeah, that's, it's very pleasant to hear it. It's surprising just how many people have actually had positive magical experiences in their life. It can be something like, oh yeah, well, my aunt came and visited me after she died, and I had this dream. What do you think of that? And I'm like, what do you think I think of that? I think your aunt came to visit you, you after she died. I'm a magician. This is, we're not on, this isn't some kind of Stephen Fry program, but it's surprising how many people, because it is a normal functioning of human consciousness. That's effectively what magic is. Magic is a culture-specific description of how to describe this, a culture-specific description of natural human consciousness capabilities. So our psi effects like telepathy and so on. If you actually break down the different quote-unquote schools of magic around the world, they're basically the same operatively. If you could go to the Amazon and find a shaman, you can go and find a witch in some Emilia-Romagna village in Italy. It doesn't matter where you go. There's essentially a couple of things. It's sort of seeing the future, trafficking with spirits, and basically getting rid of the evil eye. But in all these cases, they kind of match some of the things that Dr. Sheldrake has been looking at in a scientific sense, which is, will people recover faster from surgery if other people are praying for them, even if they're unaware that the prayers are happening? And obviously, telepathy and the rest of it. So, and I think when you talk about remote viewing, however that works would have been described as a spirit world or traveling in the spirit world. So we kind of have the kind of X-Men powers underneath magic. There's really only 3 or 4 of them, and they manifest in myriad cultures in a different way. And how they manifest in the West, or have historically manifested, is via this kind of grimoire tradition, which scares people because many of them are just lists of demons. But the demon word is a bit unfair, which is why I use spirit, because taking Astaroth as an example, she used to be the counterpart to the Christian God until, he got a divorce. And before that was the preeminent goddess of one of our earliest civilizations. So it's a bit unfair to call her a demon now because the politics have changed. But that's it. So we have these lists of beings who've kind of been companions. But if you look at the kind of spells, quote unquote, in the grimoires, they're the same. They're like getting rid of the evil eye, cursing someone who stole your pig. They're more or less the same kind of questions or conditions that someone would consult an Amazonian shaman for. That suggests to me very strongly that there is a deep structure to it, and Star.Ships is my examination of how that deep structure formed into the recognizable shape that we see it today.
Do you know practice any magic that you can do curses?
Oh, sure. I just
would you
I'm
consider
a lover notified of me.
Would you consider cursing Graham for me, just to as an experiment?
No.
Thanks.
He seems nice.
Meanwhile, he's muted me. Thanks, Darren.
Well, you were fiddling with your mic stand.
Oh, was he? No, we can talk to the show.
Yeah, no, there's no cursing here, Darren.
Just for scientific purposes.
No. See what he puts me. Just because I like to experiment with, the stuff that the guests talk about, that doesn't mean that I'm willing to do that.
Take a curse.
You're the one with magical experience. So if you guys get into a wizard fight, think about it. One of you's got experience, the other one doesn't.
That's it. But I got mushrooms. What do you think about the idea or the theories of simulated digital universes and stuff like that? Does your world outlook kind of allow for that sort of thing?
My world's surprisingly open to anything. There's something about chaos magic in particular that makes you wildly unattached to any particular belief. If you wake up one day and it turns out that's wrong, or that's how that works, and it's not magic, or it's not spirits, or if in the extremely unlikely situation that materialism is correct and some of these silly nonsense ideas about how telepathy works turn out to be the case, and you go, fair enough, on with my day. I think in the case of a simulated universe, there's something to that. I think that's a modern description of a kind of very Gnostic awareness that, one, this isn't our long-term home, and two, something's up. Something's not right about how this is put together. On a mathematical basis, we use the word computer programs for some very good reasons, like the problems with the redshift at the sort of edge of the universe, and the fact that the Big Bang is probably completely wrong, invented by a priest rather than an actual scientist, incidentally. So people are kind of looking to model how the Big Bang might work in that kind of thought experiment way, which is, well, if it's a computer program, you don't need to render the entire background, just the bits that are in high definition. It's just the bits that are in use. And that goes some way to explaining some of the weird shit you're seeing at the sort of edge of telescope view. There's something to that, but it doesn't necessarily need to be a computer program. It could be, I mean, don't know if you're familiar with the sort of idea of biocentrism, which is sort of like an idealist or consciousness-based view of the universe, except it's created by anything that's alive, so that so a slug has a little universe and so on. We could actually be seeing the edge of that as an example.
So that's kind of the same idea, but instead of the computer having to write the code to keep extending the universe the farther we can look, it's actually not the computer, it's actually reality itself manifesting because our consciousness is viewing it.
Yeah, well,
it's like the observer effect on some fucking grand scale.
Exactly. I mean, the computer thing is a metaphor. The hologram thing is a thought experiment, and quite a good one, that looks at that looks like the Gnostic creation story. It's just that, you know, in the 3rd and 4th centuries, they didn't have computers, so they didn't use that term. But the thought experiment is that we're an nth degree hologram is quite a good way of thinking about how creation works, or quite a useful way, if not accurate. And the nth degree hologram is that so one day we build, and we're sort of doing it in theory, although I have my suspicions, we build a virtual reality world that is much more interesting and more detailed, or as detailed as the physical one, and we spend more and more time in there, to the point that we build a virtual reality world in our virtual reality world because we've largely forgotten. And also that's the piece that's missing in our virtual world, is virtual worlds. So we build one there, and so suddenly our virtual character is now playing in a virtual world, and that recurs to the nth degree. And that's kind of one of the more fun kind of bong-ripping thought experiments when you're thinking about how a holographic universe might work, or how it is that we exist in a particular way. It's a good idea. It's a good thing to sort of think through. And that sort of broadly matches the Yaldabaoth story of creation and then forgetting that he created it. So, you have the supreme God, the actual good God, creates Sophia, and she sort of gives birth to this thing called Yaldabaoth, who creates the physical world, and kind of forgets that there are the things above him, and says that you shall have no other gods but me. So Yaldabaoth, you can tell who they were talking about. The Gnostics didn't much care for the Christians and the non-Gnostic Jews at the time. It's obviously kind of like a cipher for Yahweh, and they even give him his words. But it's the same idea that you build this thing and you forget that it's not actually it's not the full story, because the description is, when he said this, he sinned against the entirety. So he was actually unaware that he was sinning. So the holographic model matches. It's not a new idea. The Gnostics were thinking like this. They were thinking, how does this work? How is it built? And kind of thinking through very, very similar ideas. They just didn't have holograms and computers to use as their metaphors. So they have these big, exciting sort of Near Eastern gods and demons instead.
You mentioned synchronicities on your website. Before we wrap this up, do you have any personal ones that stand out for you that you want to tell us? We talk about them quite a bit here. And it's funny how
it's tough, loads. Once you start getting, I think synchronicities are, I think the word has some problems in the sense that it's essentially magic. Like, people use the word synchronicity and consider themselves materialists, which is not correct. Like, okay, how did that work? So how did I see a string of words that matched the sentence of the person I was thinking about when they called me in the car? Like, you go, oh, a bit of a synchronicity. You go, well, no, fine. How does that work? And so I'm very interested in them, because I think the word has lost some of its utility because it's been over people sort of playing bingo with whatever Nicki Minaj is wearing across the internet as some sort of sync thing, and it's destroying the usefulness that Jung gave it, and he gave it a full-blown wizardly interpretation. I mean, if you read the Red Book, he was a full-blown wizard. There's no other way to describe Jung. Mm-hmm. So you get dozens of them, and it's that kind of thing of the universe noticing you, noticing it. The more you start to lean into it, the more of them you see, and then the more of them you see, they start to become a thing you can kind of navigate by. And if anyone's interested in kind of boosting their syncs, then that's a very good thing to sort of start sigilizing for as a beginning thing. Increase in synchronicities, because the results manifest via synchronicity anyway. So you can kind of kick that up a notch by putting sigils together that say increase in synchronicities and so on.
That's a great idea. Yeah. Good way to do it. So is there anything, we've been on for a while here, Gordon, is there anything you think we should, you want to talk about your new book or anything else before we start wrapping it up?
What did we? No, we covered the Ice Age. We covered Egypt. We kind of missed off we spoke about NASA and Mars, but we kind of missed off the sort of spirit interpretation. But that's cool. Then we spoke about spirits. No, I think I'm good. I think we had a good old chat.
Right on. Yeah, it was a blast. It was great. And yeah, we recommend.
Time always seems to fly by.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Yeah, I recommend your book. We'll put the links in the show notes and all that. And are you any plans to put it on audio at all?
It's a good question. I was actually just talking to the publishers about it. At the moment, no, but probably the next one. I've got another book coming out in April. That one may get to audio first, but that's a specific kind of like success magic strategies book. It's not a history and mythology and sort of Egypt and alien book, which Star.Ships is.
Okay, cool. Well,
nice one. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, and good luck with that book as well.
Yeah. Let us know when it comes out, and we can we'll have you back. It seems like we could fill another 2 hours pretty quick.
Anytime. Always a pleasure.
Right on. Thanks a lot, Gordon.
Okay, see you.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, so tonight we've got a bit of a round table happening with a couple of our favorite past guests in Grimerica, Connor Habib and Gordon White. I'm pretty sure we're going to be talking about the occult and magic and a little bit of some other stuff, I'm sure. Welcome to the show, guys. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me back.
Welcome back. Second appearance for Gordon and third for Connor.
Yeah, and in case you don't know,
I wasn't told
which, I'm the one, Gordon's the one with the accent.
Yeah, I'm the one that sounds foreign.
AKA very intelligent. Oh, sounds that way.
So you're in Australia now, Gordon?
Also, I am, and also in case you don't know, and you just think we're quite weird, Connor and I have spoken once or twice before, so this isn't usually how we relate to strangers. This is how we talk. But yes, I'm in Australia. I've been back about 9 months. Yeah.
Yeah, if we were strangers, we would be treating each other with total disdain.
I thought this was the first time you guys had chatted, actually.
Well, why have you not been listening to Rune Soup to know that is not true?
Oh, that's a good point. So I had only made it through like 2 of the latest episodes, so you must be back a little ways.
Try to bury him in the back catalog, maybe people won't find it.
You have to ask. You have to especially ask for Connor's episode. It's a private line.
Is it video as well?
Not this time.
So, well, Gordon, you do have Rune Soup out. I think you had just started it not too long ago, or was it even longer than that? But when we had you on last, so now is it in podcast format and on YouTube as well?
Yeah, it is. It's actually been going for a while. I think I came on to talk about Star.Ships, which was my first book when that one came out, whatever it was, beginning of last year. Yeah. But the blog has been going since about 2009, probably exactly 2009, and now it's a podcast and also a premium membership service and that kind of thing. And it just yeah, it swells to take up my whole life.
Funny how that happens.
Mm.
And Connor, what about you? You've got a lot of stuff going on lately too, right?
I always have stuff going on. It's kind of like the weird thing about being like a public speaker type person who doesn't have books. Like, you always get invited on shows when you have a book come out, and I've been like taking my time with my book for a really long time. And so but I've been teaching more and more like online courses about the occult. So I've shifted a lot of my sort of energy to, it's not that I've shifted away from sex, but, and talking about sex and pornography, but I've been talking a lot more about the occult publicly lately, and been getting asked to do talks on that more. And so, that's where a lot of it is gone. And, you know, it's how Gordon and I interacted, you know, the first time was through a series of sort of synchronicities. And then we, you know, and so that's where my main interests lie right now.
Nice. Do you guys remember those synchronicities? Can you tell us how that happened?
Gordon might not know them, actually. I told him, but it's been a while. So I was driving to San Francisco from LA, and I was driving, and I talked to this guy who's a sort of ceremonial magician kind of guy, and he was like, "Hey, I'm reading this book called Chaos Protocols, and it's so awesome, and it's like helping me understand the economy and blah blah blah." And he's like, "It's by this guy Gordon White," and I was like, "Oh, that's cool. All right, man. You know, like put that on like the list of 8 bajillion books I need to read." You know, and so then I'm like, I get off the phone with him, I turn on Skeptico, and Gordon's the guest.
Nice.
And I was like, "Oh, that's funny." So I was like, all right, when I get to San Francisco, I'm gonna check it out. So I check it out, and then Gordon was following me on Twitter, and I was like, what the hell? So then I just reached out to him. We started talking, and the rest is a really beautiful history.
Oh, wow. That's a nice story.
For pornographic reasons, I don't really respect his opinion.
My pornography is my opinion. Thank you.
There you go. Yeah.
Well, I think it's a really interesting time to talk about this topic too, because it seems to be out in the open now, the occult and you know, a lot of this stuff, whether you talk about Pepe or Keck, or there's people that are recognizing this at the highest levels in our government, that this is going on, and it feels like there's some sort of metaphysical battle going on. So I think it's really interesting times right now.
It's certainly caught the current, and if you consider what the word occult originally means, as in the sense that it's hidden, one of the things I think, especially this week, that defines the kind of modern political and cultural landscape is the surfacing of what was previously hidden. And so there's an almost kind of macro occult emergence theme that is that contains within it the kind of return or rediscovery of, you know, full-blown magic and psi effects and so on within a wider culture, particularly as our trust in mouthpieces erodes, so that you have, you know, I don't know if it works anymore to get Bill Nye to show up on television and tell you it's all nonsense. Like, it just, no one's watching the shows, and even if they are, no one's believing that.
This hashtag fake Nye. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, as Gordon points out, that original meaning of occult is hidden in you know, and people are seeking right now, because everything that's sort of breaking down or collapsing or being seen as not viable anymore, people are seeking. And when you look, you find shit, and also you find who hid it, and also you realize that it was hidden to be found. That's why you hide something, you know. Either you want the tension of knowing that something's there to be discovered, and it is being discovered. And I think that, you know, what you guys are pointing out is the sort of tension you feel when new spiritualities are being created in the world, because that's what I think really is going on. It's we can call it spiritual renaissance, and a lot of things that look like spiritual, or that don't look like spiritualities that are being created. But I think that that's happening right now, and that's where a lot of, which also means that new gods are not only being, sort of recreated, but different ones are being evoked and sort of mishmash slapped together with other ones and all this sort of stuff. So it is really a bizarre moment for that kind of stuff, but also great.
Yeah, it beats not having it. This kind of thing, if you look back through history at kind of end of empire moments, there were never more wizards and soothsayers in Rome than in the years leading up to its collapse. And there is something about, as Connor said, like you get an emergence of new spiritualities. But even like if you consider that a subset of worldviews, we have the complete failure of left and right to model or navigate challenges of the 21st century to the point that they're just a complete mess. And this is kind of what happens. This is almost the return of magic is almost in permaculture, we call weeds a recovery species because they heal damaged soil. And it's almost like the return of magic is a recovery species to allow people to reorient around things that we would consider more important on an individual and on a collective basis.
Wow. So I'm not too familiar with the occult. I'm interested in it. I'm interested in spirituality and all that kind of stuff, but I'm more, and as far as the other types of views, we try and stay in the center, which is more and more difficult, it seems. But so for somebody that's not too familiar with it, why are these things meant to be found? If they're hidden and meant to be found, what's the reason behind that?
Well, the thing that they're hidden by is, well, there are a lot of things they're hidden by, but one of the things they're hidden by is just simply our decision to experience sensory input in a certain way. Why do we go through our day experiencing things the way that we do? Why, for instance, here's a really simple one. Why, when I shake somebody's hand, am I not thinking about their kidneys and bladder and liver and all that? I've decided for whatever reason to shuffle that aspect of their being away and to focus on something else when I'm meeting them. So even though there's this whole totality of a being in front of you, just as there is with everything, when you're just sitting in your chair, when you're reading a book, when you're seeing a movie, whatever, we select certain aspects of our experience to focus on. And so that is directly linked to certain people in power, certain currents in power, certain spirits, certain dead beings, all that sort of stuff that determine what kind of focus we have as well as our own determination just as people. And so, there's sort of a vying for what kind of gets the attention right now. So I think that's just one way to talk about how things are hidden. I think there's a lot of other ways, but I'll stop because I'm sure Gordon has something to say about it as well.
I mean, there you can kind of look at some specific things that are deliberately and politically hidden, and that's been going on for millennia. We tend to think of the Christians, specifically the Catholic Church, as being very anti-magic because you obviously have the witch trials and so on. But they inherited that way of approaching magic from the Romans. So you had it was punishable by death to kind of sneak out of the city to practice magic in, I think it was Vespasian, sort of in the 200, 300 AD area. It was actually the church that inherited these ideas that certain forms of soothsaying and astrology and the practice of magic are banned because they have political implications, because they work. And in that sense, there's always a tension between a kind of governing system and magic, because the guys who are in charge would like a monopoly on this thing that works. And that's a relationship that's played out in the Cold War with things like MK Ultra and so on. This idea that you kind of you either ban people from it, or as we did in the 20th century, tell them it doesn't exist, whilst vigorously using it behind the curtain.
It's the same reasons why sex is so regulated. Both magic and sex are really intensely individualized things. And once you begin to access them and practice them in a real way, you begin to realize your individuality. You begin to realize your self in some sense as a universe. And who the fucking power wants that to happen? Nobody. Once you realize that you are sort of a teeming, swirling universe, because once you point to your own individuation, once you point to your own sort of nexus of being and all the factors that make that up, it becomes very difficult to have people sort of sway you, persuade you to the insistence of their worldview. Everybody has moments like these in their lives, very simple moments, which we tend to think of as stoner moments and kind of laugh at. Like, man, money doesn't have any value; it's just a piece of paper. That's actually a really profound moment. That's a betrayal of a kind of spirituality that has been forced upon us in a lot of ways. When I remember a version of it when I was a kid, sitting in class, I was in like 3rd, 4th grade, something like that. And I was like, why do I have to raise my hand and ask a question? As soon as you have bigger scale versions of that kind of stuff, because you're realizing the sort of primacy and intensity of your own individuality rather than the narrative that's forced on you, the people that are in power are kind of fucked if too many people do that. They just can't keep it together,
What shocks me right now is how many people are holding on to their worldviews. Like, even though, like, you mentioned that they're not really watching, TV at the same rate and all that kind of stuff, but it does seem to be that there's still this massive polarization and brainwashing, even for people that would call themselves anti-establishment or, anti this and that, because the person that they don't want to be in charge is there. It just seems like everybody's clinging on desperately.
That's psychologically very predictable. That's certainly the case. This is not the 70s where and in a new age sense where we're all going to kind of collectively elevate our consciousness. It's more, this is why I use the weeds metaphor. Things are kind of crap. And it's in that sort of environment that magic thrives, and magic is found by those who look for it. But yes, it's difficult. And a lot of people, and this is not just in politics, because you're completely right, a lot of people will, rather than change, cling to something that is self-evidently incorrect because it seems easier. And we're in a kind of fairly alarming polarization. And I know exactly what you mean. Connor and I have had these discussions where what I think people think of as radical in 2017 in the US, it's funny that we only became aware of fascism when a certain candidate didn't win, when you can kind of conclusively say either the creation of the CIA or the assassination of JFK, and definitively the Patriot Act is when it was sort of enshrined. But there's and I kind of have a glass half full look at it, which is they will work out that that's not correct. So it's sort of like it's the wrong answer to the right question, and hopefully as this kind of chaos does what chaos does, more people will reorient in a way that I think is individually and collectively beneficial.
How long is that shit going to take? Because this is getting old.
Yeah, it is.
Well, that's the really scary thing is it's not a question of content; it's a question of gesture. And what I mean by that, there's like this sort of moment where the French psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan, was approached by students in 1968 and who were revolting at the time, and they were like, "What do you think of this? What do you think about what's going on?" And he said, "Well, look, I'm not going to give you advice. What you don't really want a revolution. What you want is new masters, basically." And that's the tendency, because it's a problem of actually finding a new way to move and be. Because what happens, and you can see this throughout history, is that when we dethrone one master, we pick another. What the occult, I hope, can help us with, and certain other kinds of systems that we can pull on and ways of thinking and being, is that we don't even want masters anymore. We're not moving from one thing to the next. So there's not a vacuum when we sort of dethrone what's going on. Actually, there's a blooming that something grows in this in this space that is not a void, but it's actually soil. And that's difficult for people to grasp. And that's why when you ask about so many people holding onto their worldviews, even if they're not holding onto their worldviews, they're, it's like, oh, well, Hillary lost, but don't worry, whatever, the DNC, let's just move to the next basic thing. Or, they'll do something that appears to be radical. They'll say, oh, well, we need socialism, we need Marxism. And I just always think to myself, like, what are you looking for in that moment? You're really just sort of looking for something that is, marginally different. And I realize that socialists will hate me saying it's marginally different, but in a lot of ways, marginally different compared to what we could create. I'll say that, at least compared to what we could be doing,
What do you think causes that? Is that from like a generation of people that have kind of lost that, that I don't know what the word is, maybe gumption or whatever that people used to have to kind of do things for themselves, and nowadays they just kind of want to sit on their couch and play video games and have fucking life delivered to them?
For me, that would be part of it, but I want to, and I give this to both, people who voted Trump and people who are extremely upset that Trump won. People are really angry, and really, really angry, and justifiably so. And the trouble with that psychologically is anger is extremely useful in the short term, but it's not the best place to build from given the circumstances. So I think a lot of it, it's you don't think through very well, which is kind of said like, well, what are you going to do? Replace if you impeach Trump, you end up with President Pence, and he's like actually worse. Like, have you thought about how this would work? And of course they haven't, because the emotional place for it is not kind of aligned with what needs to happen. It's again one of those short-term things. The anger, it can be useful, but you don't think as well when you're angry. And I'd give them that, as well as the sort of other side of it, which is there are better ways we could be living and experiencing the world in a way that isn't mediated by either digital platforms or excuses or so on. And this kind of journey, sex would do it. Allegedly, I'm in a long-term monogamish relationship. What do I know? But magic certainly would as well. And that is actually that's the challenge. That's the quest. That's the thing that I hope we're either forced to do because it gets even worse, or we, on an individual basis, work out this is what we should be doing.
What would be an example? Like, how would someone listen to this podcast right now? How could they get started down that path?
I want to jump in first there because they have. There's a chapter in the Chaos Protocols called "Becoming Invincible," and what that essentially means is that you have to have some experience that will permanently and completely break a materialist technocratic paradigm. You need to have something happen to you that shows that this is not correct, and you will never, because we do tend to backslide in Western cultures. We will backslide into a sort of Cartesian naturalist interpretation if we're not paying attention. But you need to be abducted by aliens. You need to have some sort of profound entheogenic shamanic experience in the Amazon. I use other examples because I don't even think these need to be nice. And I think from a magical perspective, historically they rarely were. If you look at the different magical modes around the world and back through time, something Dr. Kreipel says, an encounter with God can kill you. That's the reality of these sort of experiences. So I speciously use an example of you can bust into an abandoned mental hospital in the middle of the night with an Ouija board, and you will come out of that experience probably crazy and terrifying, but you will come out of it knowing, and consider how much more valuable this is. You will come out of it knowing that the next time you see Bill Nye and his stupid bow tie on television, he's talking shit. There's no way of getting the toothpaste back into the tube. And that, funnily enough, is quite a good first step. You may already have had it. People who listen to this show may have grown up in a haunted house or whatever it happens to be. But you need something that isn't like a mild, oh, that's funny synchronicity. The reality of magic needs to punch you in the neck.
Yeah.
You're talking.
I think. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just thinking you were talking about how the paranormal or a spiritual experience would mold your worldview a little bit and sort of wake you up.
Mushrooms count?
Yeah, mushrooms count. That's an entheogenic experience. But I mean, and that's partly of why this whole awakening is happening. I'm assuming that there's been so many people that have had these experiences and they have platforms like this where they can talk about them. That must have something to do with this as well.
100%.
Yeah, I think it's really good. It was something that, maybe like 15 years ago or something, Daniel Pinchbeck was talking about a lot, and he really took it from Terence McKenna, but I think he said it quite well when he was just like, look, these are going to be medicine. Like these things are going to be medicine for people that are really confused. Like this just needs to happen right now, more than 15 years ago, actually, because he was talking about it in reference to 2012, which by the way, did probably happen. Exactly. Really funny thing to think about. But I don't shame people for doing drugs, but a lot of spiritual people give me shit for being like, I'm not anti-drug, like I'm not the Nancy Reagan of the occult, but I do think that we need, for various reasons, but I do think that we need to somehow add a level or a layer of intention to the way we encounter things after we do drugs, right? Because lots of people trip, especially ayahuasca now has really permeated culture in a big way. And they're still having these experiences, but it gets reduced again to something sort of flaccid, for lack of a better term. Like it becomes something that's not really doing much for them, can't really work in them in any deep way. And what you often see is people who do hallucinogenics do again and again and again and again and again, which I think is fine. I don't have any sort of moral prescription against that. But as a sort of way to evade spiritual work, because there's effort in the trip, but you don't have to put any effort into getting there. You don't have to put effort in what Gordon is talking about. One of the most significant aspects of what he's talking about is like, you got to be kind of fucked up, right? I was lucky enough to be like really fucked up at an early age for a lot of reasons, right? And to have scary shit happen to me, just sort of scary everyday horrible stuff, and then also some supernatural stuff. But you also have to it really has to start feeling like a risk at a certain point. And people are just doing hallucinogenics again and again. They're not necessarily experiencing that risk. A lot of them aren't experiencing the risk at all. And so when you talk about a Ouija board and a haunted house, you got to crawl out of that. You really got to crawl out of that in a way. And I'm sure a lot of people have really had that kind of thing follow them around. Gordon and I talked, and I had an event when I was 8 or something where I tried to summon the devil, and that honestly that followed me around. That event, that fucked up event, followed me around until I talked to Gordon. It's still following me, but it's like something healthy happened after that conversation. And so Gordon, and also reading another book from Scarlet Imprint called Apocalyptic Witchcraft by Peter Gray, it's these things happen and they will fucking haunt you. They're scary, but they're not worse than the world we live in, and that's the point.
That's absolutely. And I think if I can interrupt you there, Nancy, you're absolutely right. It's kind of like recreational subsequent use of entheogens. But if you do, going back to McKenna, 5 grams of dried mushrooms taken in silent darkness, you come out of that. The key for me is can you look at Bill Nye and just go in your head, and never let him convince you. Like if you were trapped, like in the movie Saw with Bill Nye, never let you won't ever backslide into it. And one of those events that was the devil for you as an 8-year-old. It can be, and it really doesn't. In the long run, it doesn't matter as long as you do something with it. And the first thing with it is to live in that bigger universe that happens once you. That's why I call it becoming invincible, because all of a sudden, everything else, and something Connor and I have spoken about, Trump, Clinton, whatever, they're playing a much, much smaller game than you once you are at that level of invincibility.
Yeah, and I think the next step after that is doing what I call becoming psychotic, right? So you have to start creating, and this is very funny because this is happening in the world in a widespread way. You have to start creating your own facts. Now, there's a really negative way that's happening in the world, which is that everything is just sort of abandoned. What you don't like is not a fact. But that's not really procreative. People are just inheriting the facts that they want. Mm-hmm. What you actually have to do is begin to create the facts of the universe itself. So, like, for instance, I was reading this book, this is just a few months ago, reading this book about this magician, this healer that lived in Cyprus. And I was really fascinated with him. I was really taken by him. And it's the second time I've read about him, but I was just getting sort of deeper and deeper into relating to this guy. And I was like, I need to learn more about Cyprus. I want to learn more about what that place is like, what the sort of geography, the psychogeography, the magical geography, all that kind of stuff is. And so I'm sitting in my apartment, and I've lived here for 3.5 years, a little more than that. And I look over, and on my bookshelf is a book that the title is Cyprus. I never bought this book. I did not purchase it. I'd never seen it before or whatever. And so I looked at it and I was like, what the fuck is happening? So obviously I do this, I do this sort of rational thing. I'm like, well, my roommate moved out in December. It's probably his book, right? Like I could call him up and he'd be like, that's my book, right? What I choose to do instead is say, no, this book was put here for me. And should I talk to my roommate about it, say to myself, well, sure, you think you put this here, but actually the universe arranged your memory to have thought that you put this here. So in fact, everything was sort of arranged so I could have this book on my shelf. Now that might sound crazy to you. However, I'm not an idiot. I'm not like genuinely psychotic, maybe I am, but I'm not genuinely psychotic in the way that it's like and I'm not romanticizing psychosis in the sense that I can't control it or whatever. But I can't unthink now this fact that I created myself. Sure, I still have my doubts, and I can't unthink those either. But I've created an option for myself now, and I can't stop thinking about it. I can't stop creating the world as I want to see it. And these ultimately creative acts, I think, are what start to stem out of this thing of becoming invincible. Because not only are you invincible to, hey, like, we're going to take your land, we're going to take your life, we're going to take your livelihood. And you're like, you know what? I'm a spiritual being. I have this intensity and invincibility in this universe because I am a star, or whatever you want to say. But you also start then to say, I am invincible against your narrative. I'm invincible against your common sense, which is not common to me. I'm invincible against everything that you can hurl about me because I am now creating everything. And that's when, for me, things start getting really, really fucking intense. And that itself is a magical act.
Wow.
Is that, yeah. You have to rein that in at all, or, I don't mean in a negative way, but I mean, can that become dangerous? Like, is that kind of what, I guess, no, it's not, but people can definitely take it out of context.
All dangerous.
Yeah.
It's like, I've trained myself for years to be able to do that without losing my shit, So it's like, yes, of course it's dangerous.
And you're in California.
Exactly. But I mean, I was doing it before too. Of course it's dangerous. Becoming invincible, like with the Ouija board in the haunted house, is dangerous. Doing Iboka is dangerous. Like, these things are dangerous. That's the point.
What's the least dangerous of these that I can do?
I've been asked that before. I honestly think it's like doing the Amazon thing right, rather than finding something that's conveniently located for you. I think whenever you put yourself and respectfully put yourself in a structure that is designed to do this, and that seems to be the one that has captured the popular culture, but consciousness. But also, I think ayahuasca, about 10 or so years ago, decided to get up from the jungle and said, right, you fuckers need some sorting out. And she's been on a real tear since then. So I honestly think, within a living system that you have legitimate access to with someone who is actually a professional, we should do this. Like, if you consider what would have happened had we not pushed all these entheogens back behind the curtain because we were investigating whether or not they could be weaponized during the Cold War. Can you imagine what would have happened to different schools of psychotherapy if of open research into how we incorporate that into Jungian Western modes and so on? We wouldn't need to go to the Amazon because we would have the functional expression of that mode of healing available to us in our culture. And I suspect one way or the other, with the liberalization of laws and so on, we will get that, and it'll just be about a century late.
Hey, what about just a regular yoga and meditation practice? I mean, that'll get you there, won't it?
No, that ain't getting you there.
Yeah, it gets me there. See, I appreciate but I appreciate what you guys said about entheogens and the abuse that can happen too, right? Like, I come from, abusing alcohol and drugs till I got to my bottom, and then I had to get out of that. And that's the negative thing that happened to me. So for 9 years, I've been trying it the old natural way, just to be more spiritual, I guess, or healthy. But even guys like even Graham Hancock, he cures his pot addiction through ayahuasca, but then he's done that like 60 or 70 times. So when does that become an addiction that you're just constantly seeking, right?
Well, I mean, I think the addiction, I don't know how you dealt with your addiction. I don't know if you want the 12-step or not, but I mean, certainly people who have in mind to work 12-step with spiritual principles in mind, either from the get-go or when they get into it, I mean, that is a spiritual step ladder if you want it to be. And I'm not saying it is for everybody, and I don't, it's not effective for everybody, even that has, it goes for addiction stuff, but that's there in a way. What you guys are talking about, when you say what's the sort of light way, there are ways, right? Like, they just take a long time, and you want them to take a long time. You're going to have to do it either way, right? So there's a whole step system from anthroposophy, the system created by Rudolf Steiner. There's a really great little book called Stairway to Surprise by Michael Lipson, and it'll lead you through the steps to sort of refining your personality and creating spiritual sense organs in a way. It takes a long time. You're going to have to do that work anyway. So even if you have the really profound traumatic, you're going to have to do this work anyway, because you need to refine your personhood, and how the light gets in and out of you. You have to be a good lens and prism. But using that as the system to get to what Gordon is saying, like, you might not want to do that right now at this moment in time. You might want to just throw a wrench in the gears and scare the shit out of yourself. And I also think, if you really don't want to engage, like if you're just like, man, I mean, I think there's in some senses, even a moral obligation to engage at this point. But if you don't want to, like, check out like positive thinking stuff. And Gordon and I have talked about this a little bit before. If you engage with that kind of stuff the right way, even if it's like Abraham Esther Hicks kind of stuff or whatever, or Seth Speaks, that kind of stuff, there is a deep spiritual principle and value in there. But you have to really, really work it. You can't be like, oh, great, like, I found a parking spot and now I'm getting my kale juice. Thank you, universe. Like, you should do that too. That's great too. Be grateful for your parking spot and kale juice. But you can't. You got to.
That's not becoming invincible unless I manage to slip some psilocybin into the kale juice.
right. Exactly.
And good luck finding your car once that's done. I mean, you're right. Of course, if there are plenty of reasons why people may have some, personal reasons as to why they shouldn't go and get stoned in the jungle. That's completely fine. It does kind of put you in that. Okay, then you haven't been abducted by aliens. As far as I'm concerned, to satisfy becoming invincible, if you haven't been abducted by aliens, then you're kind of left with magic or the Ouija board in front of you. Because those are the things that, like, it can't just be the benign, funny coincidence stuff. It needs to be an encounter with the numinous that, not historically, biblically will turn people to salt. It needs to be of sufficient intensity so that afterwards, the kind of process, and Connor was talking about this, but the yoga and meditation bit comes into it. That is a reintegration and further activation. Like once you become invincible, you got to do something. You don't just wander out into traffic and yell "invincible." And that's actually the journey. So, and that essentially maps to, if you want to say, vision quests or even shamanic initiations and so on, or the narrative structure. Frankly, that you have to have that traumatic and profound shadow encounter, and then the rest of however long you are left on Earth is about integrating and activating that.
If you want to do something that right now, as you're listening to this podcast, this, like, people are scared to even do this, but just fucking after the podcast is done, or just press pause, go outside, look up at the sky and yell. And it doesn't matter if there are people around. I'm ready. Show up. Yeah. Right. If you do that, I promise you something will happen. Now, it might not be obvious at first.
It will actually be at the door, like if you hear the doorbell.
When you decide to start, that's not going to be, again, that's not the action that Gordon and I are talking about. And that's not the refinement that I'm talking about either. But that is a way to start, like right now. So,
what exactly is it? Is it just shedding that caring what other people think? That's one that I think, like, the world would be a way better place if people could just get rid of that one right away. The more
I think in this incident, and we can talk about philosophical or metaphysical models as to how this might work, but in some sense, and I tend towards a sort of Whitehead approach to this. You are co-creative in your experience of the universe. It will respond if you do that, and it doesn't even need to be yelling at clouds. He did say he wasn't psychotic, but whatever. The universe will always accept that invitation, always. So, and as to why that is the case, again, this comes back to the belief system that says that doesn't happen, which is this kind of materialist, technocratic thing we have, is provably false. It has been falsified. So you're kind of left with, well, something must happen, because the worldview, the one worldview on the planet that says nothing will happen, is falsified. So that's kind of what you're doing there. The universe will take that invitation, and then you'll get the kind of string of weird stuff happening as you're driving off to get your drugged kale juice and all of
weave it all together.
And all of a sudden you'll end up like reading books that you hadn't found before and meeting people, and you kind of Crowley said, I strayed onto the path direct. And that's kind of what you're daring the universe to arrange for you when you yell at clouds.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I mean, I did want to expand, Connor, on the 12-step thing, because that was a solution for me personally. The spiritual part of that was a solution. I mean, it was easier for me in some ways because I had this spiritual part of me when I was younger. I was doing meditation courses and stuff in like the early 90s, and then I'd lost all that. So I can see how for some people it would be difficult, but for me it was definitely a big part of that. And I still practice that type of work, and it's very helpful still. So I just wanted to say that. And it is interesting, though, the stages of waking up, like through, especially now, even with all these current events happening, I mean, what used to be, people would talk about stuff and conspiracies and, we're just told lies and this and that. And I mean, as we go through these stages, you realize that more and more of that is true. And for me anyways, my worldview keeps changing, I think. I mean, it's still difficult, but.
Well, one of the things that 12-step programs do that is very rare in this culture is you have people with a certain disease speaking to each other about their disease in a serious way. So they come together and they engage sometimes 7 days a week and find communion with other people who are sick in the same way. We're all sick in this culture, and that is not to compare the kind of cultural illnesses we have all to each other or equate them with alcoholism or addiction or anything like that. This is not all an addiction model, but that doesn't work for all of it. However, if we all came together 7 nights a week, met with someone who had the same illness as us, and sat in a room and talked, a profound healing effect starts to happen, and a profound revelation of the way the world works begins to appear. These are circles of disease and healing. So that's why that kind of stuff, on top of everything else that's in there, that's one of the reasons why.
I totally
that's
agree.
promising because, I mean, we were talking before about how we're about to see, or we're in the process of watching all this shit come crumbling down now. Like, the media and all that, like the days are numbered. And in its place, you're going to see it replaced by all these smaller little communities of, different podcasts or different YouTube channels and things like that. And I wonder if that isn't like baby steps towards those, smaller face-to-face communities. Instead, everyone's sitting on the couch and watching, Big Bang Theory or whatever the kids are watching these days.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's it. I think that's just the digital version of what Connor was talking about.
I think people.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I wonder if I kind of let me put it this way: the promise of digital utopianism in the 90s, when we all had bleached blonde hair and thought we were using our modems to access IRC and we're going to change the world, and a kind of splendid identity morphing thing, it's turned out to not at all be the case. It's a military surveillance technology. And I think the breakdown that we're seeing is also happening digitally. And because this was, what I did in London before I moved, the sort of digital strategy, the thing that is, we're actually experiencing a return of the real. If you look at what the kids these days, quote unquote, are actually using, which is something like Snapchat, like they think of Facebook as LinkedIn, like it's something because their parents are on it. Snapchat represents a return of the real, because if you weren't there for the moment, you don't get it. And that's what people who are born and raised in a digital environment are now looking for. And I kind of hope in the general collapse of all these monoliths, which I would include Facebook as probably the worst and prime example of that monolithic culture, as people migrate out of that. The thing they're migrating to is the real, and this manifests in kind of early sort of season shoot ways as an interest, and we tease people for it, and it's fine. You just got to look further up the timeline. But people who are interested in things like craft beer and the makers movement and all this kind of stuff, you're actually seeing people realize that this technocratic promise is disgusting. It's awful. And we don't want it. And what I like about podcasts is that although it is a digitally delivered product, you are actually getting human voices. And having grown up in regional Australia prior to the internet, this is the kind of thing that would have been like oxygen growing up. But it would have been like oxygen because it would have been embodied in my life. Like I could walk around my town listening to these voices. And that's where I kind of see, my hope for digital in the medium term is that we all realize that the future is not actually going to be digital, but we can use the digital to get to the future.
Right. Yes, that's the best way to put it. The technological stuff, this technique, has showed up to give us something. Some of us will realize it, some of us won't. But this sort of fluorescing of these technologies, where just look at our daily lives, our work lives for everybody. Even blue collar workers sit at computers now. So you have people who are stationary in one position, and their fingers and eyes are moving. Whereas, and that's what work looks like. You sit, you move your fingers, you move your eyes, and internally there's all kinds of stuff going on. So that's a big part of everybody's day now, which is crazy.
I don't even move my eyes that much.
Not even your eyes. Okay. So then in your everyday life, outside of work and also at work, you carry around this little rectangle with you that you operate with your hands. So this sort of triangulation of space is completely different now. We walk around looking at our phones as we walk. There's such an intensity of a sort of link to this little viewfinder that we have that people can't experience something without taking a selfie of themselves. However, that's interesting. This reflective process where they hold their phone up and take a picture of themselves in front of the Grand Canyon, they make themselves equal to the Grand Canyon in some way. Nothing sublime anymore. We begin to understand how we're related to things. You can look up something happening in China while you're on the street in Detroit. All this, so you're carrying the entirety of space around with you. So all these changes in our spatial dimension and our temporality have happened because of this. Right. So this is why one of the reasons why singularity stuff is so stupid. It's like, it's stupid because like, look, this shit has happened. Like it's already here. And this is an extension, by the way, of when Neil Armstrong went to the moon and he lands on the moon and he sees the earth and he holds his hand up and he puts his thumb over the earth and someone's like, what are you doing? And he's like, everything I know is behind my thumb. Right. Well, what could be a better description of our world right now than everything we know being right at our thumbs, how we operate our phones, right? We've condensed spatial awareness into something that we manipulate with our hands and something we triangulate. So those are some of the things that we are learning and that are given to us in the future that Gordon's saying by this kind of technology. It has all its problems. We've made it Rudolf Steiner called it the iron necessity. We've had this iron necessity, this trade-off with these demons to have this lesson. And now we will move forward. But we have to absorb the actual lessons, which are lessons of consciousness, interactions with space and time, instead of thinking that it's about having a robot puppy or yogurt that comes out of a wall when you press a button or some bullshit like that.
I didn't even know that was
I don't think that's yogurt.
The arc keeps out of that hole.
Sounds like a glory hole, right? So, the glass half full part of that is that it seems like, I was just thinking, this digital, platform, especially Facebook, Twitter, and all this other stuff is really under, how do I explain it? It's like, it kind of, it's almost manifesting this awakening. Like people are realizing that the control mechanism is there because now it's becoming obvious, right? Like before, saying, that people control the narrative in Facebook or whatever. Like now it's becoming blatantly obvious that there is a control mechanism giving you a narrative through these platforms that billions of people are on. And it's almost exposing that mechanism that may not have been exposed so easily before.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the last person who thinks, who will be left on Twitter who thinks everything is fine is Joy Reid, because like the rest of us are like, this is manipulated garbage, and you can kind of see in the people you follow or engage with an increasingly acute denialism for a lot of them, and then other people just going, I'm going to use this not necessarily under protest, but I'm going to use this being aware of what it is.
Exactly.
For my own purposes, which do not end on this platform. And I think that is kind of what I was saying before about why we live in occult times, is that the surfacing of this stuff, as a conspiracy podcast, you guys are aware, 5-6 years ago, outside of, say, 9/11, everything was just lurid, and no one would believe you. They'd be like, prior to Snowden, the idea that you'd have discussions about surveillance or what people are doing made you sound insane. And now it's like the actual president of the United States is tweeting about it. We live in times where these kind of things, both truths and falsehoods, are surfacing from where they were previously hidden.
And they're happening as everybody knows, they're happening like 1 second behind, right? And so that's another weird thing about these changes that are happening. Our temporal sense has changed. We walk around thinking in status updates, which is completely crazy, and tweets, and trying to arrange our thoughts into sound bites and all this kind of stuff is very bizarre. And it's all sort of a document of the experience. And it is this really, like, to bring it to a spiritual level, it's this really fucked up form of Buddhism, right? Like where everybody's living in the present. I mean, maybe just 1 second behind, but it is this sort of like ultra mindfulness, which has really messed everybody up. Like we thought that Buddhism would be this like religion of peace, but this is what it looks like when the world is Buddhist. It looks like a fucking fight on Facebook. Like it's not fun. It looks like not being able to see something without saying, I'm looking at this thing. You know, that's what they teach you in mindfulness. And so there is I'm saying that to indicate there are spiritual conspiracies at play here. There are beings at play here that are doing things with us and distorting. And you don't have to think of them as spirit. Like if you don't have to think of them as like Poseidon and like Aphrodite or whatever. You can if you want to. But what you can think of them as current forces, sort of repetitions of patterns in culture that show up and fuck us up. And so I think that there are things afoot, you know, in these technologies that are deeply spiritual and deeply conspiring. And that's what
100%. And funnily enough, when you say giving people an out there, which I wouldn't give them, I think you should think of them as think of them as spiritual beings because smarter people than you have, like
right.
Ouch.
Jung, for instance, is like, no, the best. Honestly, the best interpretation of what I've been studying my entire life is that these things have an objective and separate reality, or oddly separate, complicatedly separate. And when you come to an interesting way of talking about, it's a kind of demonic Buddhism. We have available to us a synthetic, total religion, and it will feel synthetic in your mouth if you do it. So mindfulness in Google, this kind of, and the opportunity that the false promise of a digital future and so on, every component of what would otherwise be a coherent analog spiritual path is available, and it is supremely Gnostic. It is literally the sin of the demiurge to create a synthetic version of the numinous to trap people. And so when Connor's saying maybe think about these things as spirit beings, like, well, here's some I prepared earlier. Like we actually have a map for how we navigate. There is a, let's science it up a bit. There's an extra dimensional component to how complex this terrain is.
I wonder, so because I've had the conversation with people about how, you know, if it's possible that the brain works, that it's kind of like as long as you organize things in a certain pattern, it's gonna come up with the same abilities or something like that. Or like the idea that your iPhone could be just, you know, enslaved in this case, somehow suffering away and somehow conscious. I wonder if the internet couldn't, you know, somehow be becoming self-aware and, you know, but you wonder, you always assumed it would be malevolent if it ever did become self-aware, but maybe these leaks and all this stuff showing us the different layers of control is like the internet fighting back.
I mean,
if it has an awareness, it has its own agenda. Like it may not be malevolent, but this is what Elon Musk says about AI. Like you'd be, even though kind of like what Connor said about the singularity, it's bullshit. It relies on a false model of consciousness in the brain. But you can, and we already have developed things that are so technologically sophisticated that they can be proxy people to within 95% of what a real human could be. And once you get into that territory, you're dealing with something that may, well, by definition, and no other organism has a morality that matches humans in the organisms we see that do appear to have them. So why would a being that approximates self-consciousness to such a degree that it's almost equivalent have the same kind of moral code that we would?
It'd be totally different. I mean, I like calling those things artificial stupidity. You know, it's not very intelligent. You know, like why do we call it artificial? And it may not even be. I mean, lots of things can be intelligent. I get that, like equations themselves have their own sort of, way of playing themselves out that may look in some ways to be alive, all that kind of stuff. But it's like you don't. The mistake is that the computer is conscious, but it's actually if you create a golem and you write the sort of letters on its forehead and it springs to life, the letters in Hebrew on its forehead and it springs to life, it's not the letters that did it, and nor is it the statue, right? It's an intention and universal attention. It's the way that if I plant an acorn in the ground, the soil forces, the rain, the sun, the conditions of the spinning earth all notice. It's a moment of attention. And then suddenly this attention becomes a living being in its own way. And so, that's why this idea like, well, I'll just, type these numbers into a computer and suddenly like all those zeros and X's, I Scarlett Johansson's now my girlfriend. Like, it's just like, it's crazy, like that movie Her. Like, it's like this crazy view of how things work. And that's not it at all.
We've also rendered over to, and, with the caveat that neurodivergence is what it is, but we've basically rendered over to the people who are least adept at understanding human emotion. I'm thinking of people like Peter Thiel, who is just way up the spectrum, right? These are the people who are going to build things that are actual humans. Like it's like you found, from a personality perspective, people least qualified to determine what is and isn't a human, and said, "There, go build some humans." You go, I don't know if this is going to work that well.
I've never met one, but I think this would be good. It's like it's like how when politicians create legislation around sex, I'm like, you guys literally have the most distorted, worst sexualities in the world. You're not even allowed to say you like pussy, like you like, and you're going to make a law about how people should interact sexually. This is preposterous,
Yeah, it almost seems like I was going to expand on Darren's thing about the internet, like just like what you were saying, Connor, about intention and combined intention and attention. Like, maybe that's one of the reasons why the polarization is getting worse before it sort of peaks and then hopefully comes back to the middle, is everybody's throwing their intention in there and it's just sort of expanding it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it expands and contracts back to the middle, by the way. I think it stretches out and breaks, and we have a very real opportunity to claim the middle for ourselves because no one's in it at the moment.
Can we get that? How do we get our hands on that?
I was wondering about that
Nothing
too, though.
we can do yet.
You don't think the middle's expanding as well, or is it really just because I used to think that there was a bigger middle growing as well, but now
is there any good being in the middle? What good's the middle if no one else is there?
Well, I don't think
my taint is really sensitive.
Then then you're just getting rocks thrown at you from both sides.
Yeah, I don't think the time is now for that. You kind of, this is not the point in the timeline where we go back to rational discussion, but we will have an opportunity when it turns out that heading very far left and very far right is unsatisfying to be able to do it. And the reason you do it is your worldview is incomplete, and you're better off having sane discussions with people who think differently to you, or you will learn things from it. And at the moment, we're not learning from each other at all. We've decided we know exactly what everything in the universe works like, and this is exactly what we should do. And anyone who disagrees is gone. And that's really bad. The interplay between different perspectives and personality types has been a huge part of how we have built out discourse in the West. Like, we can argue, and I think correctly, that it was almost a monoracial polyvalence, but it was more polyvalent than you would find anywhere else. And now the goal is to actually get a genuine polyvalence and have people talk and learn from each other. And it is just too toxic to do that at the moment, and that will end. And we just need to be ready to race to the middle when that happens.
And I think one of the ways to see this middle that he's talking about, I mean, it's not. It almost. I almost don't even like the word middle or center here. It's something else. But it's not just between those poles. It's a tension, maybe between them, but it's not just something that's between them. So it's like, I often piss people off because for lots of reasons, but they'll chime in on Twitter and be like, well, what you don't realize is blah, blah. And I'm always like, I don't value disagreement. Like, I'm not interested in disagreement. And people like, what, you can't hear views that you don't agree with? And I'm like, it's just not productive to me, because we're already on a playing field where someone's right and someone's wrong. Now, of course, and you've probably heard it 10 times on this podcast already, where I've called people stupid and wrong and blah, 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 blah. However, the ideal stance for me, and one I try to take in my life when I'm a little more clear, is like, there's no urgency to right and wrong. It actually offers very little. What matters instead is taking an interest, really taking an interest. So when Gordon's talking about talking to people that you disagree with, or that you are that have different views than you, or whatever, what I suspect he means, and what I hope for in this, is not you have someone like Bill Maher talking to Milo, or like Joe Rogan talking to Milo is actually probably a better example, right? Where they appear to disagree, but in fact, like, they come at each other sort of and maybe they don't even appear to disagree, but they come at each other like oppositionally. So they're in the same current, so they're doing the same thing. So they basically have the same worldview. The worldview just contains different content every once in a while. What really would be fucking crazy is if, and this is some of the work that I try to do, I know Gordon does, I know you guys do in your podcast, is you find people that are just into shit you do not understand or believe, you can't contain, that is beyond you, that is bizarre. Have conversations with those people. Meet those people, because those are the worldviews that really will start to infuse things. It's not about getting in arguments with people that you don't like, or who, that's more the same, essentially.
Like, when I say the middle, I don't mean a debate chamber where the left and the right get its edges rounded off, and you just end up back with Tony Blair. That's where I go to steal. Like, I go to steal because I don't have all the answers, and someone else may. So in that sense, and that happens with the interaction. It's not, the middle isn't the halfway point where you kind of put a half blue drink and half red drink into a glass and go middle. It's that it's a marketplace of ideas, and we're missing that, and that's where I go to steal. I steal from the marketplace.
Yeah, and that urgency of half red, half blue, or that urgency of argument, doesn't it reveal how deeply people believe in original sin? If I think that I need to be right in an argument, that it's really important to present the correct view and not the interesting view, not the curious view, not the developed view, or even the fantastic view, I'm showing how urgent I think it is to avoid the sort of fall from grace, how urgent I think it is to redeem myself constantly. And, you might instead just meet people that are fucking wackos. Come hang out with me while I'm yelling at the sky and holding my Cypress book, I guess, or whatever. And that, again, is related to this chapter, this being invincible chapter, which also comes complete with a really, from the outset, just like intense, crazy looking ritual that you can do, where it extends from that when people are making gestures and doing moves that just seem out of whack, that just seem so, but take an interest in it and something happens,
I'll come yell at the sky with you. Next time you're in Alberta, we should have done it then.
I know. We could have all cloud busted together.
Graham's big into the cloud busting.
I'm down with it.
Or actually, he's more interested in chemtrail busting.
I just like Kate Bush's video had an effect on me when I was like 15.
Oh, you know what? Maybe Elton John's drum solo gets you into the club.
Yeah.
That's probably good.
Yeah, I had a pretty spiritual experience with that, yeah.
Well, it's funny how before podcasts, it was music. Music was kind of that thing you could take with you, and it was, physical. You could hear it instead of just reading it or,
I think it's still important. Music?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's too bad the marketplace is so polluted with crap.
I think it's better. I mean, I think it's better now than having, remember years ago we were forced to listen to the same stuff unless you go home with your records and play your own stuff. Now it's quite a bit different now.
I think one of the things because I left Australia when I was 21 and a half and came back at 35. The radio hasn't changed, and it reminds me of what you were just saying. So if I'm just poodling about town to town, picking up different things, and I have the radio on, my goodness, how many times in an hour do I have to hear Justin Bieber? Like it's the same, and it's awful. And you think, wow, I remember when you would have to like hold out and wade through garbage to hear a particular track that you want to go, it's on. The reception is terrible. Why would you do this? And I think that's happened to everything. Like it is so awful, the majority of it. Everything kind of has that, long tail, fat head shape to it. And comics have been ruined. Music has been ruined, but it's been ruined on a macro level that just means you have to go on that quest. And funnily enough, it becomes more rewarding when that happens. It is that almost like a Zen in the art of motorcycle maintenance search for quality. Like, what is good? Why is this, like, how is this good and that isn't? And you end up in some very metaphysical places when you try to navigate Drek to find those more profound moments.
Yeah, it's really cool when you talk about it that way. I mean, it's, one of those trade-offs that we have is more people can create music, can create movies, can create fiction, can create pornography, can create podcasts, all that. So like the fact that we can all create it makes it all available, but we are really just still learning how to deal with the fact that we can create it. We don't need other people's money to create it in the same way anymore. And what does that mean for our ability to choose what we like? And so I love the idea of like, you have to go on a quest to create your own taste in a way that it was really, if you want, but really taste was selected for you in a lot of other ways. I mean, it was curated a lot of times by people who really, when I was a kid, I would watch 120 Minutes. You guys remember that? It was like this MTV, like underground music, and you have to stay up till fucking midnight to watch it. It was 2 hours long, and they would play like these videos they would only play once. And that was really cool. And so it was being that kind of presentation being selected for me, but it was like scraps. It was like, well, this is all I got, So like, I better like this like new REM song because it's the only music that's remotely weird, So then I went beyond that and started listening to punk music, going to record stores and getting 7 inches, and going to shows and who's the opening band, getting catalogs, all that kind of stuff before the internet. However, most people don't have that experience. And so now people are having to do that for themselves again. Like they've got to wade through and find, and, it's this weird task, everything relates back to this weird thing Gurdjieff said about like, you have to create your own soul, and like, that's, down to that level of like, what bands am I going to like now? You have to create your own soul on that level, know?
Yeah, and it's also another one of these step awakenings that I've been having. Like, I knew that sort of the mainstream music scene was sort of, controlled. I mean, you kind of had your artist sort of pushed down your throat, and unless you wanted to step away from that and go elsewhere. But now I feel like I'm opening up to more and more of this esoteric Hollywood, or we'll call it Hollywood, where now I can't look at Hollywood the same. And it's like everything just sort of starting to peel away. Like first it's music, and then it's whatever, the intelligence community and the government, and now it's even Hollywood, and it's like everything is seeming fake. I guess it seems to be like what Gordon was saying earlier about, the Bill Nye metaphor. I feel like everything I look at now, and that's why these conversations are important to me, because even if it's just even Joe Rogan and Milo, it just seems more honest, and these seem more honest, and there's not a big agenda. It's just people, shooting the shit about fairly important stuff.
Hollywood's a very good example of the, as you go on that awakening journey, everything tastes synthetic, and you look at it and go, I'm allergic to this now. I can't watch it. And the amount of TV shows over the last 5 years that I've abandoned because I just can't sit through it anymore. It's just it's synthetic. It leaves a taste in my mouth, and it's not good. There's nothing. It's debased. There's nothing in it, and you know that there are things that can be uplifting rather than debasing. And you look at the Hollywood system and go, yes, not just intelligence communities, but corporate interests and just this ongoing attempt at effectively, large scale mind control. And you go, I'm not into it. It doesn't work on me anymore. So why am I watching this?
Well, I love, because I live essentially in Hollywood, and I can see the Hollywood sign from where I live, and one of the most amazing things about LA is everybody really owns the fakeness here, right? Like, women will proudly tell you that they've had their boobs done. Other women, like you go to Beverly Hills and they have their plastic surgery that makes them look like a cat, and they know that it looks that way, and they've chosen to do that. They're down with it. It's like a look. People wear clothes that have tears in them, that it costs them hundreds of dollars for a t-shirt. And the idea being, like, when you live in the sort of like manipulative dream factory, you're actually in some ways immune to the garbage of it. You're just like, no, I got it. I got this. This is me. It's this phony thing. I know it's phony. I just like the aesthetic. And that's why, like, when I'm watching one of the 8 million Gordon Ramsay shows, I'm like, I love this because it's nothing. You should at least be able to do that. You should at least be able to love it because it's like shit, and that you need that sometimes. Like, you have to love it because it's not really contributing anything to your life. It's the real problem is when you love it and it's and you're unaware of its phoniness and it's really like getting into you,
Yeah, sometimes I find I need that throwaway show, Sometimes it's just good to kill a couple hours on the couch and just watch that, and you're not learning anything or focused on anything or worried about anything, and you can just kind of blah.
Escape, yeah.
Yeah,
I think
fall asleep on the couch watching bullshit.
I wasn't referring to Gordon Ramsay as much as I was referring to the Age of Ultron, basically normalizing a U.S. invasion of Ukraine. That's set. That's they have their flying aircraft carrier thing, essentially destroying but also saving this country that is clearly Ukraine. And you look at that and go, I'm not into this. Like, I know what you're doing.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was getting at.
I know what you're doing, and I'm not, like, this doesn't work on me anymore. I'm allergic to it. And that bit is the waking up that's happening as you kind of look across. I don't know if any of you, obviously I'm in another country, so we don't get that much Rachel Maddow, for instance. But when you see bits of it on YouTube or whatever, and you look at it and go, does anyone actually think this is reality anymore? Does anyone think that that's a real thing? And that's a waking up moment, and we're doing it. That's a night and day difference to, say, not even 5 years ago, 4 years ago. And in many respects, that's looking at this kind of collapse. Well, collapse is the wrong word.
Implosion?
I'm looking for something that's sort of like white-knuckled transition. But it's looking at it half full. Like, you go, this is what will happen. Whatever happens next, they have lost forever. And that's good. That's actually quite a good thing. That the only thing keeping Hollywood afloat is is kind of mining the depths of 60s comics. Like, that's basically it. Once that ends, you go, this needs to be repositioned because we have creative infrastructure to be doing things that could be better. But the whole world that these things are building towards appears to have been put on notice. So there's an opportunity there somewhere.
Yeah, have you guys seen The Arrival, or I think it's actually just Arrival, or is it The Arrival?
Yeah,
I tried to watch it a couple times, but I haven't.
Really? You didn't?
Okay. Well, I won't. It's hard to not talk about the ending. So
don't worry about that. Darren won't get to it.
I don't care. Yeah, it doesn't.
Gordon,
She's a ghost.
Anybody wants to jump past this part, I'm about to spoil something. So, I mean, this movie is a pretty miraculous movie. Now, you might think that it has all sorts of social, political problems, all that sort of stuff. Yet, we have a rather complex, I can't imagine it was the most high-budget science fiction movie. It was kind of lower end for something like that. really complex storyline that really relates to language and time and all this kind of stuff. And I think that we are seeing, and interestingly enough, called The Arrival, right? and interestingly enough, also results in a sort of world peace is what happens at the end of the movie. There's conflict, and then there's this idea of language, a certain kind of language being transmitted into us so we can see the world in a completely different way and have a different relation to time and space. And all this
like
stuff.
Emojis?
Yes, just like exactly like an eggplant. And so
Wait, what's the eggplant?
Yeah, I was just gonna say we gotta. That must be.
I don't think they use the same apps, Connor.
So peaches.
I like that they added the guy with the hand on his face.
So the spaceship in The Arrival is just a giant eggplant emoji. But basically, you have like this moment, right? Exactly what I think Gordon is talking about, where suddenly this bizarre thing came out, and it's so sealed so tightly with culture that is about an arrival of a new kind of language that will reveal new ways of interacting with each other, and extremely successful, out of the blue, bizarre movie. So that's what happens with movies and happens with art. They contain these weird sort of themes of what's happening culturally expressed, in a really interesting way. And I hope that sort of heralds a new age of making movies and stuff. So in some ways, I am really hopeful about what will happen.
Well, and that's part of magic as well, right? That creates this intention, and it creates this focus and this attention, and maybe it creates some reality. I mean, but then you've got the Hunger Games and all these other dystopian ones and alien invasion movies. So, how bad are those ones to our culture?
I guess it's Grant Morrison has that idea of the hypersigil. So, which is a term he used because when he was writing The Invisibles in the 90s, the stuff that he put his main character through kept happening to him.
Yeah, right.
So, he ended up with collapsed lungs in hospital and so on. And he kind of realized this is what was going on. Blood poisoning, nearly died. And he's decided to say, well, actually, in subsequent issues, I'm going to make sure everything happens to him is good and he gets lots of sex. And there is a interplay. Culture is a common surface between like us and the extra dimensional. So there is something performative in magic and all acts of creation such that they are different from each other, which is not much except in a few very specific circumstances. That means you are literally playing with fire. You are playing with Prometheus's fire when you create things. And as a result, there's an opportunity to kind of participate in. Although I will say about Arrival, it is also one of those. It's almost Reaganite in its idea that there will be some kind of event that brings mankind together into a neoliberal dominated peace, because that's exactly what Reagan said, and you find that a lot with But underneath that. Given the fact that nothing comes out of Hollywood that doesn't kind of push that, underneath it, you find some very interesting ideas that they can kind of sneak through. It's a more intelligent contact in that way. And
as far as the sort of hypersigil, that goes back to our conversation about the internet that we were having before. I mean, it's really important to view these technologies and stuff that's sort of sigilizing for things. I mean, I don't think it's been successful, but in some ways I regarded for a long time the internet as a sigil for the Akashic record. Mm-hmm. We could create something so intensely preparatory and symbolic of being able to access all information all the time, everything that had ever happened. But like with most sigils, the trick is to not get trapped in the symbol, and that's what all these things are. I mean, that's what matter itself is. It's a symbol that you can get trapped in. It has its own reality too. I'm not just reducing it to that, but it can be something that you only see and you don't use to see.
Yeah, that's a good point. Hey, Gordon, I think it was one of your recent guests you were talking to. I think it was Jeff Kripal, maybe, about comparative religions and morality, and whether morality was an actual how did you describe it? A construct in the universe. I found that really, really interesting, and whether it was good for, good and evil, or if it was just one's perception.
It's yeah. So I think that happened. I mentioned that it came up in a conversation with Alex on Skeptico.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, right.
Yeah, and I also brought it up when Peter Lavender was last on, because he's Peter's Peter, so he's like, there is none. There is, the universe is a cold Lovecraftian place, probably. And the question of like whether the universe has a morality or not is it fundamental, like as a force in the universe, like gravity or spin or so on, and that's a kind of difficult case to make. And it depends on how you conceptualize the universe. I think of it as an evolving organism that exists for the experience of itself. So it probably has one, but it probably doesn't match mankind's one. That means that kind of, in a funny way, it adds additional responsibility. So there are two ways to think about morality in the universe. There's a kind of medieval Catholic one, which is there is an objective right and wrong, and if you move away from it, you will be punished because there is the right thing to do and the wrong thing to do. The other option, if it doesn't exist as a category that we would recognize in the universe, it falls to us, and this is harder, it falls to us to actually have that morality. Otherwise, if you picture it as a light, there's no other light that we can see as far as it goes, and perhaps we are the moral sense organs or the nerves that are designed to experience how things move towards the good rather than the bad or the evil within the universe. And it's a really interesting kind of thing to roll around in your head rather than to try and work out what things to like. Does a molecule have a morality? Probably, but I don't think it's human. I don't think a molecule is vegetarian.
Maybe
it used to be, but now it's only eating grass-fed beef.
Yeah.
But I think I listened to that as well, and I thought about it a bit, and I thought about how, I would just take the stance that I do think love is a universal principle, and agree with Gordon with the that the idea that when you scale up or down, the existence and reality of what that means is different for a bacterium than it is for a stone, than a plant, than a person. People have to eat plants, so what love is for a plant has to be different than what love is for a person, and what love is for angels and other beings has to be different than what it is for people. But I do think it is a sort of binding. Binding's not the right word. It's a generative thing, and so. But there's something also in what Gordon said, that the universe is evolving. So at some point, it's not going to be that anymore either. It's going to have its own. It's going to find its new and own principles. It's just that I find that to be the most useful place I can go. So right now, if I can think beyond love at some point, I'll do that. But right now, I just get too pissed off at people on Twitter. I'm a dick. To people, I get cranky, and when something small happens in my life, I become an asshole. So I'm still striving for that. Once I get to that, I'll tell you what's on the other side of it. But I don't know.
But does love necessarily conflate with morality? Because that was what Alex came back with, and I'm not. I think the whole thing probably runs on love, based on NDE experiences and mystic experiences across time and space and culture. I think that's.
It's a love machine.
I think that's a confident. It is. Well, it's not a love machine. It's a love organ. The love organism.
Oh boy.
So see, I
don't know if that. I don't know if that necessarily maps to is morality a thing, because love is far from moral.
Sure.
Love organs can be pretty immoral too.
Right. I think that I would say that the way that, it's a difficult way to put it, and it also sounds sort of scientific materialist in some weird way. But I would say that what is the sort of the underlying principle is the morality, and that we seek the existence of that morality. So we're really talking about God. Honestly, when we get into discussions like this, so it's more. I would view it almost spatially or an object way to even understand it. That is the content. There's not much outside of that. So that's what I would call the morality in the first place. Not so yeah. I mean that's a weird answer, but that's best I can do.
That's okay.
I don't know. I feel like love and morality are tied together. I think that morality could come directly out of it. Like if you don't have love, then, or if you are in love, then isn't that moral automatically?
Well, you think of crimes of passion. Think of things we do when it manifests improperly or too strongly, or when you have it unrequited. So love is a force in the universe. But that's what I mean by it doesn't necessarily map to morality, because the things done in the name of love
but then it's not really
quite there.
Well, it's stalking. What if it's not reciprocal?
Stalking's fine.
Gordon's outside my house.
Whoa, not saying anything about stalking.
Well, sure, it doesn't. You can do all sorts of horrible things in the name of love, right? It's the weird sort of back and forth. It's not a paradox exactly, but it's this weird sort of back and forth. So when you talk to I'm going to say it wrong, but I think it's Advaita Vedanta Buddhist, right? They're just like, it is what it is. Everything's perfect, right? And you're like, are you kidding me? Like things shit, things suck. Like I got to take action now. And then they respond like, what are you comparing it to? And you're like, well, my ideas of how things could be better, right? But your ideas are part of that whole construction as well. So they're in there as well. And so it's like, it's this sort of back and forth between everything's perfect and I must act now. And there's this sort of a tension and a back and forth between those things. I tend to err on the side of everything's perfect. However, and that is love, and however, we can't achieve that state. Maybe the few bodhisattvas that have ever lived have achieved that state, but we can't really, for the most part, achieve that. So we strive for it as an ideal. And in that striving for it as an ideal, that's our morality, is the striving towards that.
Yeah, I like that.
There you go. Put that on a t-shirt.
Yeah. So I know we have to wrap it up here pretty soon. Do you guys have anything else you want to talk about the current events in occultism or anything like that?
Well, I'd asked Gordon on Twitter if Trump was a chaos magician. He's always doing those crazy hand signals and shit. I feel like he's casting spells on people.
Yeah,
or controlling or manipulating the universe.
I didn't see him at the last meeting, so I'm pretty sure he isn't. There's this particular period of time is awash with that kind of stuff. He does practice magic. I mean, I've had Mitch Horowitz on the show, and Trump is very much of the kind of American Hermeticism, think and grow rich, sort of positive thinking kind of stuff. Like that's his version of Christianity. He actually does have a magical system, right?
The law of attraction kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
Not in that sort of world, in that kind of. Yeah, so he does have a magic. I don't think it's especially grimoiric, but it's what you tend to see when there are actual operant magicians where the evidence suggests that there are people who really know what they're doing. It doesn't tend to be the public figures themselves. They do tend to be at a lower level, and I think you see that. The evidence of that is. The odd ritual components of something like 9/11. I don't think Dick Cheney is like a Thelemite, but you will find in that kind of spooky corners of the deep state that all the stuff that they were working on through the Cold War and so on that they allegedly stopped working on, they didn't. They found that there are ways that this could provide probabilistic enhancements that they use in conjunction with their other nefarious schemes. But Trump himself, no, he's just he's acutely billionaires are kind of high functioning damaged people that you kind of have to be to become one. And so he is a form of magician, no question. He's unbelievably good at falsing towards accuracy. Like he plays the media and Twitter like an absolute master, and he does kind of have a notion that if you kind of think it, it will manifest, and that's part of his spirituality. So he falls technically into the category of a magician, but not, I would say, a chaos magician.
He's like an energon cube, right? It's like you find somebody that is like has this specific like vibration of magical energy, and you just fucking plug them in and let it power the system. You know, like he's being sucked dry. You ever see a picture of the president when they start, when they end?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter if it's 4 or 8 years. Like, it looks like they stared into the dark fucking crystal. I mean, this is just like so creepy. And there's that picture of Hillary, of course, after the campaign, where she just like, it looked like they just sucked her dry. And it is like these people end up, they have this magical power in some way. He definitely has it. I mean, if you look at the course of his life, and they just fucking plug him in, you know, make sure he's like the double A battery, you know. And I think that's and he's of course doing his own. That doesn't mean he has no agency of his own. He's of course doing his own stuff as well. But I think, right, like as Gordon says, like the people that really sort of know the shit that they're doing, it's something a lot more problematic than Donald Trump.
Is there anything, what about getting to more of the negative side of that, like the spirit cooking, pedophilia kind of stuff? Have you guys been following that or taking any of that seriously?
I think after, obviously, because I just did 8 years in Britain, the idea that there isn't...
you said that like prison. I just did 8 years. I just did 8 years down in Britain.
Yeah.
No, it's pretty rough.
See my yeah, my delicious British prison wine. It's kind of, it's open and shut that there is this sort of child trafficking and child sex at a super elite level in the kind of Anglo-American world. We saw that with the Franklin scandal. We see that repeatedly in Britain. As to whether or not, I mean, that poor little pizza place, that stuff came straight out of Red than the emails, right? So yes, there is clearly something there. And I think when you're talking about Abramovich and spirit cooking and the people who are there, you have anti-chamber cultural spaces where if you were a normal person and you go to that, you go, this is not great. This is not my scene. Good luck to you. I'm off. But if you kind of, it's like getting anyone else into a club. If you can sort of cope with that, there is the VIP room, and of what we saw glimpsed there. And I don't think that story's done being told. And I think, funnily enough, about maybe half of what the establishment, because I was about to say Democrats, but I think the reason this stuff isn't out yet is because a lot of Republicans are caught up in it too, and he needs his house to do whatever he needs to do. But this is the sort of Damocles that is hanging over their head. And we haven't heard the rest of this. We haven't heard the rest of the story. It's why the co-intel has been so strong. And yeah, so Catherine Fitz puts it at slightly over 50% that we will actually get this information out this year. And that will be a wild day.
And that when that happens,
we should podcast that shit. We'll get together. We'll live broadcast the fucking shit.
Well, what I was going to say is when that happens, like, be completely vigilant, because as a sex worker, I know what the phony cries of human trafficking are leveled against sex workers constantly, used to legislate our sexualities, used to legislate what we can do, the fact that people can't pay to have sex with someone or get paid to have sex. I mean, it is absolutely bonkers. And so much of the legislation focuses on this sort of like red herring of sex trafficking. And the same thing with the occult. It's like, how much was the occult demonized because of these ideas of these, child sex pornography, McMartin preschool, someone floating in the air and shoving a butcher knife up some kid's ass, like even though there were no marks, it's like all this crazy stuff, this hysteria that is used, at once to mask what's actually going on, to make us all think that that's a joke, which in most of the popular culture cases, it was a joke, it was bullshit. But to demonize the occult and sexuality at once. And that's what will happen when this comes out. It will be leveraged to root out everything, to legislate and control people's access to the occult and to control and legislate people's access to sex. So it's be careful and vigilant when that happens.
I've not thought about it that way yet. That's kind of scary. It's a good thing you brought that up. No, I mean, really, it's just, I've just been thinking the other way, that it'll be good for it to.
No, it'll be good to round up the kiddie fiddlers and throw them in a pyre and burn them, because I think Washington will be quite quiet. Like you honestly would be looking at up to half the House if some of these numbers are correct, because it's been used for decades as control file material and everything else. So it is the red button, and it's very interesting when you kind of realize that before Milo got booted. I remember late last year or something, he was going to give a talk about Pizzagate, and he got up and said, you can find the video on YouTube, and he said, "I just got a call from the White House," and obviously that is his former employer Bannon. Who else would it be? And he said, "Not yet." That's interesting.
Wow.
So that's one of those pieces that you go, this is the sword of Damocles. And if you take that idea and you start to look at the irrational behavior of people like, on both sides, so Republican, Democrat, and like really insane stuff, like what McCain's doing and so on, and going after Sessions and all this kind of stuff, you can't help but wonder how much of that is trying to front run or prevent the eventual drop of the Damoclesian sword. And it's gonna, if that happens, that we're talking about how people won't move their mindsets, and they're getting the kind of ice cream headache of I thought being a Democrat was edgy and nice and so on. You wait till this sweeps up people on both sides, and for people who are out there listening, kind of psychologically prepare you for the possibility that people that you may have even marched for are not what they seem.
Yeah. So Connor, do you think that some of these, like you hear about the 1,500 arrests so far in sex trafficking, and I think what you're trying to say is it's not necessarily all centered around pedophilia. It's also, they can expand that to combine things that we would not as normal people think should be clamped down on, right? Like whether it's prostitution or porn or whatever, so some sort of anything but pedophilia, really.
Clip-on nipple rings are outlawed.
Right. And let's also, this isn't, just to make a distinction, in some cases this is pedophilia, but really what's happening is child molestation and child abuse, right? Pedophiles are people who are singularly, as their main sexual attracted to children, and they don't have really any choice in some sort of way. Of course, they commit child molestation and all that sort of stuff, but there's something different going on. They're pretty rare. These are people who are, what we're talking about are people who ritually abuse children for specific reasons, whether it's just fraternity or whether it's to create magic effects. Maybe those two things are the same, that sort of stuff. So first, even this line, I'm pointing it out just to say, what's that going to do to people who are sex offenders already, who are struggling with their sexuality, or who have been punished for being a 19-year-old who had sex with a 16-year-old girlfriend? So the language around sex offenders is going to go crazy. The language around people who are sex workers, who who are accused of being trafficked victims when in fact they decided, no, I wanted to be an escort. That's going to go crazy. Porn. Like you didn't have the paperwork for this one person that was in this one scene you did 10 years ago. We're going to shut you down because that person must have been trafficked, right? All this kind of stuff is going to go through the roof. And the same thing for the occult, because these people are doing stuff in the name. I mean, you look at that fucking story for the secret police force in California under Kamala Harris. That was this story. It was like huge. It should have been a huge story. They said they were thousands of years old. Nobody gave a shit. It came out for like 2 seconds. When this stuff starts getting unearthed and a lot of people are implicated, you're going to have the people in power, as always, trying to seize it to control us instead of fucking cleaning up their shit.
Yeah.
So just be careful.
Well said. Good way to end it. You guys are both...
Be careful.
That's right. You guys are both on
They're
Twitter,
coming to
right?
take your wands.
Yep, we're both rarely off Twitter.
Yeah. We will definitely put both of those in the show notes.
Nice one.
Welcome back to Australia, Gordon.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me back on. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, it's always fun talking to you guys. Connor, thanks for coming back on. Thanks for suggesting this. It's been a slice. And have fun at your party tonight or whatever you're getting up to. What do you... I assume party. I don't know.
Screaming at the clouds, yelling at the
I just picture you as
sky.
having like a fun life. Partying all the time and going out.
Life coming out. The outside, if I weren't an international sex symbol, it would be the most boring life in the world.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Right on, guys. Thanks a lot.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
it's great. Thanks.
When do you reckon this one's going to be out?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Cool.
Yeah, 2 weeks
Right.
Friday.
Yeah.
That's a day I don't have to do a blog post.
Perfect. You have a long weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Awesome.
guys. Thanks again for
All right,
coming
thanks
on.
very much.
Thanks,
See ya.
guys.
Okay,
Bye.
take care. Gordon White, welcome back to Grimerica. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks very much for having me back. I'm looking forward to it. These are always really fun chats.
Oh, yeah, I've been looking forward to it, too, because after reading your book, I've just been itching to talk to you about it. I mean, I listened to you on Miguel's show, of course, Aeon Byte, which was fantastic. So I did want to ask you a little bit about that conference that you and Miguel were doing there. Maybe we could sort of start with that, but I can't wait to get into your book because honestly, I think your book is a game changer this time. And
Thank you.
Not that it wasn't last time, but there's something about the timing with this and just... I can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, like I'm still in Mexico. Miguel arranged a conference. This is obviously Miguel from Aeon Byte. Arranged a conference called Astro.Gnostic over the equinox in Playa del Carmen, and it was super fun. I mean, because we were just talking about it before we hit record. Us colonial types have not had a good couple of years, right? And so it's certainly my first time out of off the prison island in 2 years, and it was just the best salve after such wounds to just hang out with like Miguel and Chris Knowles and different premium members and all the rest of it. It was really, really good.
Nice, that's
It's the
great.
best. I've been
So,
somehow
what's it like
I've been,
getting into Mexico?
Getting into Mexico is fine. We were talking about it beforehand. I ended up I'm trying to get everyone to call Novavax the moth shots because I think it's funny, but it's just not taking off. So I didn't need the injection to get out of Australia. Although I did on the airline that I took because Qantas forces you to do it. But in order to get to Mexico, I had to fly through the US and non-Americans have to be injected to get in. So I ended up, and it was funny, like the moth shots came out. You know, you've got to wait like 2 weeks or whatever it is in between the shots. And you've got to have the shots for 7 days before the United States considers you vaccinated or whatever. And it was literally down to the day. So that if I didn't get in on the first day of injections, my flights would not have been good. But like wandering into Mexico was fine. I know certainly for Canadians, it's, and to some extent Australians as well, who are very interested in health sovereignty, it's the promised land. But there's all these rumors about like they're not giving you 180 days and all the rest of it. Now, I am not planning on staying here, although I've got an election coming up back home, and if we remain insane, maybe I will. But they didn't. I think a lot of that is overblown. They just gave me the 180 days, and everyone else who kind of landed, it was the same thing. And we were landing in Cancun, where everyone does. So getting into Mexico, I think there's a lot of fear about it. I think if you're just a bit normal about it and you don't show up with like a chicken in a cage under your arm and like everything you own so that they don't look at you weird, I think it's fine.
So, yeah, because my friend moved there with his wife. He just uprooted and went there. And actually, he's got a place, I think he's near Merida as well. That seems to be
a lot of Canadians here. This is like this is the city for it was the city for expats even before all of this shit, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's really like, it's lovely. If I was planning on living in Mexico, I 100% would live, maybe not exactly in Merida, but around it. The city is... The people are great. It's hot, but I'm Australian. It's fine, right? But it's just got this sort of chilled elegance to it. It's a really cool town. So people who are listening, if they're thinking like of making the jump to Mexico and worried about being a cliche, because it is a bit cliched at this point to move to Merida, it's still a really cool town. So
exactly.
I endorse it. I absolutely endorse it.
So you don't technically need the job to get into Mexico then, because.
No. Because I heard rumors. Yeah, you go.
No, you go ahead. You heard a rumor that.
And I heard rumors in Australia that we're not even going to apparently need them to come and go from like April 18th. So the tyranny is winding back as they ready us for we're halfway through the next narrative of World War III and all the rest of it, right? But I think what I hoped would happen as we head into our federal election next month is that the major parties are aware that there's a sizable chunk of the population that does not want to have a fucking bar of any more of this medical tyranny, right? And so the best thing to do to kind of cut the legs out from these minor parties that have sprung up, and rightly so, is to just remove their platform by saying, okay, well, we're rolling back the mandates and so on. And it's looking, fingers crossed, that Australia will do that. So I may yet go home.
Because it is weird. Like I went through the border the other day to the States and they didn't ask. They didn't even ask. No. So I drove through,
that's the other thing.
And they didn't ask. Same. But on the way back, it was a super pain in the ass. They say that I'm going to have a $5,700 fine coming to me because I didn't follow their instructions on, how to come back.
See. Did anyone call you yet?
No, I haven't. They haven't.
I haven't heard from anybody.
No, they haven't. No, I haven't heard from anybody yet.
Classic when government. I landed in Dallas, it was the same, right? So the Australian airline, the national carrier Qantas, made sure that you had your little like tyrannical bio QR code thing to show you've been injected. But I landed in Dallas, they didn't care. And asking the people around and sort of just eavesdropping as we were collecting our bags. They didn't ask anyone.
Oh, it's just unbelievable. It really is showing a difference between the States and Mexico compared to Canada. Even though they're even supposed to be following these things, they don't really care as much as they do in our countries. Yeah.
Yeah, we drew the short straw, gentlemen.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. And the lady at the board
I've been having a blast. I mean, I still, I don't. I've traveled more in the last 2 years than I have probably in the previous 10 combined. Just by faking it every step of the way. I mean, that's the beauty about not being on an island. I mean, I couldn't handle being on a fucking island because they really just...
It was a lot. It really messed with my health last year. I had a serious heart incident from basically loneliness and despair in the middle of June last year. It was just too much. I love Tasmania. I love where I live, but I was not told. I was not informed when I moved there that it's sort of like, this is it. The former prison island is once again a prison island and you can't leave it. And that wasn't ever part of the deal as far as I'm concerned. So it messed me up. I would not recommend it. I would not recommend being imprisoned by the state for no reason for 2 years. It's not great.
Yeah, that's what Grundy was saying. He's like, what am I supposed to do? He's like, maybe I could jump a boat up to the Philippines or something. He's like, it's not like Canada where you can just sneak your way into the States somehow. He's like, there's no way off this motherfucker.
I got to the point of thinking that as well because I actually have some friends friends of friends who are Torres Strait Islanders, so the sort of indigenous people at the very top of Queensland there, where you wouldn't swim it because of the crocodiles and box jellyfish and so on. But there are kind of rules, because they've been traveling in that part of the world for thousands of years, that you can kind of get to New Guinea and trade and so on. And I was thinking I could probably get to the top of Australia and bribe someone to get me into New Guinea, and from New Guinea travel on my British passport. And so I had the same thing. I had like how can I technically get out of here if I need to? And that was my plan. Top of Australia, off to New Guinea, and from New Guinea out.
Crazy we're even having a talk like that.
I know.
Where we're at.
Well, I still think Graham would have been okay, but he went into like the most hardcore, where he went into British COVIDia over there, where they're just like, even though like Quebec has been rolling it back, and BC the whole time's just been doubling down. No way, Jose.
Yeah, there's funny, like in Australia's, we've got Western Australia's our version of that, right? Where they're just like going their own way. That's just, we're going to be this whole extra country. No one's going to come in or out without boosters. It's a mess. And there are some other states that are kind of going, okay, maybe we overreacted here. And that's a positive sign.
So what's the reaction been since your book came out so far? How's it going so far?
Wait, before we get into the book, I want to, because the last time we had Gordon on, he was telling us how like it was going to get super shitty and then it was like going to be better than ever. So I want to know where we are in that cycle. Like,
oh no, it still gets like, so World War III, and this is one of the things that like historians you can make the case that World War III started now, right? But you will know it's properly started Q1 of next year. And so it's not good. Between now and 2027, nuclear weapons will be used in multiple Western cities. So it's shit. It's really bad. From like, this is as good as it gets for a while. But, you know, that's just where we are, and it's a thing we have to go through. So the 3-year reaction of COVID has happened. Like, it's basically to the month winding itself back, right? Because we're in April now. So that's good. But the war thing really does happen. It's not imminent. There's a big event, like the next couple of weeks, according to Martin Armstrong anyway, are going to suck. But a proper war is beginning of next year. So that's not great. But
I thought it was going to get... I thought 2022 was going to be pretty dark, and then we were going to start moving in towards the light in 2023.
That's just on the kind of like the healthcare side of things. That's just on like the COVID stuff. Yeah. Right. Yeah. World-wise. So the war next year, as far as I can see or tell, is like between the beginning of next year and 2027, it engulfs everyone, but it starts in Europe. So where we are now isn't going to be as bad. We're just going to have to deal with, the shortages in everything and the subsequent hyperinflation as a result. So it's, the COVID thing has fulfilled its usefulness, and they got a whole bunch of stuff through, that wouldn't have been possible before. Because that's the thing, it's very difficult to celebrate like, yay, no more lockdowns, yay, no more mandates, except that they've done it and got away with it, which means they'll do it again if they need to. And that's this whole World Health Organization pandemic treaty that they're rolling out now. The fact that we took it the first time, it's like an abusive marriage, right? Like if your spouse punches you once, they're going to punch you again. And that's just how it is. And we got punched. We got punched real good. We burned the roast real good and got punched, and it's going to happen again. So,
and they've also been able to funnel money to all their friends, and they just print whatever they want now and funnel it to all the. So we haven't even seen the impact of the funding of who they wanted to fund.
Sure. And this inflation that hilariously they're blaming on Russia. This is the impact of lockdowns. And in fact, I actually think that's what's going on in Shanghai at the moment, because that's the world's biggest container port and it's closed. And I think that's I think that's Xi playing the same or rolling the same kind of dice that Putin's rolled, which is like, okay, sanctions it is. We have 30% of the world's wheat and 40% of its fertilizer, which is true. and look what's happening. Xi's doing the same thing because people are like, what's going on in Shanghai? Why are they doing this? But one of the upshots of it is closing the world's largest container port, which is absolutely destroying, particularly the American economy. But as a result, this like history's least popular president is getting even less popular. And this is the guy that's coming after. Well, he's not. He's a potato. But like the people behind him is coming after Putin and Xi. So this is what I mean by you can make the case we're in World War III now. I think a big part of the Shanghai lockdowns is closing a container port because that is felt most acutely in the US economy where they're already dealing with the highest inflation in 40 years and so on. But this is what it's going to look like up through 2027. You're going to look at it and go, why does the world not make sense? It actually does make sense. You just need to find the people for whom it makes sense. And this is, it's
hard for people to wrap their head around making a sacrifice to a city for the global supply chain like that. I mean, it's...
Yes. Oh, yeah. It's full-blown totalitarianism. It's not like I approve of Xi doing it. I don't approve of any of these
it's just, I mean, so
people won't make that connection because they're not psychopaths. That's that real David Icke thing. It's like the reason the predator class can get away with it is because most people aren't psychopaths, so that they actually just can't think that way.
Yeah, I agree. So do you think that, I mean, some people that I've listened to that are pretty smart with sort of global politics think that this is sort of a destruction of the unipolar global infrastructure and it is going to become multipolar and they think that's a good thing. I mean, do you think that that's what's shaking out now or?
It's just what happens, like whether it's good or bad, right? Like it's just what happens. So if you are, and this is a real Martin Armstrong point again, he was on, I don't really like at all Greg Hunter at USA Watchdog, but he actually asked a couple of good questions this time to Martin Armstrong. So if you're listening, it's the most recent one. And if you are Xi, you've just watched the worst sanctions any country's ever had to endure be put on Russia and like individual billionaires and all this kind of stuff. Again, not my favorite people, but it's what happened. But if you're Xi and if you're the BRICS countries, you've looked at it and said, oh, okay, I see that we're next, right? And you've seen them be kicked out of SWIFT and the rest of it. So it forces Eurasia to integrate anyway. Like it's the multipolar world is a side effect of this ham-fisted, desperate, clunky, psychotic attempt to keep American unipolarism going and to cover the sins and inadequacies and incompetencies of governments in Europe and North America who've basically bankrupted themselves and destroyed their own bond market. That's why they need World War III, right? Like it's a way, it is, they tried a great reset based on a virus, like based on a medical story, and they got a lot done. But wars are always a better reset. That's what they're for. That's where you get to reset and renegotiate your debt obligations. And that's why they need it. So that's why we're going to get it. It's just what happens. And it's one of those things where it's like, I'm tired of pretending otherwise. I kind of think this idea that the future is everything or anything you can make it is just capitalism. Like it's not true. There isn't a single magical or spiritual system that thinks that. And it doesn't mean that everything is ordained, but some things are. Like some things are going to happen. And people are like, oh, I don't believe that. I believe the future is what you make it. I'm like, wait, what is this? Like a tampon ad? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like this is, it's not actually a philosophical position. It's an economic one. It's this kind of great American dream story. And that's never been right. But it's also, it's dangerous to think that now. It's dangerous to think like we'll just think positive and get through into a brighter new year. It's like, no, the inertia of what's going on gets worse before it gets better. That's just what it is.
But there is something to be said. I mean, Darren was just sort of making fun of me again for not putting COVID on a pedestal, like not putting the woman on a pedestal. And because this has been the struggle, or how much do you focus on and how much do you sort of watch with detached appreciation? How much do you adjust your life due to these sort of unseen, sort of unknown futures? But I mean, there is something to say for focusing in the right way though, and not brooding on the doom scrolling of it, right? So there is kind of still a manifestation part of it though, right? I mean, maybe not your whole future, but how to catch those opportunities or how to see what's coming a little bit more discerning instead of just, living in this negative state.
Absolutely. And so for that, I think, and I actually opened one of my books, Chaos Protocols, with it. It's a quote from Terence McKenna. The challenge isn't to find the answer, it's to face the answer, right? And if you're looking at 2023 and the fact that there is going to be a war, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to die. It doesn't necessarily mean that you still have to do what you have to do, which is keep your family healthy and happy or whatever it is, right? But it's more like you need to be medium high confident that that's what's going to happen rather than it's going to pick up any day now. That's just bad risk management. But I agree completely. And it's not, you don't brood on it. You kind of have this detached view. And also on a daily basis, there are energetic and attitudinal things you can do that are really, really useful. So in the shamanic training that I completed last year, one of the hummingbird medicines of the north is to, the north direction in the medicine wheel, is to live only on the nectar of life. So not on garbage. And it doesn't mean that garbage doesn't exist, but it means that the hummingbird, which weighs less than a quarter and flies from Brazil to Canada, across the Gulf of Mexico, it doesn't do that by brooding on garbage. It lives on nectar. And so the hummingbird medicine is to live only on the nectar of life. And it's not to ignore the other stuff. It's that actually nourishment comes from living on nectar, not brooding on your own garbage. And I think that's really wise.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
Glad I don't live in Europe, I suppose.
Well, yes. So that's a good
But I got to go to Egypt in November. I'm still good in November, right?
That's an interesting one. Yeah, that will be fine. That'll be fine. So the space
weather in
November is more. Yeah, the space weather in November is more around the midterms. The only thing that's a cross current for you for getting to, and you'll probably be all right this year because airlines forward book their fuel by about 12 months. But we're going to hit a point in the next few months where they're just going to have to say, listen, we need to put the prices of seats up by 50%, even for people who booked it, that kind of stuff. So the cross current for that is the sort of hyperinflation. And the hyperinflation, because the majority of Egypt's wheat comes from Ukraine. So they're not getting it at the moment, which means you'll be going to a country that might be starving. And as a result, might be unstable. So this is what I mean, that's where Egypt gets its wheat from is where it gets its wheat from. There's no way you can kind of wish that differently. So that would be my only risk. I hope you get there. I think the worst stuff that happens around November is to do with the US midterms, but those are your cross currents. Those are the things that will get in the way of it if something does.
Huh. So is there any let's stay on this.
He was going on Europe too. I interrupted him about
no, it's more because we were just talking about living only on the nectar of life. That's really good for once where we live is finally not the worst place to be. Because if you live in Ukraine, it's all well and good to say live only on the nectar of life. It's well, sure. Things aren't great though. And that's just, this comes back to that personal risk assessment for the year. I have a lot of premium members in Europe and mostly Western Europe. So the sort of closest to Ukraine is Budapest. So Central and Western Europe. But I'm just telling them honestly what I think is going to happen next year, and they can do what they want with it, right? As we all can. So don't live in Europe is good advice if you can live somewhere else, because I think that's where it gets worse first in terms of Western countries.
Is there some of this malleable though? Is there some chance that they might overshoot and wake too many people up, or what I mean? Is there a sort of a tipping point that might happen that might just shut this down, or is it
no? This is sort of there's a point where you can stop plane crashes, and there's a point after which you just have to brace position, right? And there's just too much that has, like the fuel and the food supply and the rest of it. And, the most recent thing, and Russia has said this, like if Finland and Sweden join NATO, it's the end of their countries. And they announced they're joining yesterday. So the plane is, put your life jacket on or whatever it is, and just and deal with what happens after the metaphoric crash. There's just nothing that there's
Europe's
too much inertia behind it.
Kind of fucked right from the
is.
beginning. It's like, how are you just going to start fighting with where your gas comes from? And your food. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy. I mean, it just makes no sense to me. I mean, that's why I feel semi-secure where we are, because at least we're making our own fucking gas and we've got our own food supply, like just in our own province to a certain extent. It's not indistinguishable, but we can keep 4 million people going here.
Yeah, exactly.
What's your thought like for Australia, though? I mean, Australia's kind of like, I feel like if China gets involved, they're going right after Australia right away.
100%. And I think it's, having just said 100%, I think it's 80% likely as of today that Chinese hypersonic missiles have landed in some Australian cities, so I would assume Canberra and Sydney, by 2027. And China has said as much. But Australia has gone in on this whole AUKUS thing, right? So Australia's challenge, it's sort of similar to Canada's for the 21st century, is it has to, and it's failing at doing this, thread the needle between its security partners being on one side, antagonistic to its major export partners on the other side, right? So historically, same as you guys, it's been the US and Britain that have been both our cultural and like security partners. And they are not just in decline, but they're antagonistic to where our growth comes from economically, which is our neighbors in Asia. And we don't have no one has any good politicians, right? Like if we had a good politician, he or she would be threading that needle and openly saying that that's Australia's great challenge for the 21st century, is to navigate the sort of rise of their neighbor and export partner, and to do so in a way and to keep ourselves out of this kind of inevitable war between our trading partner and our security partner. But we're terrible at, like everywhere else. It's just one of those things that's fated. There are no good politicians anywhere except, ironically, and I say good as an effective, not as a moral judgment. The only effective national leader I can think of at the moment is unfortunately Vladimir Putin, and he's just single-handedly better than everyone else standing up against him, and that's not a good situation for the world to be in. Here we are. But yes, I think Australia is woefully unprepared and making bad decision after bad decision after bad decision, heading into a really dangerous time for the world. That's just what it is.
Have you seen at all a pushback against colonialism from cultures worldwide as well? I mean, and this kind of has to do a little bit with your book, but I feel like I've seen a couple things recently that kind of make me go, oh, is there another whole factor here that's happening? Like people are with the internet now and all these people sort of waking up to what the British Empire's done and what America turned into. Is there like a different sort of more of an organic sort of indigenous pushback?
100%. That's what this is. Like if you take a longer view, a multi-century view of what's going on, the end of Western hegemony, which happens this decade, and the sort of rise of an integrated Eurasia. Again, there are all kinds of different models for this, right? But like a westward movement of capital or so on happens. And if you just track from, say, Rome to the rise of European powers to the rise, well, even going back further, right? Like Babylon, Sumer, Egypt, Rome, Western Europe, Britain, the east coast of the US, which is to say New York, the west coast, which is to say Silicon Valley. And we're now in the process of the rise of Beijing as like a major center, right? And that's what happens. The world kind of does this sort of westward movement of power and capital. So what we are witnessing, and this is, millions of people are probably going to die this decade from this, right? So I don't want to say like this is universally a good thing, but there's a lot to be said for the end of Western hegemony. a lot to be said for it. And we are seeing it basically kill itself now. And I was talking to some very old and powerful spirits about this a year and a bit ago, like at the end of the first year of, so 2 years ago now, of this COVID nonsense, going like, why are you letting this happen? And they said, if this doesn't get taken to its natural conclusion, you idiots will try it again, basically. And so one of the things when you look at it with like mystic eyes to see what's going on, it's like, how is it that we have no good leaders in the West at the same time that we're experiencing dramatic global cooling? At the same, like I wrote a post 6 months ago called Exodus is a Mandate of Heaven story. And it's because this idea, this sort of Taoist idea that an emperor that loses the mandate of heaven has like calamities befall and bring his empire, his kingdom down, right? So when you lose the mandate of heaven, everything is fucked and you get moved out, right? That's what's happening to the West. And you can actually see that spiritually, that we have lost the mandate of heaven. And so the whole thing comes down. And bear in mind that like the British, well, not just British, the European imperial project is the worst idea mankind's ever had. And where we may well be alive for its like ultimate ending. That's quite interesting. That's certainly an interesting time to have an incarnation. This is to your point that there is not even just indigenous resistance. There is indigenous and decolonial lifeways that are just flourishing and bursting into life everywhere. And that's wonderful, right? And the empire was always going to be unpicked. I mean, Mexico now, as I mentioned, right? And basically the first indigenous anarchist resistance was here, right? Like the Zapatistas and Chiapas, and it was over land rights. This is more than 100 years ago, but they were kind of like, no, get out, and sort of kicked the army out, and have sort of been semi-autonomous ever since. And that's what there are opportunities, I guess, for post-imperial, decolonial lifeways to flourish, and they are. And as you say, there's a lot of that in the book, and it's diffuse and at the level of the field, so it's not as obvious as parts of the country declaring, legal sovereignty. It's something that can't be killed. The way that the post-imperial lifeways are appearing is in ways that are impossible for like the outgoing empire to kill. If you set up a blockade, if you just sort of declare indigenous sovereignty over a piece of land, they roll in the tanks, right? But there are other ways that kind of sovereignty and way of and lifeway is asserting itself that a tank can't shoot at, and that's really exciting. So the thing that comes next, it's not just like the West ends and then something new happens. The new thing, this is to your point about optimism, right? The new thing has arrived and is in the process of arriving, and our job, or our kind of task rather than job, or decision. This is a better way of saying it. We have to decide whether we are in the outgoing thing that is ending, or whether we are in the new thing that is beginning. And the new thing that is beginning is I would almost go so far as to say indigenous led, but it is very much like that. It's very much not power structures and rules as we previously knew them. And so that's the positivity, right? Like the new thing isn't even waiting to arrive. It's happening now as the old thing is on the way out. It's just going to be a really dramatic departure.
That's interesting, because I've been sort of predicting that, well, not even predicting so much as saying that things that I never thought possible in my lifetime seem to be closer than ever to happening. Like, I don't think Canada being one country is a good fucking idea or good for anybody in it. And I think it should be split up into smaller pieces. And I could even see a situation arising in Alberta where some of the indigenous are just like, you know what, we can get along with these motherfuckers in Alberta, and we're sick of hearing it from the federal government. So maybe we should just team up and be our own thing, or however that works. But it seems to me like the whole union is teetering on falling apart. There's separatist talk all over the place, and to me that's a good thing. It might not be
Agreed.
the government I want yet, but it's a step away from centralization.
You must be
Absolutely.
right, because I saw a headline today that said we should get rid of the provinces and make Canada one big country. So they must be retaliating with their crazy headlines and fake stories about how that's the answer.
And the more they push, because this is the point where, I mean, like we get the crash, like the plane, you can't like bust in. The pilot's died of his clot shot and the plane's coming down. It doesn't matter. You can't bust into the cockpit and change anything, right? It's what's happening. Every decision or every step the centralizing powers make to try and save themselves hastens their end. Like to your point, Darren, about what the fuck is Europe doing? Why are they picking a war with a country they can't defeat militarily,
or live without,
that gives them all their energy and food, right?
I mean, it's
Like,
not
why
even
are they
about
doing
defeating them. They can't even just live without their existence. It's either take that motherfucker over completely or shut the fuck up.
And it's because they need that war to fix the European like sovereign debt crisis, which will destroy them. So they have no choice. So it's like, okay, well, the European sovereign debt crisis will end the Brussels project completely and the EU. So what do we need to do? We need to cancel this debt.
So
How
it's
do we
like
cancel
being on the
debt?
edge of the cliff
War.
and you either get eaten by the bear or jump to your death.
Exactly. So, and what Graham just said about like seeing an ad like, oh, we need to get rid of all these provincial governments and just have a centralizing one. Yeah, they've just come out of 2 years of eventually like beginning the provincial governments going along with this idiotic narrative. But one by one, they started not to. And so now you've just got Trudeau talking about the rush he gets from a booster shot. And it looks, I've never seen him look more insane, which is really saying something. And so if you're a centralizing power, you look at the fact that the provinces have all gone their own way and haven't done what you want them to do. What you're going to try and do then is get rid of them. If you try and get rid of them, all the people in those provinces are going to be like, actually, as a matter of fact, no, we'll get rid of you. So they only know how to do one thing, which is further centralize. And we've got to a point where the further or the faster they try to centralize, the quicker they get to their destruction. That's how I know we're going to end up in World War III, because that's the only thing they know how to do. But it will destroy them. It'll kill millions of people, as wars always do. But there's nothing, and I'm optimistic about what happens next as well. And you're right that it feels. There's something about that scenario, right, Darren, that. I don't know if I would call it Indigenous-led, but it may well be. It may well be that, as you say, like the non-Indigenous in the province are like, yeah, let's go along with these guys. Like they actually have a governance system that's worked on this land for millennia for a start. Like that's the kind of shit I'd like to see back. Like,
or even like an actual coming together of the cultures instead of just a steamrolling.
And I mean, the good bits of the American quote-unquote democratic system, they got from the First Nations anyway. Like the sort of thing that gets closest to direct democracy that's in their systems is stuff they learned from the First Nations when they got there. And it's sort of like there's some kind of glorious mixture of direct democracy in an Indigenous framework that's appropriate to the land on which you're on that I think will happen, and it will be different in the 20 or 30 places next decade that try them. It'll be different in Australia. It'll be different in Canada, but I think it will happen. And that's exciting. We just got to not die.
Okay, before we get into the book, I just need to know if I'm okay to not get nuked here. Because I'm pretty close to all the like American nukes.
That's a bit risky.
Yeah, we're really close to like what's that one in
Montana's
Dakota?
Just got
Montana and Dakota.
I think it's like a lot of nukes.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd have to look at that. There are cities in the US I wouldn't live in, like San Diego. I told Greg this actually. Anywhere that has like big naval and military bases, like it's obvious that they're targets, right? And so there are places that I wouldn't live. But if you live somewhere valuable, and you did say you guys have a lot of hydrocarbons up there, Darren, right? So they might try and not bomb an area that would be valuable from an asset perspective. But this is kind of one of those games that can like quickly tip into like getting unnecessarily scared or impacting your kind of like even scenario planning.
Oh, I'm ready to go into the bush at a moment's notice and just melt into the fucking mountains.
Nice.
I've spent the last couple of years preparing for just that, for like being able to hang out here if I need to, and being able to just like board up the windows and pretend I'm dead for 6 months. Or just if my truck and shit still works, just like, we're fucking out of here. We're taking the fucking trailer and the camper and that and the guns, and we're fucking out of here.
See, plan for the worst, hope for the best. That's always the way, right?
And I'll just pick Graham up kicking and screaming on the way. He'll just be in his pajamas. He'll be like, what's going on? What's going on? I'll be like, get in the truck, motherfucker. We're out of here.
Yeah, because you want to vanish into the woods, but you still want to do the show.
Well, I feel responsible for him too, in a way. I could use his calves around there packing meat and stuff like that. I've been training him to be my meat packer.
Nice.
There's got to be a better way to say that. So yeah,
leave it as is.
Yeah, Graham the meat packer Dunlop. He's on his own time zone too, because I didn't think the show was for 2 hours, and he thought it was an hour, and you thought it was right away. So.
I'm on the GB. Yeah, I told him I'm on the GBD, the Graham Barkley Daylight Time.
Look, I think it's so Quintana Roo, which is the state that has Playa in it, is an hour different to the Yucatan, which is where I am now, for like literally no reason. They just like gone their own way. And I've had energy healing clients, and that's fucked my calendar up as well. So I think that's what it was. I think Graham booked correctly for what is like 5 p.m. in Quintana Roo, but I'm in Merida now. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh, maybe that's what it was. Yeah. Anyways, I thought it was the same in Merida, but I mean, Darren, this does have to do with Gordon's book. I mean, it is kind of, this all overlaps. I mean, that's what I loved about your book. I mean, it's a new way to look at the environment and to look at activism and to look at all this stuff.
Yeah, that was definitely my hope, right? So it's sort of, what does everything look like if you look at it from the perspective that the cosmos is actually alive? Because people think they do that, but like each chapter goes through like, well, actually that has implications for how you understand place. That has implications for how you understand time and how you relate to things like plants, because it's all well and good to nod along and say, yes, a plant is a being, a plant is a person, and to sort of think that. But in the doing, in living in a world or a cosmos where that is true, it's sort of really different. So I love it. I'm quite proud of it. I think it's the best book I've written, and it has that kind of, it seems to suit this apocalypse, because one really good way, I think, of seeing the end of the West and the end of empires and the rise of what comes next is a return of everything non-human. Right? So the story of European empires and scientific materialism is a story of like taking life out of everything in the cosmos, initially excluding humans, but in the last, say, 30 years of, the new atheists and all the rest of it, they even took life away from humans so that we just live in, it's just chemicals, or it's just like this meaningless agglomeration of matter, which also doesn't exist, right? It's the stupidest. Terence McKenna, again, said that basically it's the limit case for credulity, this idea that the universe began at a single point for no reason and then just expanded out, is the limit case for credulity, which is to say, if you can believe that, you can literally believe anything, because the actual like scientific materialist worldview is stupid from the word go. And most people live, there's sort of a dissonance, right? I believe that people experience on a day-to-day basis the cosmos is alive. It's just that they're taught as children and through university that it isn't. And also, and the bit that I find even worse is that how we use language forces life out of our experiences. The way we talk about our own dreams, or it's just the imagination, and no one's ever done that before, right? So that's what Ani.Mystic is, right? It's sort of the things I've learned over, like in the jungle and in the desert and all these different places around the world, about how I kind of looked at how other lifeways operate and allowed them as best I can to shed light on the shortcomings of our lifeways. And yeah, I'm happy with it. I'm glad you liked it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I really did. I mean, I started reading it and I thought, man, Charles Fort would seem to agree with this kind of thing. I wonder what he would think. And then the next couple pages, you started quoting Charles Fort, and it's like, wow, because he kind of thought everything was in flux, everything was in a different state, and it would just move from one to the other, and depending on the era that you live, would sort of, I think, would sort of. Sort of be the paradigm you're stuck in, because the exclusionists always leave out a certain amount of data to keep their sort of paradigm going. And I really felt like you brought him into the picture well with the book.
This book is his fault, because Charles's dominant model, right? So it's different to Thomas Kuhn's structure of scientific revolutions, where we get and that was Cold War propaganda, actually. Like it sort of existed to demonstrate the superiority of like capitalist modernity over communism when it came out. But Kuhn had this kind of dumb idea that it's almost like expanding spotlights, where we learn this much and then we learn a little bit more. And as we kind of learn enough to kind of update our hypotheses about what's going on, then we get this sort of like paradigm shift, right? But there's this ever expanding light of scientific understanding. And that's crap. Like we've sort of reached the end of science's self-delusion that it has the capacity, because it can know a few things, to know everything. And Charles was better. Charles got there 30 years beforehand, 40, and said that actually things are literally true differently in different eras. And so it's a metaphysical model. It's like it's not just predicted postmodernism, it's better than postmodernism.
That's what I wanted to ask you about. I wanted to ask you if you can help us discern the difference between the Fort's version of truth that I seem to resonate with, and I seem to think is more sort of less dogmatic and more open, and the postmodern sort of lack of an objective truth, which is sort of doing more destruction, I think, in our world today.
Yeah, it is. I like some bits of postmodernism, but so what the sort of core claim of, say, postmodern history making, so let's just stick with Foucault mostly, is that power organizes the story of reality. So there's actually kind of like nothing true except what power wants to be true. Now, the thing is, that's not a bad read on propaganda. Like, that's actually a really good idea for an historian to take on board and then look back through history. And it's kind of like you can weave, it's almost like he's telling the story of propaganda and mistaking that for reality, right? Because it basically has one core truth claim, which is that the only thing that is true is whatever power needs to tell itself to keep in power. So that's the one true thing in the universe. And that's kind of grim and disappointing. And it's not that it isn't the case. Like we've just been through several years of a very good example of power producing truth, right? Like, because it's just not correct, like masks and all the rest of it, it's just not right. But it's forced into a true form. So what Charles Fort was actually saying is that, like, the universe develops, and so things are actually differently true based on what is and isn't excluded. So at the time, let's say the move from religion, so the dominant of religion to the dominant of science, happened, and I have kind of bits of this in Chaos Protocols as well, happened because the sort of version of Christianity that was just before the arrival of the Enlightenment and the scientific revolution had a sort of 6-day creation event. There's no geology. The world is only whatever it was, 4,000 years old. I can't remember. And that was just, things were true by diktat. Like, it was the dominant of faith, right? And you just say things are true and they are. And the trouble was, in order to do that, you would exclude stuff. You'd throw things over the wall. You'd throw dinosaur bones over the wall. You'd throw, you'd sort of look at the cliff, the beginnings of geology, and go, there's something about that looks like layers have been put over time, right? And so you just throw all of that over the cliff, but or over the wall, right? Like it's a walled garden. But eventually enough things, you come back over the wall that you can't squish if you're the church, and that dominant collapses. And then the dominant that arrives afterwards is, of course, the dominant of science. That's like the dominant of not just reason, but like reasoning things to be true sequentially. And he was like at the height of science and materialism's power at the beginning of the 20th century. Thought was calling its end. When there were at the end of the 19th century in London, there are stories of people who were told by their fathers to go and study law instead of physics because most of it had already been worked out. Like they thought physics was going to end in a few decades. Like they're like, oh no, why would we waste that? You'll only get half a career. We've basically got it all sorted. Go and do law instead. And his thought. The rest of the culture is like science and materialism and electric lights and everything. We're just off on this glorious scientific future forever. And there he is in the library in like New York going, this all comes down soon. And he worked that out because the version of things that are coming over the wall for science is UFOs and ghosts and like big blocks of ice falling in Mumbai and all the stuff that he catalogued, all those strange things, right? Because they are the weird stuff that isn't allowed to be true in a predictable scientific model. And they were everywhere and coming over the wall. And so he called the incoming dominant the dominant of wider inclusions. And it's interesting to me, I think the COVID story is the end of that dominant completely because, and this is coming back to what I think is good about someone like Michel Foucault, because I actually quite like him as a historian. I just don't think he was a good metaphysician, right? Like I thought was better. The imperial project and how we organize society and power in the last couple of hundred years has been biotyrannical. So we've lived under biopolitics. Like Foucault is very good at cataloging the movement out of the medieval period where the king didn't give a shit about the disgusting commoners outside his castle as long as the taxes came in, didn't care. He might want to fuck them, but other than that, like no interest. But the modern world started to do demography and started to do surveys and had to understand what they were like and then started to intervene from a health perspective. And this was all about the state assuming its reason for being is to keep humans alive. A king didn't care about that. The peasants could live or die. Like that wasn't how power was organized before. And we reached not just the apogee of that with the COVID moment, but we reached its end because the majority of people in the West now know, and they might not be able to articulate it as well as we can, but they know that what we just went through was some bullshit and the things we were told didn't work. And that means that those core claims to power and reason for governance failed, right? That all that stuff that came over the wall to bring it down. So we're at a moment where politics has failed, economics has failed, medicine has failed, and it's failed because of all these things having come over the wall. So I think thought was better. And we need to look at that as an opportunistic, or as an opportunity rather, that the walls coming down of this dominant are being replaced, and the dominant of wider inclusions or the dominant of witchcraft will also be replaced. Like more stuff will come over it. But like for me, animistic is like my attempt to catalog what the world might look like in this new dominant, because it's not so much a rejection of like technology or scientific precision, but it's the end of its claim to organize reality. And that's why I think Fort is like a genius. I think he was one of the cleverest people in the 20th century for sure.
Oh, check out the completed works of Charles Fort on audio, adultbrain.ca. But I mean, it's fascinating because it really, there is such a difference in the way that we look at truths, and the other part that's fallen apart as well, which you mentioned in your book, which I really wanted to get your take on, as well as the environmentalism part, or the sort of the end of the post-environmentalism or the post-activism in a way, because that whole thing is kind of falling apart as well. I mean, once people open up, realize that all these other things aren't working, I mean, are they just going to glom on to, us being completely separate to the environment, and we need to control it? And I mean, I love how you distinguish that, we're not separate from the environment. And I've always had a problem with thinking back to like, the way they look at us and the environment right now. I've thought back. I mean, when would we as humans, ancient humans or whatever, been okay with the environment? I mean, we've way back, the ancients have logged and fished and mined and quarried and hunted, and we've always been destroying the environment in their terms. When would we? I try to go back to our roots and say, when would we have worked with the environment in their eyes? And it's like it would never have been there. But some of the examples in your book with people,
it's crazy, right? Like I joke, and I actually had on my own show earlier this week. James Bridle wrote an excellent book called Ways of Being, and there's some stuff about. So I bristle at climate change now because I don't believe climate is real. And I was joking to him that I'm literally a climate denier in the sense that I deny climate. I don't mean that like humans aren't having, like, human use of hydrocarbons isn't impacting things. What I mean is climate comes out of this scientific worldview, and the idea that you can discern something useful. Like, think of the planet. The top and the bottom bits of it are frozen, and the bits in the middle are about as hot as human blood, a little bit cooler. And so you're going to take an average temperature of this whole thing and learn something? Like, that's the stupidest, most 19th century idea. And I learned all this from anthropologists like Dr. or Professor Tim Ingold at the University of Aberdeen, who spent decades with, the Sami and Northern European kind of indigenous peoples. And he's saying they don't have an environment, they don't have climate, because how they organize and experience reality is place-based. And this has really haunted me until I found the work of Dr. Bayo Komolafe, and he sort of coined this idea of post-activism. And it's based on this question that he poses: what if the way we respond to the crisis is part of the crisis? And I can't think of anything that sums up my profound disappointment with so-called environmentalism more than that, because in the damage that we inflict upon the more than human world by being out of relation to it is caused by centralization and techno-solutionism. And so environmentalism appears to want to do more of that to somehow fix it, right? So and that's clearly the narrative that the kind of World Economic Forum class wants. Like, all the digital infrastructure you put in place to fight an apparent virus is about to be used, because of these shortages and so on, to make sure that you can only travel domestically on a plane once every 8 years and all the rest of it, because we've got the passport and whatever system in place. So that further centralization, that further pulling us away from life that caused all these problems in the first place, they're going to do more of it. And that's what if the way we respond to the crisis is part of the crisis. It doesn't mean drill, baby, drill. It doesn't mean that everything's great. Things aren't great. But probably the way of thinking that got us into this mess is not the way of thinking we should use to try and get out of it. And that's kind of, where I am with. And it's funny because I'm no longer president of Permaculture Tasmania because I had too much other stuff to do, right? But I'm writing this book about going I deny climate and I don't think the environment is real. Welcome to Permaculture Tasmania. But I only mentioned that to kind of point out that I do the best I can to walk that walk. So I am not just sitting there going it's not a Trump position, like climate change was invented by the Chinese to keep American business down or whatever it was. Like, I'm not, it's not that.
And there's some great examples in your book about how it just always changes, and the difference between us, like, let's say, preserving a place, which is really destroying it in some ways. I mean, you can look at it differently, like blocking something or restoring is not necessarily what it's all cracked up to be. And I mean, look at what happened in the Amazon jungle as well. You talk about that. And then also maybe you could touch on that story in your book about the indigenous person. I think it was Australia. I can't remember the names of it, but the mound and the dwelling, and like how to, I don't know what the word to use would be, restore or incorporate.
Oh, you
dwelling
mean Martin Farrer Lloyd's. Yeah. So environmentalism is the idea that we can turn the world into a 19th century zoo, right? So we seem to want to freeze the world in aspic at the year 1850, so that every plant and every animal, where it was on, let's say, April 12th, 1850, when it was first described, as in given a name by a European, an organism that already had a name, because wherever you are in the world, someone's fucking named it. But wherever those things were is where they're supposed to be. And if they move, something's wrong. And that's kind of invasion biology. And the whole thing, like the World Wilderness Foundation, emerged out of early 20th century eugenics. So it's the same billionaire class. It's that same like Rockefeller class that was trying to make sure that poor people and black people wouldn't breed, was also like to reduce the human population. The same part of that was this kind of fantasy idea of like, we need to move people. They're messing up the wilderness. We need to like kill them, basically, for the pandas or some shit. I don't know. But like it's the same idea. It's the same racial bloodline idea that certain organisms belong in other places. White people belong somewhere, and there's this sort of implicit idea that if people who are non-white show up, it's like invasion biology. So some plants and organisms aren't supposed to be anywhere. And it is literally as simple as that. That is literally where this idea of invasive species and so on comes from. Now, if you look at how indigenous lifeways encounter novel species, it's the opposite of that. So Dr. Wolf-Dieter Stoll, I've had on the show, and he's very old now, but he was an anthropologist and had been one for years. And he was with, I forget, Lakota? Maybe he was with like a Lakota medicine man doing like a herb walk, and this medicine man was teaching him about different plants. And Wolf pointed at something that was an introduced species. And he said, this is messing this place up. And the medicine man's like, believe that. This is a new nation to us, and we don't know what its business is, and we don't know what business we're going to do together. And notice the difference, right? Because the medicine man actually allowed for this introduced plant species to have agency. So it treated it as a person, as another being, rather than like biological hazardous material that should be removed, like Jews, right? And that's literally the same thinking. Now, we still have that invasion biology thinking. We don't have that indigenous thinking of going, okay, what's going on here? And there's a whole bunch of research. Fred Pierce wrote a book called The New Wild about 10 years ago, a bit more now, which basically looks at novel species rather than introduced species. And we're sort of worried about lack of biodiversity, but at the same time, we're removing species that are apparently thriving somewhere new and not actually having as bad an impact as people seem to think, right? So the places that are most studied for this are, of course, the United States. And there are places like Florida and Hawaii that are very well studied when it comes to so-called introduced species. And the immediate assumption is they're going to run roughshod and kill all the indigenous species that are there. But that's just not what happens. Like the overall biodiversity goes up. And in the case of Hawaii, it's something like they lost 4 or 5 bird species, but gained 80. And yes, it's sad to lose 5 species, but like the overall bird diversity increased as a result of this. And if we actually just adjust our thinking as we face these ecological challenges around the world, there are things we can learn from other lifeways that are probably, and when I say probably, I know this is the case, are better at addressing the challenges we face. And that just is kind of the book writ large, right? Well, are there people around the world who are doing this better than us? And in pretty much every category, the answer to that is yes.
So how do we listen to the land? How do we know what to do? Like how do you explain what that guy did to rebuild his mouth?
So that's a good one
because that kind of gets into your maybe your psychedelic experiences too. Maybe
exactly right. And like because obviously at Rune Soup in the members area we have courses like custodianship and magical geography where you actually can learn the techniques of engaging with country. Because if you don't know them, I want to say you do have to learn them, but it's more like you have to learn to trust that you actually already know how to do this, because that's what it is in pretty much every case. It's we convince ourselves that we are not engaging with plants and we are not engaging with country, but actually we are. And if you go to like Stephen Harrod-Buhner, who's an amazing herbalist and herbalism teacher, does this thing in classes where he'll give unfamiliar plants to people and say, just sit there with this plant. And kind of like, just quiet your mind, just take a few deep breaths, just drop in and just let me know what comes to you. Just tell me about this plant. Like, is it happy? Is it sad? What does it feel like? And 2/3 of the time, they will list and sort of explain traditional herbal associations. Like, well, this is a happy plant. Like, it feels like it's, it'll be used as something to like treat depression and so on. But at 2/3 of the time, people will get the information correct, as in matching to traditional herbalism for a plant they've never encountered before. And that is about the ratio for all of this. People convince themselves they're not doing it when actually they are. You walk into a house and you go, this feels weird. And then it turns out, oh yeah, multiple murder 10 years ago. Like, we know how to do this, and we convince ourselves that we can't, or that it's not real. And outside of that, of this kind of like Western framework, that's not the case. No one else has been stupid enough to think that this natural capacity of humans is somehow fake. And in the case of my friend Matafera Lloyd, who's New Zealander, he's Maori, that's what he did when he got back to a place called Whetu Ariki, which is in the sort of like the southeast of the North Island. He worked in Auckland for years, and in fact, we ran into each other when I was living in New Zealand in media. And he came back to his ancestral land, and at the top of the hill, looking out over the sort of sacred Mangatu River. And in the Maori word for like a fortified hill town is pa, like P-A. And so there's the ruins just down from his kind of like meeting house. So they live on the top of the hill, and just sort of like down here is the what we would call the ruins. It's the wrong words for it, of like a 19th century family pa site. And you can kind of see in and amongst the weeds and the grass, these mounds. And he sat there. He sat out. It's beautiful. I've been there, like just on this hill. Like, it's a wonderful place just to sit. For 6 months, he sat out there looking down at it, just like being with his ancestors, finding out if it was the right thing to do. The words I use for it, because restore is not the right word, is to bring it back into the world of the living. Because to restore implies that it's a ruin, and a ruin implies that it doesn't have any use, or that it's not occupied. But what actually has happened to sites like that is they kind of pass into the dead. The spirits were on full show when, like, I slept in the pa site when I was there. The spirits everywhere, right? So the right way of thinking about it is like, is it the right thing to do to bring this back to the world of the living? Because Maoridom, like the Maori world, has a lot of, this is where we get the word taboo from, tabu, has a lot of, and rightly so, taboos around disturbing places that belong to the dead. And a bunch of other taboos. Like, everyone else has rules for living in a living cosmos correctly, and we just decided the cosmos wasn't alive and just went on our merry way, and look what happened. And so that's what he did. And what happened was this method of thinking. So he'd be there working on it himself, and he worked in IT. So he's not a construction guy at all. And so he'd be like clearing stuff, and he'd be there working on the side of the hill, and a thought would come to him. Oh, like, do it this way. And a really good example of that is he was restoring one of their whare's, so like this sleeping houses, like house, let's just say. And they still come to him to dig this square pit that can kind of seat a human up to about chest height, and like build this mesh wooden thing to put over it, and put hot rocks in it, and use a couple of plants, and basically make like a steam bath. And he's like, that's weird. That's not a thing we know. That's not like part of our historic culture. But the plants in question were part of Maori culture. It's like the whole point that Matafera Lloyd wanted to convey with this project was that it's not a rebuild or a recreation, because this is forward looking. right? So this is Maori culture now moving forward as part of it. That being said, when one of his cousins came to visit and view the progress, and this guy's like a professional Maori historian, he pointed to the square hole with like basically the steam pump and said, oh, you built I forget the word for it. Oh, you built a blah, blah, blah. And he didn't know that they actually did have them as like an historic technology. But it came to him as he moved forward with the site and while working on it. And so there's something about the doing and being on land that is an improved mode of thinking and bringing this novel information, because he got it completely correct. And he didn't even think they had them. So it was the most amazing, one of about a dozen times that happened over the course of, it's like thinking while doing is sort of one way of saying it, but it's also, this place is alive. These beings are alive, and he has a way of thinking that allows for that livingness to influence him. And it was actually when I was at that site that I realized I need to write this book. Like he's not just someone who I find extremely impressive, and it's been a light in Maoridom. So there are tribes who come from all over New Zealand to look at it, and they film like TV stuff there, because it really does fucking look the piece, right? It really does fucking look like traditional, in certain angles, like a traditional par site. But it's not just that. Different iwi members, so different tribes, will come and look at it and go, well, we have par sites as well. I'm going to go and see. And it's not like I'm going to go off and do this. It's like I'm going to go and sit with my par site and see if this wants to come back to the living as well. And so he's actually built a whole language and co-created with his ancestors a whole language of things that we would call reconstruction or rebuilding, but it's not. It's new. And so he's built basically a star temple in the middle of it. And this is not historically accurate. Maori have, like everyone else, like a really sophisticated astrology, right? So it's a place where the teaching of Maori star law happens. And it's arranged so that it's it's lunar oriented. And we were there for like various full moon ceremonies, but not just that. Because Marcus Motofaro-Lloyd is an Indigenous activist as well. So he's done a lot of work around water in New Zealand, but he's also been to Standing Rock twice, right? So when he was at Standing Rock and he got to meet the various elders there, and as he's going through this power project, and Standing Rock is still going on and he's back in New Zealand, he's like, can I light a solidarity fire with you in my power site, right? So here's this is a really good kind of going back to what Darren was saying earlier about, like, this is Indigenous led, but it's more like the world is going to look more Indigenous after this. So here's this Maori guy calling up from New Zealand to Standing Rock, where there are the 7 Standing Rock fires. And he asked to light it one in solidarity. And it turns out that there was like a Lakota, like fire shaman, I don't know, in a town called Rotorua, like in the middle of the North Island, who was there at the time. So he got permission. This guy came over and lit the first Standing Rock fire outside of Standing Rock, like a solidarity fire. And it's in this PAR project that's about the reorganization and bold claiming of a Maori future, like an Indigenous future. And it was like a true privilege to be in ceremony around this like Standing Rock solidarity fire in a Maori star temple that's come out of like this guy's head and his ancestors. And that's kind of when I realized I had to do this book, because there's so much fucking cool shit that's going on in the world that is so inspiring to, like, I can go to sleep knowing that like Fetu Ariki exists, and it's great. It's great to know that there are things like that going on all over the world, because it's the most amazing thing, and it shows that there are ways of being that are, I mean, it's problematic to say better, but I think demonstrably better than the way we're doing. And that not just that, these are outward expressing ways of being, so that they exist at least in part to inspire and instruct us. So it's not like a closed system, but it's also not appropriation. It's not like I'm going to build a Maori pa because I went to fucking Fetu Ariki, right? But it's more how Matafero thought, like his thinking with land, is something I can learn with and have learned with. Like I managed to do that or something like that myself on my own little farm. Yeah. And that's kind of, I hope, the promise of the book.
Yeah, and because you look at thoughts as you know, not you look at it, but you mentioned how some researchers think of thoughts as persons, right? I mean that it's almost a living thing on its own.
And that is the case. You could describe it slightly differently, but we are, again, and it's only in the last 300 years that we've been like this, that we thought that we made this claim, this take, that thoughts are basically epiphenomena vomited up by the brain, and they're trapped inside the skull and they have no relation to reality. And that is, like, coming back to McKenna, that is so fucking stupid. That is the stupidest theory of mind any culture has ever come up with, right? And it might look different elsewhere, but there are some kind of like universals. There is a universal theory of mind that shows that thoughts, not all thoughts, but some of them are important and some of them are beings, right? So, and Jung thought this, like when he started doing his active imagination work and he was kind of dropping in and building the Red Book, he'd jump in there and he'd be encountering Enoch and other biblical patriarchs who were saying, like, do you think you invented us? Do you think we're in your head? You idiot. Like, we predate you, and crucially, my good bitch, we will post-date you. And so he actually managed to step into a world where some thoughts are beings, are persons, because they are, right? Like that our imaginal is the interface with our ancestors, the interface with gods and angels and biblical patriarchs and all of it. And everyone else knew that, and we're in a process of recovery, right?
They knew that for a long time, right? Like we're talking thousands of years. I was reading some I had some quotes here from Theophrastus going way back. Like there's stuff like for thousands of years they've thought about this world, and everything that moves must have life, and seeing that all things move, even the earth, especially with a generative and alternative motion, they must themselves live. Like they're saying that the heavens live, everything lives. You know, this goes so far back.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the whole kind of reason the book is named the way it is because animism is a really charged and dangerous term, right? And the reason I picked that, and the reason I apply it to myself, and I open the book by saying I'm only applying it to myself because there's been enough kind of like European namings of non-European things. And then that's where we got animism from. And it's this era right here where Europeans, like early anthropologists, went out into the brown corners of their empire and encountered Australian Aborigines, Amazonian shamans, whatever, and thought that these people were so childlike and primitive that they couldn't tell the difference between dreams and reality. And it's like the Skinner meme. It is the children who are wrong. Like I am haunted by the fact that we were the ones who couldn't tell what was real and what wasn't because we thought it was all fake, right? So animism is the term we gave to theories of mind that we thought were primitive, and we did that in our primitiveness. So like the term is really powerfully, emotionally, politically, dangerously charged because it is at the heart of this imperial era, right? And so I wanted to stay with the trouble of that term rather. And when I was working on the book in Sydney at the State Library, I was talking to one of the Indigenous curators there, and he's like, "What are you working on?" I said, "I'm writing a book about animism." And he's like, "Why?" So that was the sort of beginning point of me realizing that the introduction needs to explicitly state that I'm not calling I don't call Marcus Matafari Lloyd considers himself an animist. I don't call him that. I don't call any of the shamans I met that. I reserve that word for me and me only because there's a lot of people in the magic world in particular that use the term, and I get why. I'm actually at least partially to blame for its popularity, but I wanted people to know that it's a politically charged statement to do that. The word is not neutral. The word is politically dangerous, and it needs to be. I don't want people to stop using it. I want people to use it knowing its full power to decolonize, right? Like if you use it for yourself, what it means is this whole crime and you using that term, you hope, is part of that recovery process. At least that was
what a concept.
Yeah.
What a concept.
Yeah.
You don't want to just delete the word out of the whole vocabulary?
No. Yeah.
So
we try that.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, before we run out of time here, I don't know if you can tease maybe a couple of my favorite parts of the book was of course, your experience with your farm and the water dragons and maybe, or your psychedelic experiences, which I don't think I've heard anybody articulate that, pulling memories out of your childhood and or other things. I mean, I feel like, and so I don't want you to go down too many deep holes though, but there was really two really fun parts of the book was those two chapters.
Summoning a water dragon to stop a fire. That was amazing. That's still, one of my best. And I didn't do that on my own. There was 100 of us who did that, right? But I've done a lot of magic and a lot of it's worked. And this is a few years ago, there was some historically bad fires in Tasmania. It was basically my first summer after buying the farm. And the farm was purchased as a result of multiple years of enchantments and divination and so on. So we definitely landed at the right place. And then it's at risk of burning down. And I'm like, really? Really? All that work from fucking London over several years to get here? And now you're going to burn it down? That's annoying. But it was just remarkable. February is the driest month in Tasmania, and we needed 25 mils or 35 mils to do something for 8% of the state was on fire at one point. It's not a big place. It was crazy. And we used some lunar mansion elections to basically call up a Vedic water dragon. And it worked. And during that ritual, I actually saw the exact time that the rain was going to arrive at the farm, which it did. And then it turns out that was the first time the moon was in Pisces. So it was the first time that water was kind of astrologically able to do it. But it was the eeriest feeling being on the farm as the rain's coming, pouring down, and there are thick clouds because you could feel something in the clouds. I have never, I've fucked around with a lot of spirits. It hasn't been too much like that. It hasn't been too much there is something in the you almost wanted to duck. It was the strangest thing. But yeah, that story's in there. The other thing is during my various psychedelic experiments ongoing made me I am firm in my conviction that thoughts not only are some kind of beings, but there's something about that Rumi idea that nothing lasts, but nothing is lost. And so we have terms for it like Akashic records and so on. But our understanding of time, which is the presentation I gave at Miguel's conference, was about time and how we've got it wrong. Because our understanding of time is one damn thing after another also emerges from this kind of imperial materialism. And we never thought that before, and no one else thinks that. So it's probably wrong. And I've had experiences where I've ended up being the sort of feeling or being that I encountered at certain stages in the past and the future. So there's one point where I was lying in my partner's bed at the age of 22, sensing something come down on his balcony, which I then, during subsequent psychedelic experiences, chasing after what's the word I'm looking for here? The kind of emotional, sexual stuff that you work on when you're doing psychedelics, took me back to this moment, and I sort of descended down onto this balcony and was looking in at myself and my partner, and I'm like, holy shit. When I was 22 in bed, I was seeing me at the age of 36, not seeing me, but sensing my descent at this exact same moment. And that's just one of those real Star Trek things that you go, God, the universe, we haven't got it right, and you get kind of glimpses of it. Ayahuasca is very similar, where she can kind of find, when you engage her properly, that she can kind of look at your memories as living things. And it's I don't know if she goes back in time. It seems weird that the universe would generate a library that's identical to the universe itself, but maybe it does. If not, the past is some kind of achievable place that with the right kind of beings and the right way of thinking, which doesn't actually just have to be psychedelic. Some of my shamanic training allows for you to do it stone cold sober. But the past isn't irretrievable. And in the same way, just coming back to the very beginning of the show, the same thing with the future. the future has a bearing on the present, and the past has a bearing on the present. And they are some kind of real. It's this sort of failure to understand time that makes us think that both of those things are not available to us, but they are in kinds of ways, I guess, is how I'd say it. But the book certainly, the thing I've been on for the last year and a half has been time. I gave a presentation about different astrologies at a conference this is all in the members area, like at a conference in Q3 of last year. And there's the one that I gave in Playa recently is sort of like the next one along in that. But when you step into an animist universe, sooner or later, you're going to have to reconcile with time, in the sense that it's almost like it's the last thing we decolonize. And we should somewhat urgently, especially as we are living through like a really important moment. So like how you understand time and how you come into relation with it is urgent. It's time sensitive, I guess.
Yeah, I've tried to go back to my childhood with my mom and my sister. Sometimes we try and just go back and remember things and all that. And it's hard. I don't remember a lot. Maybe I need to try some of these alternative ways to sort of get back.
Psychedelics will do it. Like or find a good hypnotist, because there are, you kind of change your state of consciousness, and it's not even like you remember them. It's literally like you are selecting them out of a cosmic library, because I think that's actually the problem. I think we try to store everything biochemically in like our bodies, and it's not a good storage area, and it wasn't meant for that, I don't think. And this kind of comes back to the stuff that Matafara Lloyd can do, where the knowledge of how you build a pa isn't in his head, but it's somewhere in the universe. And it's not like he has to remember it. He has to access it. And that's what it felt like for me. Like it's not, the memories I had weren't in my head, but they were in the universe. And when you encounter them, they are fully alive. It's weird. It's not like how you can kind of sort of remember being 4 or 5 years old.
Right, it's like the TV. It's like the TV remembrance when somebody remembers something on TV and they go right back to that act. Yeah. So, do you think that your person at that time was present in the moment? Like, do you think being present makes these memories more available or less available?
I don't even know what present means. If I can be caught in this infinite loop where I'm the thing landing that remembers the thing that caused me to land. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what present.
Well, for example, like you might not have seen your future self if you weren't present. You might have been stuck in your head thinking about something else. Like, I guess I think of it as if I'm in La La Land all day long, am I going to remember that day or not remember that day?
You probably won't, but the universe does. Like this comes back to that nothing lasts, but nothing is lost. Like it all ends up in the sort of Akashic records. I don't care what you call it. Like,
but I still would have I might still have access to it. Yeah,
you could.
Yeah,
certain beings like ayahuasca could take you through it for sure.
Yeah. It's just fascinating. Darren, do you have anything to ask or add or anything?
No, I'm excited to read the book. I wish I could listen to it as an audiobook, though.
Yeah, I'll get there. I want to do that and Star.Ships.
That would be great. That would be great. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think this is a game changer. I really think just to put this out there really got me thinking about things, like the environment and the activism and just being one with everything and really how separate we become. And I mean, it overlaps with the time that we're in right now. I mean, I really, really enjoyed it. One of my favorite books. One of my favorite books of all time.
I'm glad. Me too. But I'm glad it resonates because I'm really proud of it and I worked really hard on it and I'm glad you liked it because when you write a book, you hope at least one person likes the book.
Oh yeah, no. But I mean, this is like I said, I really think it's a game changer about the way we look at things.
Where can people get the book?
ScarletImprint.com. Obviously, it's a Scarlet Imprint book. I am obviously traveling with the paperback. They have the big, beautiful hardcover ones that are easy to get there. I think you can get the paperbacks on Amazon as well, and obviously the Kindle editions. But if you want like the big fancy hardbacks, the best place is ScarletImprint.com. They ship from the US and the UK. So if you're anywhere near either of them, that's like the best. But you can get it on Amazon. So the publishers, Peter and Augustus, are very close friends of mine. And in the last few years, it's become, and there's nothing they can do about it, it drives Augustus to distraction. Postal rates to Australia from the UK are really bad, right? And so the premium members who are based in Australia all kind of like club together, and which is a thing you can do, by the way, and like buy 10 books at once so they can kind of like share the shipping costs. But if you're in the US or Western Europe or whatever, which most of your listeners are as well, you won't have that problem. But for Australians and New Zealanders, I promise you, they're doing the best they can. But the Kindles, don't pay shipping on Kindle.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, I got one more question before we go. How did the apples turn out?
Really good. They're still alive.
Really?
And I'm glad, right? So for context, I kind of mentioned the culmination of some of the stuff I learned in the book went into the ceremonies I use for this apple orchard that we put in a couple of years ago. And we're obviously in autumn in Australia now. So they had a really good summer. They put on a lot of growth. And so I was actually quite scared that the book would come out because I finished it in April of last year. And I'm like, that's like a whole season where I could fuck this up. But they're all still alive. So I'm doing really well. They're doing really well. I love them. It's the most amazing thing to kind of look out over sort of 70 heritage cider apples. It's terrifying. I don't have kids, so and I don't think of my apple trees as children. But by the same token, I'm like, if you die, it's my fault. Yeah. It's a weird, it's a weird thing to think when there's a whole orchard in front of you, and I'm like, let's not fuck this up. Yeah. But it's been good, and I love them, and I run my chickens through them, so we're doing that permaculture thing. But they're all still alive. Everything seems reasonably happy. Nice. The trees are doing better than the chickens,
Right on. Well, thanks, Gordon. Have a great the rest of your trip in North America. And
here's hoping we can get together here soon.
Yeah. We'll stay in touch. We'll see what can be arranged. Awesome, and thanks for having me, guys. I love talking to you both, and
right on.
It was a good chat.
Thanks.
That's right on, Gordon. Enjoy your time down in Mexico.
Will do.
Ciao.
Grimerica, how you been?
I've been very well for the most part. Thank you very much. It's fun to be in sort of the same time zone as you guys. It's 6:30 p.m. here. Yeah.
Oh yeah. You're the same as East, I guess. So yeah, a little earlier for us. Yeah. So you're in, where would that be, Central America or
South America? So I'm in Paraguay. I'm in the capital city of Asuncion, and it's a trip.
It's a trip. And you're trying to, how long is your third book going to take to come out? When do you think you'll have it?
So one of the reasons why I'm here working on the book away from as many distractions as possible is I need to get it done by the end of the year, because the publishers, Scarlet Imprint, have like a window of time that they've penciled me in for to have it edited and printed so that it'll be hopefully beginning of Q2 next year. So really like quite a quick turnaround for a book.
Wow.
If I hold up my end of the bargain.
Well, they do such a good job at the hard copies. It's just amazing.
Oh, it's wonderful. Yeah. And it's, but books, I think this is number 5 or 6 or whatever it is for me. They have their own rhythm. This is going quite good at the moment, so I'm low key confident that I'll actually bring it in on time. But a lot of things can happen. I was briefly hospitalized last week here, so like the world will throw curveballs wherever you happen to be.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm improving. It was just an interesting trip through, let's say, the shortcomings of germ theory, but despite that, the effectiveness of antibiotics. It was really weird. Like, antibiotics aren't something that are really in my world anymore, but the situation required it, and they've come along in leaps and bounds in the last 100 years, and I was unaware of like targeted antibiotics and so on. So I was taking all these medications
that are in a model of health that I think is wrong, but they were still helping. And so, yeah,
that's one of the toughest areas with that is like
exactly.
that really is is something you might need sometime, and it's in that old model. I know Darren and his fiance sort of like they get extra antibiotics just in case. There's some like that's probably it should be in your sort of kit. Your almost your bug out bag in a way.
So I have Lynn McTaggart, who I love on my show, maybe once or twice a year. And she's a journalist who's known for her research in the field and frontier science and so on. She has been running a magazine for about 35 years called What Doctors Don't Tell You. And one thing she said at the end of the episode last time she was on my show was there's only one medication in the history of the last 120 years of allopathy that actually does what it's supposed to do. And I asked her what that was, and she said antibiotics. And I'm like, okay, cool. So if Lynn, the field McTaggart, has something good to say about antibiotics, when I'm in a foreign country with symptoms that match an infection, I'm going to take some antibiotics.
Yeah, it's still a risk that if you take them too much, they start, right? Like it's still only got to be like as needed, only.
Absolutely. And I hadn't taken them for years, but this was a situation where I'm like, all right. What are my options here?
You used to get killed by infections all the time. It's probably like the number one.
So this is the thing. Like germ theory is wrong, but that doesn't mean that you can't be harmed by things like fungi and bacteria, right? So it's two very important different things. And I had several nights in hospital with my IV antibiotic drip to think long and hard about how antibiotics fold into my own model of health as they were at least improving my symptoms. And I'll deal with the fallout later. It's that classic correct saying, which is whoever takes medicine has to recover twice. And I think that's a really wise statement because it doesn't tell you not to take medication. It just tells you if you take medication, you have to recover twice. One, from whatever it is that has brought you to the medication in the first place, and two, from the medication itself. So you're always given that sense of awareness. And in my case, it's like, yeah, cool. My symptoms are getting pretty bad, and I'm in a foreign country alone. I'm gonna go with the antibiotics and deal with the subsequent fallout over the coming months.
I have a hard time with the germ theory thing because we were in a group traveling during, the height of what was that? What was the variant called again? The bad one. The
Delta,
the height of Delta,
COVID,
and like 22 of us got it. Like, boom, 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 and it's just, it's hard for me to just think terrain only there. Plus, I feel like it's a bioweapon. I mean, maybe it's not considered like a natural virus, so maybe it's different than what maybe it doesn't fall into the germ category theory, maybe technically, but I have a hard time with that. Like,
I agree that there are. The areas like STDs and the collapse in indigenous populations that happen, particularly here in South America when it comes to disease in the early colonial period, still, when I think about it this way, we've had 120 years of Rockefeller medicine, thus billions of dollars going into research, most of which is crap, to support a germ theory model, and we've had no dollars going into competing theories. And so when I look at the leading proponents of terrain theory, like Tom Cowan and so on, who I love, it's like, it's just this one guy with no money who happens to be really, really smart. And there are big areas like that that still need, let's just say, a few decades more research from a terrain angle to work it out. Because I agree completely. There are moments where the main ones for me are things like STDs and this is sort of the same story, right? Like syphilis and the collapse of New World populations, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Tuberculosis.
I'm not saying that doesn't mean germ theory is right, but there's terrain theory. I don't think has a super strong case for understanding that.
Exactly. That's my point. And we were reading some science the other day. I think it was a guest that we had on. I'm trying to remember who it was now, Darren. But these scientists were doing, this is decades ago, they were doing experiments using viruses in their analysis, like their DNA or some sort of like detailed analysis, and they're using viruses. And I thought, well, interesting that they they use that in there. I mean, what if there was no such thing as viruses? Then how are they? It's not all a big setup that they say they're using viruses and not. They think they are. I mean,
it's also that's really fascinating. I like so. I'm most of the time, like let's say 5 days out of 6, I'm a terrain theory person. And then I think about the people who are weaponizing all these, like in the labs in Ukraine and whatever was going on in Wuhan and what have you. I'm like, these people, they're not pretend. Like they're not even some kind of like scam pretending that viruses are real.
Yeah.
They actually believe that what they're doing is fucking around with viruses.
Yeah.
So like, what are they? But I asked Sally Fallon Morell that. I said, well, what are they working on? Because these people, they're not pretending. It's not some sort of like elaborate flat earth conspiracy type. They're not all like going, ha ha ha, we've got to pretend viruses are real. And I think they're just dealing with toxic proteins would be my guess, right? Like they're dealing with poisons, which can be transmitted by things like injections and spittle and what have you. So this is where it gets, I find really interesting, right? Like I think it's super interesting that I think terrain theory is where we should assert most sovereignty over our own personal health, because that's the one we have most control over. But I don't know if it's the full story about what's going on in our world.
So what is the, sorry to keep going on about this, but what is the terrain theory people say about the COVID bioweapon? Because it
isn't a bioweapon, right? Like, and like if you, speaking of fellow Canadians, I suppose, if you actually look at the all-cause mortality now that we're this far out, you look at it and go, there wasn't a thing that happened other than taking antibiotics away from people who were otherwise symptomatic for pneumonia.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. Oh yeah,
so
I agree with all that, but my experience with it was very synthetic. Like I don't really get
totally. Yeah.
I don't really get the flu. Like I don't really get I mean, maybe in my life, maybe a couple times, like where I would get like a fever kind of thing. But this was like super creepy and very synthetic, and I had crazy like night dreams and like weird.
So Catherine Fitz would say that if you look at, and this is true, like if you look at Denny Rancourt's work, there wasn't a quote unquote pandemic to speak of on the level of all-cause mortality. The deaths were iatrogenic, but that doesn't mean that they weren't poisonings, right?
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean that they weren't using who knows what, right? EMF weapons,
5G,
different frequencies, whatever. And you're not the only person to say like this feels like a poisoning. Like it doesn't feel like whatever a natural illness happens to be. It does. It feels odd. So, I mean, who knows? They've certainly spent a lot of money weaponizing what they think are viruses and might be toxins, but either way are toxic. So, funny old world.
Yeah. Are you doing more shamanic training down there too in Paraguay or anything like that? Are you continuing on with that whole thing? Or?
Sort of, not explicitly. I'm working with a couple of different groups, Brazilian groups actually. So I'm down here doing research, but not training. Paraguay is a bit too far south for all the cool, hectic South American stuff like the jaguars and the ayahuasca and whatever. They do have jaguars in the north, but the further south you get, the more boring it gets, as far as I'm concerned. Like all the cool stuff in South America, like the jungles and the ayahuasca and the shamans and I don't know, the coca plantation, they're all in like the hectic north part of South America.
I think Argentina is pretty similar to like Alberta, like it's very beef and prairie and
this is beef country here as well, and it's delicious. James was over for the first couple of weeks and then went back to Tasmania, and he was here. This last night was his birthday, so we went out to the best restaurant in the country, which is inevitably a steak restaurant. And Bill and Klaus, if they live another 150 years, could do nothing to stop Paraguay. Like, there's no way. Like when I think about the bug-eating, idiotic crap that the West is inflicting on itself, that will destroy the West before it has the opportunity to even barely impact places like Paraguay. Like, it's really encouraging, frankly, to be somewhere like this where you go, Bill and Klaus could never. There's no way.
That's how it feels here. I mean, my number one obstacle when I'm hunting anything, even in the mountains to a certain extent, like in the foothills of the mountains, you're like, oh my God, a moose. And it's like, oh fuck, it's a fucking cow, man. Jesus Christ. Like there's fucking cows everywhere. It's insane. Everywhere. I'm hunting the prairies, but I'm hunting the foothills of the mountain. The only time I don't see cows is when I'm hunting like mountain shit, like basically bighorn sheep. Any kind of deer, any place the elk are, there's cows. Every place you go on the prairies, there's cows. I mean, there's got to be 6 million cows in Alberta. I would
That's
say
good.
someplace between 5 and 6 million. I don't see how you just and Saskatchewan, Saskatchewan, they've got the population outnumbered 10-1 by fucking cows. I don't see how I don't see how they're gonna make that happen around here anytime soon.
I think the way they'll do it in the West is with the fact that we are already majority non-cash based. So it's just easier to flip that CBD switch, which will be coming in the next 6 or 7 months, right? You can't do that here. More than half the country is unbanked. They run on cash and they eat beef. Like you have to give them all bank accounts and whatever first. Now you can do that. You can back end their telephone numbers and use essentially phone credit as the beginning of a digital currency. So you can do it, but it will take so long that this idiotic process will have collapsed the West before it gets to places like Paraguay and regional Argentina, and anywhere that's still kind of like hectic and cowboy. So it's really encouraging to see that there are. I mean, it's probably not going to be your country or mine, but it's really encouraging to see that there's going to be countries that will just sail through this madness and laugh at us.
What's your go ahead, Darren.
I don't think Canada's going to survive as a country if this keeps going the way it's going. It looks like it's getting ready to tear apart. I mean, the Alberta and Saskatchewan have had enough. We've got a premier finally here now. I don't know that I trust her 100%, but up until now, I mean, she's still saying all the right things. The shit that I never thought a politician would say, and the shit that none of the other politicians seem to be saying, save, I don't know, maybe there's a few in the US, but I mean, around here, she's really like putting and I don't know if I don't know the US system well enough to know what their capabilities are. It seems like all they can do is fucking run their mouth. But, we've gone here where we're actually passing legislation to draw a line in the sand against the federal government, which hopefully, I mean, my hope would be that eventually drives a wedge big enough to actually break up the Confederation. And
That's in
hopefully,
the Armstrong model that it is 100% likely that Canada splits by 2032. Same as the US, obviously. It's 100% likely. So I think you're seeing that. That's in his model, for whatever that's worth, which is quite a lot. Martin Armstrong's model, his Socrates forecast, which is a big part of my blended cycle model. But it's the EU breaks, Britain splits, Canada splits, in the sense of getting a divorce, and so does the US. And Australia might, but ours will be stupid. Ours will just be like Western Australia leaves, which they've been trying to do for like 30 or 40 years anyway. It'll be a fake divorce.
So how does the prediction stand from I think when we were talking in 2021 or 2022, I can't remember which year.
This was supposed to be the shittiest year. That's right. Right? Was that right, Graham? This year was terrible.
2023?
Yeah, I thought 2023 was supposed to be the dark year, but maybe it was 2024.
Depends which thing you're forecasting, right? Like, it depends which thing you're forecasting. But
we were talking about nuclear war. I know.
Oh yeah, that's not until 25 to 27. Although at this rate, like Kiev will probably get nuked sometime in the next like 6 months. But like proper nuclear war isn't like till mid to late decade. That's in the astrology as well. That's not just in Armstrong's model. That's when, if that's going to happen, you're looking in the 2025 to 2027 range.
So can you give us a rundown of the Armstrong model here?
Sure. So that's the
timeline, at least, maybe just a rough timeline.
Yeah. So next year is the peak in political corruption and civil unrest, which is not surprising. I mean, the model has Trump winning at 61% of the vote, which usually it's 49-51, right? Like countries split down the middle. and it looks like that he will be campaigning from prison, and so, but he doesn't become president. So that the model has the civil unrest and the corruption in politics look like they're the same thing there, right? Which is we're seeing now not just one attempt, but every single attempt to throw everything at preventing, as if he's some great savior, but he's a threat to the project. They're throwing everything at him not being able to run because they know they can't win on the merits, but they're halfway through a heist, right? Like they're halfway through Ocean's 11. You can't have a normal election because they'd all get booted out and sent to prison. So it just gets more crazily corrupt, and it's that process that brings about the divorce. So that's 24. Digital currency in the US sometime next year, he thinks around May is the first rollout, or the most likely turning point in the model for a digital currency next year in the US is May, early May, late April. 2025 to 2027 is when World War III properly starts. So like Russia and China and so on. And 2028 is the end of the US dollar as global reserve currency, which would suggest that the country splits around then, because like who gets custody of the dollar if you have an America South and America North, like, and then who's going to buy that internationally? So those are the timelines around the divorce into the final moment, which he's been talking about for about 40 years, where the economic capital of the world will move to Beijing. And so it's just a really hectic decade. But you look at this and go, even without a model like that, there's nothing on the horizon that suggests, oh, well, we'll just turn it around. Like rationality will return, and we'll turn it around, and civilization will carry on.
They just keep push. I mean, they're basically pushing for the Great Reset.
Yeah, nothing is. It's weird to say there's no cause for hope. Like, I'm actually pretty white-pilled about this whole process because there's a lot about how the West operates that I detest, and as it all comes down, it's going to bring that stuff I don't like down with it. But all the Armstrong model does for me at the moment is provide timings that I can, I guess, incorporate into my plans. Because if you told anyone, like, oh, I reckon the US gets a divorce sometime in the next 10 years, they're like, yeah, you're probably right. Like half of them want to turn the children trans, and the other, like, what the fuck's going on? It's like, yeah, I don't know how there's any coming back. It's like a divorce. It's like a marriage. It's like there's a point where all the parties involved realize this only ends one way. It's just a question of whether we do it nice or rough, to paraphrase Tina Turner. And no one thinks otherwise.
You're seeing a geographic sort of migration moving in that direction in Canada. I know you're seeing people actively leave Alberta, obviously on a much smaller scale than they're coming into Alberta from the rest of the country. I think our province grew by 10% already so far this year. We have like a giant surplus just in the extra taxes because we got almost an extra 500,000 people moved to a province of 4 million people.
Wow.
Fleeing mostly, Quebec, Ontario,
BC,
and British Columbia, the places that, BC, it's a huge population of nurses that still aren't allowed to work there because of COVID mandates. So they're coming here where they can work. And
my Florida friends say that the traffic's doubled, so that the amount of people in Florida,
housing here is
gone up by millions, but like they said, they think it's more. Like the whole country is going to fit into the penis of America at this rate. Like it's crazy.
I'm seeing just the big thing is just the weird plates, right? Because inevitably when you move here, it takes you 3 months, 6 months, a year before you finally change your stuff over. You're not going to cancel your insurance halfway through the thing. Yeah. Maybe you want, some people probably show up here, they change it that day, but most people, they're going to do it at the end of their cycle. They're going to wait until they're settled in and they know they're not leaving or something like that. So it's Quebec plates, BC plates all over the place, Quebec plates all over the place, Ontario plates everywhere. We're kind of, you could put some of it off to tourism a few months ago, but now we're well past the tourism season out here. And it's just, these are just the people that are moving here, which is weird because you still can't seem to find employees. So it's this weird crux where there's all these people moving here, but I don't know what the fuck they're doing or where they're going.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That being said, half of the guys working for me right now were not in Alberta 2 years ago. So there is some of that, but there's just not enough of them. How can the province increase by 10%? And it should be on all accounts easier to find guys now, skilled guys even, than it was 5 years ago. And it's not. It's
but there's also like an excess death problem with people our age, and there's other extraneous issues.
I don't know what kind of government supports are still in play from during this scandemic era, but Australia has a similar problem where it's like, why are we full and we can't hire anyone, and like no one's applying for the jobs? And part of that is on the employer side, it's so expensive to hire people now. So it's just like thousands of dollars of effort for maybe nothing. But Tasmania has the same problem. It's like, how is the population growing? And there's no one who can do any of the jobs that are available. And part of that's going to be people permanently out of the workforce because of the, and all the rest of it. But yeah, this is what I mean. Like Armstrong just gives you timing for something. You go like, this doesn't improve. This is not. Well, it does improve over the long term, but in the short term, it breaks. Right? You look at it and go, this doesn't improve until it breaks. So it's a question of when you think the break happens, and like, I'll take his model for it. I've got to pick one of them, right?
Well, it already broke.
Why not? Yeah.
See, I think I go with the Atlas Shrugged model. It's just, collapsed by the best of intentions and entitlement. Fucking whatever.
Yeah.
But so when does it get better? Let's have some, because I thought you were going to say it gets better in like 6 months, but now it seems like we got a little while longer.
I'm sure I said this last time because it was the beginning of the decade, but it's like, this is the worst decade of your lives, assuming you live like a normal length of time. So that's like the good and the bad news, right? Because if you can find the joy and the happiness through particularly these next 7 years, the rest of it's fucking gravy until you leave the planet, right? But from the early 2030s, astrologically and in Armstrong's model, we have the opportunity to look at more direct democracy style models. The whole system breaks, right? So we have the opportunity of going, well, how do we want to do governance? So that's more direct voting on particular issues because we'll have the digital infrastructure for it. That's on further decentralization of power and so on. So like the 2030s from about 2032 on have a lot going for them. It just, you blink and it'll be 2026, right? So it seems like a long way off, but that's in the model. That's not like the good news for the world. The good news for you is always like one breath away, one reframe away, right? Like, okay, well, I'm going to be in my joy. I'm going to reframe towards like gratitude and the things that are actually fucking awesome in my life. You can do that under any circumstance. And in fact, that's kind of a big point. Like maybe the main point about being on Earth is to like do that process. So there's the macro story, which the next decade is better than this one. And there's the micro story, which is up to every person listening and watching as to when they decide to step into that new world. Funnily enough, when you ask like, what am I doing here? Is it related to shamanic training? Sort of. There's a rite that's part of the Munai Ki, which is in Alberto's lineage that I trained in, called the Mosok Kapai, which is like the new rite. And I'm doing some work around activating that here, and it's the rite of the times to come. It's like an anchor thrown through the chaos to the other side, like further up the timeline where things aren't quite so hectic again. So I'm doing some work with a group of people around activating more of that rite, because this is in everyone's model, right? We're just in what he would call a Pachacuti, which is just this cosmos overturning moment. And you came to Earth for these times. It's probably a reason for that. It's probably not to sit around and bitch and complain about, although it is fun, our elected political leaders. There's probably some more empowering work that we could all be doing.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, this could be one of our best decades, really, depending on how we handle it. But personally, I would like to know about the model going further, like past the 2030s into the 2040s, because we've had two guests on that have had, pretty dire predictions from that on. So Douglas Vogt from Diehold Foundation says that the poles are going to actually flip in 2040. I mean, he thinks that he thinks that Congress has knows about his work. That's why they build all the underground stuff in the wrong place in the States. I mean, he thinks the bill 2244, 2448, 2240. No, can't remember now. Anyways, one of those bills was it said like human extinction in there 17 times. He thinks that's based on his work because he's got these connections in the intelligence and the government. And then there's Jason Brashears who's collated this Phoenix cycle kind of thing. And he thinks it's going to happen in 2046. So I wonder if like that.
How old are you going to be in 2046?
Me, I'll be 76.
Yeah.
Man, that's old, dude. I'll be only 65. I'll still be like, that's like the new 40.
All right. Well, then it's Darren's problem. Ask him what he's going to do about it. Because, like,
I'll just watch it all happen. I'll be like, here it comes.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. It'll be a fun experience.
There is, outside of the Armstrong model, there are other models, remote viewing models that have far fewer people on this planet, around 1 billion at the end of the century, as opposed to the 7 or so we're on now. Although that number's completely made up, by the way. No one has any fucking idea how many people there are on this planet coming and going. It's like all World Health Organization numbers. Some blonde twink in Zurich has put it into a spreadsheet. Like the idea that there's like birth certificates and death certificates going on in Africa, like it's so stupid. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is, there's probably rather a lot of us, and by the end of the decade, end of the century, the core accurate remote viewers who did this work while the project still ran had 1 billion at the end of the year, and that involves World War III involves weather warfare and extreme events between now and 2050. Some of which are like man-made, some of which look man-made but might be crazy and hectic, the earthquakes, big tidal wave, pole shift type stuff. They wouldn't call it that, but there's a bunch of craziness between now and 2050. In the astrological model, the Pluto transit that takes up most of the 2030s, typically Pluto in Aquarius, that's the sign of the purging of, that's the planet of the purging of corruption and the Lord of the Underworld. And it's the planet of crowds and medicine and society and the mob. So typically Pluto through Aquarius transits take 1 billion or so people, like quite a few people with them as well. So the opportunity for a politically engaged golden age does start to show up in the early 2030s. But you will see a population decline, probably for a variety of reasons, including the long-term effects of by the time we get to the next decade. So as for pole shifts and the rest of it, there's like a serenity prayer aspect of this for me. What are the things that I can take care of and control against? And maniac technocrat billionaires trying to make me eat bugs and inject weird platforms, I can manage that one. If the poles shift and a 1 mile high wave destroys me and my farm, that's how I leave this planet.
Yeah.
Right. So I look for the parts where I can actually mitigate risk, and acts of God are kind of one of those definitional things. Now, I will say, like I said, in the astrological model, in the RV model, in the Mayan astrological model, in Armstrong's model, and this isn't really a model as much as it was discussions with shamans in Ecuador last year, there are fewer people on the planet by a sizable chunk, by about 1 billion or so at the end of the 2030s.
Wow, that's interesting.
Now, if the impact on, which I believe a lot of it's going to be the impact on human fertility as a result of what we've just been through.
Yeah.
So if you have a war and a whole bunch of people dying of fast-acting cancer and all the rest of it that we're seeing now, and we have fewer babies, then you can kind of, it's horrific, but you can actually get.
It's going to happen quick. Yeah. Yeah.
You can shave quite a few people off the planet before that happens. So that's what I'm operating. But who fucking knows?
Well, there's this too. I mean, we talked to Truot, who I really don't know anything about. So with a grain of salt, of course. But he sold it. I mean, The guillotine thing has always been a little bit much for me. I don't know if there is actually a bunch of smart guillotines stashed out in the USA someplace or not, or if they're going to chop a bunch of heads off, or if I'm on that list, or if I'm not on the list of heads chopped off. I'd rather not go out like that, but I think I have enough guns to ensure that I don't go out like that. I at least get shot or droned or something like that. But he was talking about these Deagle forecasts. And now I don't know what the Deagle is now off the top of my head. I could probably find out. Maybe Graham can find out while I'm putting around with this. But these were these populations of all these different countries relative from 2017, which is when the forecast was done, to 2025, which is, a year and a half from now, less than that. Afghanistan goes from 34 to 33, Albania 3, not any real big changes. Angola goes down 10 million, 33%. How does that happen? Bahrain goes down a shit ton as well. 40%. Is that a percent?
Yeah, that's a percent, I think. Yeah, because ours is 26% there, and it goes from
Canada. We lose 9 million people. The USA, though, if we just scroll down to the bottom here real quick, was a lot. The United States of America goes from 316 million down to 99 million, which is, the only reason I'm bringing this up. I don't really know enough about it to talk about it, but you were talking about, 2017, way before the war, they were talking about the population of Ukraine being reduced by a third. I don't know where Russia is.
So the war was on the cards from 2014 when the CIA and the neocons decided to make Ukraine the vanguard into a World War III with Russia. So the Deagle thing really interests me. Given the timing of 2017, I think this is so. Coming back to what Graham said earlier about getting the Karunkadunk and it feeling toxic and artificial. It's a question of, and I don't have the answer for this, obviously. Do you think whatever the plan was went as well as they wanted it to? Do you think they're expecting more people to die in the previous years? Because when I look at the Deagle thing, given how long it takes to hatch a plan like that, that's 2017, that's about right. Various think tanks and whatever working on it. It's like, well, let's forecast what happens if we have a scamdemic and inject these things, and we release a bioweapon and immediately follow it up with this particular platform. That's what that looks like to me. That's my guess as to what Deagle is.
Either that or they think they could have provoked Russia into launching some nukes by now.
Because Russia's population doesn't even decrease for the Deagle.
That's assuming that Russia's not in on the whole fucking thing, which I'm not saying, I'm not ruling out. I'm not saying I trust, but Russia's the good guys here either. I'm sure Putin's a piece of shit, just like the rest of them. But their population stayed about the same. China's population stays about the same. I'm looking at
when you think like Bill Gates, it's more like when you think like Klaus rather than Bill, because Bill wants to kill black people. Like explicitly, he wants to control the breeding capacities of Africans because he thinks there's too many of them. It is Hitlerian in its racism, right? If you look at the Klaus wing of eugenics and technocracy, they want a reduced Western population because we use more of the resources, and obviously your American brothers and sisters to the south use the vast majority of them. So if you are technocratically managing the whole planet, you essentially have to perform a rebalancing. And the fastest way to do that, particularly if you've fallen prey to the brainworm of like climate alarmism, is you bring down the Western population as much as possible. They have to do that anyway. They have to reduce the living standards of the West because as far as they're concerned, we use too much of their resources. So when I look at the Deagle thing, it looks to me like my guess is this is a scenario plan of what a version of like the last 3 years could have been if the bioweapon was more deadly or, something like that. It
might just be taking longer, dude. It really might just be taking longer.
Because it hasn't slowed down.
It's still pulling clots out of people like a motherfucker. And it isn't slowing down. If anything, it seems to be accelerating. And now a bunch of these people are going to get jacked up again. I mean, they really are. It does seem to be, and I go back and forth on this. Doesn't it make more sense to get rid of my fucking black ass, brown ass, for the record? Doesn't it make more sense to get a my troublemaking ass? You know, my self-sufficient, not attached to the system?
Question as to what this is what I mean, like, how do you think the up went? Because that was a confusing bit through it. It's like, well, hang on a minute, these injections are deadly, but the only people that are taking them are the, you know, inbred, purple-haired TikTok blog people who want to like turn all children trans. Like that's their people. So it's like, what are they doing? I don't know. I actually don't think at the top,
you know, it's almost
like, I think at the top they don't care as long as the total number comes down, because they're all. This is the thing about, we can call it communism, be a bit Jordan Peterson, but like, this is the thing about technocratic command economies. Everyone who helps them out thinks they'll somehow be valuable to the revolution. They're not. You end up in the gulags just like everyone else, right? So at the very top, I don't think they care which ones die first, as long as they do. That's what I got, because that was a real confusing thing, right? The last 3 years was like, hang on, who's supposed to die here if they're trying to depopulate? Because it looks to me like they're killing all their most loyal idiots. But I think at the top, immaterial.
You might want to get rid of chafe though too. I mean, they still want this motherfucker to be able to operate on some level to keep the comforts, you know, to keep things going on some level. If you have if you get rid of the critical thinkers, you could be left with a real fucking mess on your hands, like a real.
But this is a delusional death cult. They think they can live on the planet with 500 million people because the fourth industrial revolution means little fucking flying robots, which don't work, are going to do all that crap. Like the Deagle thing is a good example of this. There is this whole world of NGOs and think tanks and EU-funded morons that fly around to these events giving little presentations about the fourth industrial revolution and like, oh, it's estimated by 2028 AI will blah blah blah. I used to do that in media. It's all bullshit. It's bullshit coming from one mouth into the ears of morons who then go and repeat it, and they're all wandering around thinking that's reality. So I don't actually think the plan is rational, because they haven't had exposure to rationality. Klaus, for instance, since the 70s, like literally since the 70s, he's never had to have anything real happen around him, which is why this fails. But it's just also, I sometimes think about what it will be like to come back in a few centuries' time and be a history student and learn how Western civilization ended in comparison to, say, the Roman Empire or whatever. I was like, wait, do that to me again? Do that to me again? Trans celebrity chefs.
The problem is that's if they find our podcast and shit, and if the infrastructure still exists to get like the mass thing, or is it just like the New York Times is the paper record, and you know the unvaccinated people?
Very good question. But even with, you'll be able to look at the printed records like we can now and say, well, that's wrong. These people, but that's the embarrassing part. It's like, well, how many people believed that a cloth face covering was going to, like, because that'll be the archaeological evidence. So how many people believed that this happened? In the same way we look at, well, I remember the studying like the end of the New Kingdom in Egypt, and in that, the sort of height of the decadence in the late 18th, early 19th century, still had a couple of dynasties to go at that point, but women would go out to banquets with a cone of wax on their head, and because it's Egypt and it's hot, and this is scented wax, and so that would just like melt down their faces over the course of the evening, and that was kind of like a perfume. That's the stupidest thing. Like, so through their wig and whatever hair is underneath and down their face.
It might be fun to peel that wax off later.
And you're thinking, you guys were like the most advanced. Everyone thought you were immortal gods. And that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, until I come back in 2 centuries' time when I'm a history student learning about cloth face coverings. And anyway, so I think about it from that level, that The
How
plan.
about people lining up for another shot after the first fucking 6 didn't fucking do shit?
I don't.
I mean, without even being on board with their fucking people up, which is hard to not be on board with that this time. Even the people around me that, you know, aren't the people that aren't conspiracy people, the normies, for lack, or like they're on board with the government's taking over the place, you know, and they're looking at the Agenda 2030 stuff now, and they ain't getting any more fucking shots for the and you know, this is a bunch of people, a bunch of people that got those shots without really asking much questions the first time around are like, what the fuck is going on here? And you know, or unfortunately, the unfortunate side is that, you know, I know 3 or 4 people personally that are dealing with potentially life-threatening and long-term, lifelong consequences from those things. And the most frustrating part about that is they can't even get the solace of hearing that that's what it's from. They're just like, yeah, we don't know. You're susceptible. You're just on blood thinners now forever, man. It's just like, I don't know what happened. It runs in your family.
It's a nightmare. So my mother is injection damage, and she actually had a cardiologist say, "Oh no, it's 100% from the shots. I just can't say that." So that shortened her life. I told her, obviously, I told her not to take them, but boomers, you can't get. My dad's had 5. He's a retired psychiatrist, and his mind's going, and it's not the shots. Like his mind is just going. So he'll go and play golf with one of his fellow retired doctor friends, who is also an idiot, and say, "Oh, there's a new Madonna booster out." So even though he knows all this material, he'll toddle up and get it and come back, and we're like, "What just happened?" And it'll just leave. I don't think boomers can be on the planet with the cornerstones of their reality, like the moon landing and vaccines being good and whatever. I don't think they can cope with that. And so Dad's a really good example of that. He'll just leave his head. He'll go and get a shot and come back and be powerfully inflamed. But at least my mother's cardiologist, coward that he was, but it is Australia, said, "Oh, no, this is definitely from the shots. I just can't say that publicly." I'm horrified for the people that are processing injection damage and haven't been given the basic level of respect from their healthcare providers or whatever, going like, "Let's be honest, this is what this is." I'm astounded by that.
And being a new customer for life. I mean, really.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah.
I want to go back to the 2024 predictions. So you mentioned the civil unrest and that Trump will get this huge amount of support and votes, but he won't get voted in. So will there even be a proper election? Like, I mean, we thought it was bad enough in 2020, but what's going to happen?
If there is an election, it will be so brazenly fake that it will make the 2021 look real. And I hate saying this stuff because, and I'm glad I'm talking to you guys about it, particularly you, Darren, because you understand what you do as well, Graham. Like, when I say these things, I hear in the back of my head criticism. It's like, "Oh, you're pro-Trump," and it's like, I can't begin to tell you how fucking wrong a statement like that is. But it's just, that was fraud, and this is apparently going to be worse. So the model says it is the most corrupt election in US history, which is really saying something because they corner the market on corrupt elections. But the model doesn't say whether they have an election or not. Like it looks that bad that Armstrong's personal opinion, that's not in the model, is saying like, "I'm not even sure if we'll have one." Now remember that Zelensky suspended elections in Ukraine because of the war. So one of the things they're trying to do with the recent further provocations, the Sebastopol bombings and so on, which happened yesterday, depending on when you're listening and watching this, if they can escalate the war and get if the neocons can get the US and NATO properly involved in the war, they have more room to scam their way through the election by suspending it. So they're going all out to get this to happen prior to the election. Now, what we're dealing with is a collection of psychopaths like Blinken and Nuland and so on, trying to start a war in a military infrastructure that's only half on board with the idea because they're the ones that actually have to fight it, right? You know you're a neocon psychopath when you think that nuclear war is something you can actually win. If you're a joint chief of staff, you know a little bit, differently. It's like, no, this is playing for all the fucking marbles, and we're not doing it to keep this fucking potato in, right? So it's a divided house doing everything it can to start a war. and we can just hope that it fails.
That makes total sense, because they pulled out everything they could the last time. I mean, every single trick you could play, like the mail-in bullshit, the last minute ballots coming in, the digital bullshit with the machines. I mean, it's just one thing after another. When they pulled out every single thing they could, I can't see them getting away with that again at that level.
It doesn't matter. Like, so one of the reasons the mask narrative is coming back, and this is on Jimmy Dore last week, is they want these rules back in place so they can use them again to push postal voting next year. So the narrative's winding back up about masks and lockdowns and social distancing, because they will throw everything at this. They will throw everything at this, right? Like, they're going to try and make sure that Trump is in prison. They're trying to have him struck off by being insane. They're going to do the lockdown, postal vote, every possible thing they can, because, I mean, he's single digit. He's the least popular president in history. And they're halfway through an op. Like, literally, it's halfway through Ocean's 11. They're halfway through a steal. And you just can't stop that, because you'll all go to prison. So I think it's going to be, that's why when Armstrong looks at the model, it's like, I don't even know if we'll have one. If we do, it will be not worth the paper it's not printed on. Like, it'll be a mess. So, but I think it will be obvious. When you say they can't get away with it, that's true. But the other part of that model is the civil unrest, of course.
Yes.
So it's just going to suck. But it has to, for us to get.
There has to be unrest, because they're not backing off. They're continuing with the reset, with the climate change, with the jabs. I mean, Theresa Tam was just on there telling 6-month-old again to go get their jabs, and pregnant. They said especially especially pregnant women. I mean, it's unbelievable that even the paperwork said that it's not tested on pregnant women way back 3 years ago, and they're still and there's lots of evidence to show that it's been horrendous, and they're still pushing it. So they're not giving up, and it's going to be until the split happens in all these Western countries, like you mentioned at the beginning, whether it's like Australia, Canada, the UK, even the States. Like, there's got to be like a point when everybody just says, okay, enough.
That's how it happens every time. That's why that's what is 100% going to happen. That's not in the model. We just know that, right? The model just gives you some timing around it, because this is how tyrannies always work. They have to get bad enough for people to actually rise up and break them. Otherwise, it doesn't stop. And they're not going to stop. And so, ergo, sometime in the next decade, we all get a bunch of divorces, and we'll be probably thankful for it in the long run when that happens, right? Like, I'm sure, as you guys do as well, there's a lot of vulnerable lives that, this is how states work, of course, that are tied up in the fake largesse of the state. There are a lot of people who rely on things that are from a state that is in the process of, in the next decade or so, going away. So there's going to be a lot of hardship.
Arguably, like 80% of the population is reliant on the state for food, or at least this fake state infrastructure that's going to collapse if the states start to collapse. If you're not in food producing or an energy producing sector, you're in real fucking trouble when the shit stops moving around.
One of the things has been saying for years is have a, like, which I spoke about last time, but like, have a year's supply of food to hand. And that's like, I live in a rural context. It's surprisingly easy, right? Because the supermarket's half an hour away anyway. So we always had high inventories. We just got a little bit more organized with it, so that we have, and it'll be weird if we ended up living off the stuff that's in the storeroom, right? Because there's like 60 cans of tomato, like the usual stuff, 60 cans of tomatoes and what have you, things that we use on high rotation in the kitchen.
Rice is a good one, right? You can get like fucking hundreds of pounds of rice for fucking a few $100, and you can have a year's worth of rice easy stashed up in your pantry. I think only the white rice lasts forever. I think you have to go with the white rice to get it to last indefinitely. You could correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think it has to be the white. I think
So we bought we've just sort of run high inventories from now on, right? So we have a couple of bags of rice, which is something we don't eat that often. When it expires, because we've got 100 chickens, we cook the rice and feed the chicken. So and then replace those bags. So we've kind of got as best a system as we can, and it's just, it's like slight. And I'll tell you what it has been good for is the inflation, right? Because we're still, like when I go and get, cans of tomatoes are a bad example, but if I go and get like something more expensive like coconut oil out of the cupboard, I'm basically getting that from 2021 when it was 30 or 40% less expensive than it is now. So running higher inventories has been quite good. Obviously, we're replacing it at higher costs, but we've still been able to mitigate a lot of the impact of that at higher prices. So we've got I'm reasonably happy with the system. I hope we don't have to use it, in the sense of, God, it will suck to live on rice and canned Irish stew for 12 months, but whatever.
Be starving. I mean, what I think my take on it is it's gonna be that first few months, when everyone else is going batshit crazy, and you can make decisions not based on hunger, which will drive you crazy sooner than you fucking think.
Exactly.
You'll start making piss poor decisions after like day 5 or 6. You're gonna do something fucking stupid. If you got zero food, you're in real trouble, and you're gonna start making bad decisions. I run sort of the inventory thing too. That's the best way to do it. Just have, 5 jugs of this, and when one runs out and you go to the store, you can get another one, add it to the back of the pile. Yeah. And it's always there, and you're never worrying, and you're never panicking. You're never like, oh, I mean, the beauty of it, you never have to run to the store to get something halfway through cooking, because
I remember at the beginning when they did the first lockdowns, and I was, there was a usual Twitter claptrap at the time where people were saying, oh, if you've got more than 2 weeks of food in your house, the state should come in and take it and give it to people. Just usual Twitter takes, right? And someone I followed, I forget her name, she's like a libertarian sex worker commentator, and she's like, I'm a fucking adult. What kind of adult doesn't have 2 weeks of food in their fucking house? What's wrong with all you people? Because the first time I think I mentioned it, but like the first time we got shut down, I said, well, we already live in a rural context. It's like, how will we get to the supermarket? It's like, we have 2 weeks of food. Anyway, so it's been good to move into or step into, I think, more of that adult reality of like, okay, cool. Well, these are the conditions that we're in. Let's just run higher inventories and manage our lives. Or it's better for your health, but so you're not that we have anything that delivers where we live, but you don't get to the evening and go, right, there's sliced white bread, and like you just eat crazy, terrible seed oil food. It's like, if you're organized, it's better for your long-term health.
Yeah. You last time you were here, I think we talked about making sanctuary, and that had a pretty big impact on me, because I had moved at the beginning of COVID. I was in a new place, and I kind of really took that to heart. And a couple times I really made a sort of a shift towards making my home more of a sanctuary. Plus, I'm working here now as well. But I think, have you been talking about like community more lately, like shifting to community? Do you want to discuss that a little bit?
Hopefully you'll appreciate this, being Canadians, I refuse to look entirely on the bright side of what happened over the last couple of years, because I was in prison for 2 years by the state, and I'm not okay with that, right? So I refuse to say, oh, well, let's look at the bright side. Let's look at the good things that came out of it. I did make some good things come out of it. We all did. My health improved, and so on. And so when I look back on our state imprisonments, some of the things that we've learned as a community, at least where I am in regional Tasmania, has been good. Like it actually forced connections, and now people make extra effort. Civilization wasn't as destroyed in southern Tasmania as it is when I think about where I used to live in London, for instance, where there's no community where I lived. There was a bit. But so it was coming off a larger or higher base to restore. But now myself and my friends, we make the efforts to go to every little Gilmore Girls style weekly farmers market in each of the little towns. We're more actively engaged with people in the area, and all that kind of stuff. It goes beyond the capitalist, like just supporting local businesses, because actually Tasmanians are quite good at that. Tasmanians do go out of their way to support local business. But I think we've learned community stuff, and I am sitting with what that looks like digitally of late, because as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, I'm here on my own and then being hospitalized for a few days in a country where you don't speak the language. And like, is there anyone you can call to come and help you with it? I'm like, literally not for thousands of miles. And the nurse, he was lovely, but he was like, really pitied me. And this is, Latin America is still very family friendly. So he couldn't compute the idea that there was no one for thousands of miles. And I had enough time to think about what digital community looks like, because we had in the 90s this utopian idea, real chaos magic idea, that we're all going to like live this free expression life in cyberspace on the information superhighway. Like it's going to be this lovely utopia. It's a mess. What an idiotic idea to think that a DARPA-funded military communications platform would be the home of utopia. And coming out of the last few years where we were, again, you had the World Economic Forum trying to get us to do things like have weddings on Zoom. That didn't work either. So the idea that a digital platform can replace community is wrong. But like everyone knows that. And that's the shift. That's the thing. It's like everyone knows that a Zoom wedding should be illegal, let alone not a thing that is the same as a normal wedding. But I think about when you understand the limitations of the platforms and the technology, they facilitate your connection at a real level, which is the level of the field. Because what's come out of the last few years is, even where there's disagreement's the wrong word, but not like full alignment in the model or the map of what's going on, there is alignment at the level of heart in like the Rune Soup community. And the example I used in a post recently was like Charles Eisenstein's community, people that are in resonance with the more beautiful world our hearts know is possible. And I just noticed lying in this hospital bed on my own that I did feel lonely, but I also felt connected. And it wasn't because like, oh, I'll grab my phone and message someone. I was like, no, I just feel these people that I'm connected to. And they're not even like, oh, my listeners and fans, nothing crass like that. I mean, like, there's millions of people in the world now who are resonating, I would say, at the same heart level as us that weren't there before. And if I tune into that, like I feel that. It was one of the lessons, it turns out, that I obviously came to Paraguay to learn was that there's what might seem like loneliness, because it is on the material level, is an invitation. It's like a clearing away of distractions in front of that level in which we are truly connected. We're truly connected with our loved ones who have crossed over. We're truly connected with divine beings and teachers, but also just like Frank in Stuttgart who refuses to go along with like the German nonsense, like just picking just someone, right? And that's been really interesting. It's this world, this more beautiful world our hearts know is possible. This is that Mosok Karpai, right, stuff I was talking about before, is close. Like it's here. It's here if we individually step into it. It arrives in a way that I think is discernible politically next decade. But I was really moved by my change in experience of the idea of community after what we've all been through, I think.
Awesome.
I tend to be optimistic too. I mean, well, things in some ways are terrible. This level of oppression is at an all-time high, but so is like personal sovereignty, if you want to take it. The amount of people that are eking out a living out of their own devices compared to 30 years ago or 50 years ago, when arguably it wasn't even really an option. If you grew up in fucking rural Saskatchewan or Red Lake where I grew up or wherever the fuck Graham grew up, I forget. But most of these places, if you weren't starting a brick and mortar business, if you didn't have some money or borrow some money or have a trade or have the ability to go downtown and start this business, you didn't really have the option. If you're out in the middle of nowhere, you're farming, motherfucker. That's it. You're from the farm, you die on the farm. You're from the mine, you die in the mine. Where I grew up, that's what everyone did for fucking generations. the mind, the mind, the mind. For 3-4 generations, it was the mind till it got to a point where, you know, some of us moved away. I didn't even find the podcast from the mind because I moved out here and got into construction before that was really an option. But I like to think I would have probably found it anyway, you know, and had this ability to stay in these places where you could maybe just transcend that sort of stuff and not be reliant on this fucking mine or this logging company or whatever it is for your existence anymore. Like the people who are getting by on their own devices, it seems to be at an all-time high to me. And the people that, you know, the shakiness of the system and the shittiness, and I'm you know, it's a terrible thing. These interest rates are fucking people up. You know, I couldn't imagine being fully extended already with your grocery bills being up and everything else being up. In Canada, you got your fucking carbon tax, and now all of a sudden, you know, your shit just renewed and your mortgage is now fucking 80% more, or fucking, you know, at a minimum here, the 50% more. Graham, you know, is feeling that personally. He just got, you know, upended out of his place because it seems like his landlord, you know, renewed their thing, and they're like, holy fuck, we need to suck a whole bunch more money out of this motherfucker fucking fast.
Yeah.
And you know, that's happening to people, and it's happened to people I know. Almost everybody I know is either up against that, has just been up against that, or is counting, because it's usually a 5-year thing, right? All these mortgages are on 5 years. Very few are on 10. You know, a few variables, those are the people who got fucked over right away. A lot of 3 years these days, a lot of 5 years. And those people are growing up. I mean, I'm looking at when I re-sign or looks like I'm going to relocate further away from the city. But you know, I'm going to go up by it looks like a minimum of 50%, probably somewhere between 40 and 50%. I mean, luckily I live beneath my means enough that I'm not hyper extended on that. And it was tempting, dude, to like, oh, we could move into that place, we can move to that place, and now you'd be like, holy fuck, what do we do now? But yeah, it's just this. So, but that is encouraging all of a sudden this whole new sector of people that are like, now they're looking for and whether it's an out or an add-on or I mean, that's ultimately how I ended up here, was looking to supplement my shit somehow. You know, what can we do? What can I do to try and improve my circumstance? And you know, sometimes it takes shitty shit to shake people up. It took shitty shit to shake me up. You know, it takes shitty shit to shake you out of the fucking doldrums and just wasting your life away on Saturday Night Live and Sunday Night Football and all that shit. So maybe, you know, that's the beauty of it.
I think so, and I think it's a level of connections, right? Like, I want to come back to the affordability thing because it's a big component of what happens. But I'm presenting as part of the Magical Egypt Summit, I think next weekend, and I'm doing a presentation on the history of the lost civilization. So it's basically an Atlantis presentation, but it's like the story of Atlantis through time. So I've been listening to some Matthias De Stefano videos on YouTube because I do find him fascinating. I think I've described him as an Argentinian Edgar Cayce. Like, he has these memories of Atlantis that when he talks, something Aubrey Marcus said was like, it's pretty out there, but just listen and see how you feel as he's talking. Like, because he's not scamming you. There's something else going on there. Like, it resonates at a level where it's like, there's something to this guy. And he was asking about this moment, asking some of his guides. It's like, is there something going on in the galactic center or Sirius or what have you that has required us as a planet to begin this waking up process that we're going through? And his guide said, it's like, no, you've just got the internet now. So this ascended multidimensional being was like, no, you're waking up now because you have the internet. Now, that I've been sitting with today, because I only heard that today. I've been sitting with that today after my post about the digital platforms being the way in which we, rather than providing connection, it's more like that they're the spark and they facilitate the genuine connection, which is at the level of the field. And so I'm struck by this idea that there's these ascended multidimensional beings that are participating in the waking up of mankind right now, not because of some cosmic timing, but because we have the internet. Now, why would that be? It would be because we have this unique technology, and I don't want to lionize it because it's not about the technology. We have developed a way of breaking rocks and running electrons through wires that allows us to more easily get back to that, let's say, Atlantean capacity of truly relating at the level of the field. And when we do that, when we web together, we do get that dynamic expression that you're talking about there, Darren, where it's like, oh, I don't have to be a wage slave or work in a mine. Like the 20th century modernist structure that was a prison, I don't have to do that. And not just like the novelty and the innovation can land in me because I have these technologies that allow for me to have access to that kind of real cosmic or field level inspiration. And so I find that interesting, and that one of the reasons that the more beautiful world our hearts know is possible feels closer is because I think with each person who relates, with each person who kind of connects at the level of the field, it does actually get stronger, which is important because we're going to need that innovation coming back to housing. I've been trying to get people to innovate their housing since my first book in whatever that was, 2016, Chaos Protocols. It's a 20th century scam that one family can keep 3 households solvent for 70 years. Because that's essentially what happens when you consider grandparents, parents, and then parents whose kids leave the nest and go and buy a house. Now, it's broken at that point because no one under the age of 40 has a fucking hope in hell at the moment of being able to afford a house. They're just for BlackRock, right? But there is opportunities to innovate at the level of living that we're going to be forced to do. And that's not just multi-generational living. That's what we're doing now in a more, I would say, consensual way of being able to work in the places that we live and see how that all works. Because we need that innovation, and probably just for the next, let's say, 4 or 5 years, because this is untenable. This is, again, an example of Western civilization comes down when the majority of the middle class cannot afford their mortgage payments. And when's that due? 2028? At the latest? Right?
That's happening right now. That's happening.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, a lot of people are on variable too.
That's happening every fucking day in Calgary. Yep. Every day someone is fucking missing a mortgage payment.
And that field is the wild card that the great resetters don't really understand. They don't even accept that it's a reality. But that's what we have there as a wild card. I mean, we're resonating with people all over the globe now, and that is sort of providing a
but it's why they fail. It's the classic Gnostic story, right? They're trying to replicate all of creation in their digital systems. Like, consider what technocracy is. Consider what the 4th Industrial Revolution is. The Internet of Things, my fridge being able to text me to buy bug milk, obviously, because they won't be able to buy real milk. They are trying to digitally replicate the cosmos because for as long as there have been humans, our way of connecting has been at the level of the field. I mentioned it before, but like in Star.Ships, when in Aboriginal Australia, there's a thing called a bull roarer, which is a bit of wood on string or rope that they will, it sounds like a roaring bull, and make this really, really, really loud sound, which you can hear for miles. And I was told in school that they use this to communicate. That's wrong. Well, it's wrong in the sense that it only makes one sound. So it's not like you can play some kind of musical sentence that someone 10 miles away can hear. The bull roarer was the telephone ringing. So if you heard that sound, you would tune in, and it would be the telepathic contact. So that's how they would communicate, right? Like, that's what humans living correctly in the cosmos can do.
Wow.
And
so maybe that's what smoke signals were back in the day too, then.
I actually believe that will be the case, right? So I don't know if I told you the story in this show, but my mother's been out a few times with Aboriginal women in the Red Centre in Australia. And one time they were there when a female elder had died. And they were getting ready for the funeral for the next morning. And that night, out of the gloom, these other elder women had showed up for the funeral that was going to be the next day. But they'd had to have left 2.5 days earlier while this woman was still alive to get there. And they showed up in time for the funeral because they knew she was dying, because she told them.
Wow. Wow.
And this is, well, obviously it's blowing my mother's mind, but like that's just how they roll. That's what it looks like to be. We can all do that theoretically if we hadn't bathed our brains in fluoride as children.
We all
and all
do
the rest
do
of
that. We're all doing
Yeah.
that all the time on like the micro level. No, you know, everyone has that thing where they think of their buddy right before he calls, or they, you know,
Yep.
think I haven't heard from the wife all day, and then you get the text, or, you know, I wonder what the kids are up to. Bam, you know, all these little things that I guess we call coincidences. We talked about them on the show here with you, I'm sure, a bunch of times, about all these little signs or synchronicities that are arguably that.
Yep. And this is the thing, that if you don't think it's real, you feel the need to create. And the technocratic system, the fourth industrial revolution, is an archonic, Gnostic version of true creation. Like, we keep doing this. This is the Tower of Babel. This is that story, which is why, you know, without any of these models, that they're going to fail, because it always fails, because not so much that it's evil, that it's hubris. It's like a little cup of water next to the ocean. It's like, what are you doing? what do you think? What's happening? What are you doing with this stuff?
It's just how long it's going to drag out for. I mean, it always fails at some point, but some of them seem to drag out for a few decades or 100 years, you know?
Oh, totally. Because it's an archetypal shape of a thing that humans keep trying to do. Especially, it's almost like that bathing the tree of liberty with the blood of patriots thing. We take a few centuries off and start to think maybe we're the only show in town, and start doing stuff like this, and it doesn't end well. It's super funny, right? Like, the climate alarmism that I'm not sure how many of them believe, but let's just say they do. Oh, the world's going to end, it's going to kill billions of people. The weird thing about it is that the interventions that they're doing for this story that is wrong is going to bring about some of the effects that they, like, it's releasing weird genetically engineered mosquitoes, blotting out the sun, killing people, all this stuff. They're like, oh, the weather's going to go crazy and billions of people are going to die. So we need to do all this stuff that will cause billions of people to die and the weather to go crazy. It's weird. It's like a self-fulfilling scam. And I'm really struck by, oh my God, they might actually think that it's real because, look, they've caused it. It's fascinating. But we're stuck at this moment where it doesn't matter what story you inhabit, we still have to get through, like, the consequences of everyone's story, like where we are now. It's fascinating, I think. Anyway, it's a very unusual time to come to Earth, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you want to talk about your Fortune Fools?
That's why it's so crowded.
What was that?
I said that's why it's so crowded right now, because it's a hell of a time to be here.
Absolutely. I absolutely believe that. I think this is the show that people wait centuries for. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you mentioned Fortune's Fools. So one of the things that I wanted to do with that as a project, so it's a Lenormand project, and Lenormand oracles began as a game in the early 1800s.
Is that based on Lenormand, that popular person? That's
Madame Marianne Adelaide Lenormand, who was this incredible woman, kind of like the Mystic Meg of Paris in the 19th century, like really famous. And Napoleon and Josephine and everyone would go and clandestinely get their fortunes told by this woman. She was incredible. Grew up really poor, tragic, mother died young, all this kind of stuff. And she encountered, when she was about 11 or 12, tarot cards working in her father's dress shop. Some other girl had come in and had them. And she went out to try to buy some and didn't have any money because she's like a seamstress and 13 in Paris in the snow. Like, it's one of those kind of classic stories. And so she bought herself some playing cards instead and taught herself to read with them. So she was always kind of like, nothing's going to stop me, and grew in this career. She joined a secret society in London. When she came back to Paris, she always wanted to be like a theater writer. And she would the reason we know some stuff about her life, but it's also probably not necessarily true, is that she had a long-running autobiographical series of books. So she would write her own books about the great, the great Madame Lenormand. Incredible, right? And in fact, when the Parisian newspapers got her books banned by the publisher for being, immoral, she bought her own publisher and started printing those fucking books herself, right? So she was not to be stopped. Like a true girl boss in that sense. She has nothing to do with the Lenormand cards, which, well, that's actually why I began the project, because she died about 20 years before the first Lenormand cards showed up, and they showed up in Central Europe instead. But it's kind of like calling something Mystic Meg's oracle. In the 1840s, everyone knew who she was, and there wasn't really any such thing as copyright. So if you were going to make yourself a little fortune-telling oracle, of course you would call it something like Madame Lenormand's magical oracle. And so that's what these cards are. And they started off as a little, almost like a game of life board game. And then they got given this name and became this fortune-telling little device. A parlor game in the 19th century. Became very popular in Brazil because Brazil in the 19th century did everything that Paris did, and they were briefly popular in Paris. But I wanted to do this as a project to change how we think, in the magical world anyway, how we think of divination and forecasting and fortune telling. Because in the 19th century, we have the tarot line, where you had these men like Atea who would invent these silly systems of like Kabbalah and Egyptian stuff, and the tarot cards are secretly this book written by Thoth from Egypt. That's all not correct, right? But in this big ornate system with fixed meanings, it became very male. It became very like, I can divine the secrets of God's mind because I know Kabbalah and I know how to use the card. Like it was this really, it's just gonna sound weird, but a really male, showy, arrogant flex, which is bullshit, because like these early tarot guys learned it from gypsy women in Marseille and then came to Paris and said it was all this kind of Freemasonic blah, 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 right? And that's really infected tarot for about 150 years, because that went into the Golden Dawn thinking like that. And then whilst Crowley did a better job of it with his cards, it went into his as well. And so there's a real Aspie level of tarot card reading where you're essentially just playing memory, where it's like, oh, this is the Hanged Man, this means this, and this is the, and so it's quite boring. Like the cards show up and that's what it quote unquote means. That was never how fortune telling was done. So my project was to look at something that has always been sidelined because it's quite womanish. It's like a silly little parlor game from the 19th century, and explicitly a game. It has no fancy highfalutin Egyptian Kabbalistic anything. And to give something like that the Dark Prince of Chaos magic treatment, as if like, didn't take it seriously, like, oh, is Gordon doing a tarot deck? No, he's doing Lenormand. It's like, why? Well, because of that, why? Because if you shine a light of, I don't want to say esoteric understanding like I'm more wise than other people, but I know a lot of esoteric shit, right? So as in, I've read a bunch of books. And if you shine that light on something so frivolous as a parlor game, you actually learn something, I think, powerful and meaningful about what fortune telling is and how it works, because it is unreliable and tricksy and game-like and funny, and that real trickster energy component to it. It is not this confident unfolding of the mind of God using Kabbalah. It's creepier than that, right? Like it's gypsies in the back alley. And so that's what the Fortune's Fools project was. And it was also about celebrating Marianne Adelaide Lenormand herself, who didn't create these cards. But when I was in the jungle on Dieta last year, one of the women I go with is a real girl boss. Like she's got her own CBD business and this like raw vegan, which isn't really my energy, but like she owns it, this raw vegan force of nature. She's incredible and just lives absolutely the life she wants. And I was explaining these cards to her, and I was explaining Madame Lenormand, and she really got, obviously, like, oh, that's really cool that you're actually like bringing her back into the story. And I said, yeah, so technically she had nothing to do with the cards. And she said, but she sounds like the kind of woman perfectly capable of arranging her own fortune-telling deck after her death. And that is, I feel, correct. Okay, here is a woman who, when she had to flee Paris because they were going to arrest her for being loyalist. So she was there for the French Revolution, right? And she played both sides. Like, she was reading for Cardinal Richelieu. She was also reading for Napoleon's wife. So she had to flee Paris. But instead of fleeing Paris, she fled her chambers where she would be doing her usual card reading. She put on a disguise and got what is essentially a trestle table out and sat down by the Seine, by the river in Paris, and started reading cards there in disguise. Like, this woman would not be stopped. And she became quite wealthy in the end. And when she didn't have kids, when she died, a lot of her stuff was burned by her nephew because he considered her to be like a scandal in the name. He kept her money, of course, but he burned all her stuff. And she's buried in she's buried in Père Lachaise in Paris, along with like
Jim Morrison or something.
Yeah, exactly. So she's ended up with some pretty good digs in the end. But here's this woman who exemplifies to me what fortune telling actually is, which is dangerous, insightful storytelling. That will tell you something. That will often tell you something accurate about what's coming up in your life, but will always tell you something like, well, shit, I really needed that. And that's what I love about fortune telling when you do it right. Even when it's wrong, it's medicine. And it kind of can't be wrong. So one of my teachers, Camelia Elias, who's I love, and she speaks 5 languages and got 2 PhDs and grew up in Eastern Bloc Romania, although she's not gypsy and what have you. And she says, as long as you read what's on the cards, you can never be wrong, because like, your clients are paying you to read the cards. And so if you just read what's on the cards, you're never wrong. And it doesn't mean that like the story that you tell with the cards matches what happens in someone's life. But when you shift the center of gravity for fortune telling to you and the cards, and telling a surprising story with the cards, most of the time, people don't necessarily want to know what's coming up. They want to know what to do. And more than that, actually, I kind of believe that everyone knows exactly what they're supposed to be doing at any point in time. And really, the cards are a way of kind of reminding you, like, you haven't been to the gym for a while, Tubby. Like, it's like, I do actually know what I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah, you just need a little nudge, push in the right direction.
And fortune telling can do that, because it's really, humans are idiots, right? Like, you don't know your own blind spots. And even if you think there's nothing to fortune telling in the sense of being able to predict the future, which I obviously think there is, but it's almost like that's only 10% of its value, right? 90% of its value is allowing you to throw acid in your own face. I call it like reading yourself to filth, because it will allow you to see around your own blind spots. And that's immensely valuable. It sucks sometimes, because it is like, okay, Tubby, like, how long are you going to use the excuse, oh, I hurt my knee the other day? You could do an arm day, couldn't you?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. And like, you fucking know at every point in time. And it's really fun with clients as well. Because there's really only 3 or 4 questions. It's like, is he still thinking about me? It's like, well, is he here now? Like, very often you don't need the cards to tell, but it's the ceremony itself brings medicine and insight. So it's this incredible project that myself and my artist, the Scottish artist Colin Alexander, we did this as a series of like weekly calls while we were all imprisoned, and then went on to make these cards in this deck. And I liked it because I got to write my book about fortune telling as someone who writes books about magic and has a career teaching magic. There must come a time in that process where I write, like, quote unquote, my fortune telling book. And that was this for me. And I just delight that it's Lenormand. And I tell you what, I didn't expect to have happen. when the cards showed up, because they're more or less, they've only been available for about 6 weeks. And they showed up on a farm. It suddenly occurred to me, because I've been reading Lenormand for years. Oh my God, I hope these actually work, right? Because it's all well and good to be like, oh, the moon card needs to have this, and I want St. Guinevere for the dog card, and ayahuasca is the serpent card, and all this, and you know, working on it. I'm like, they better actually do what they're supposed to do. They better actually tell fortunes. And I was so scared. And I have a friend in Tasmania, lives in the same village as me, Avalon, and she, a few years ago, created her own tarot deck. And I asked her, did the same thing happen when your cards showed up? I was like, oh, fuck. Because she's a professional tarot reader. So these better work? And they do, thank God, obviously. And I've had a bunch of feedback from people going, wow, these are really accurate and really potent because of how the imagery has been structured and so on. So I'm very excited by it. But there was this brief moment where I'm like, what if these don't work? I've never done this before. This is a scary moment because I have bought a bunch of oracle card decks in my day. And some of them simply don't work. Some of them are just simply not constructed well from an imagistic perspective to have the sufficient emotional and visual range to respond to questions. Some of them are too flat. So the Doreen Virtue angel cards, for instance, most of the 44 cards, 40 of them are nice, and 2 of them are okay, and like one of them is like maybe it's a little bit bad, and the other one is bad. So you don't actually have like an emotional range to get the nuance. Like every question is going to end with like, you are surrounded by the loving light of angels. And I'm like, I need to know if I'm getting this promotion. Like, can we get some more detail? And so I was very happy. Yeah, very happy that the cards actually work.
Is yours 52 cards or like 36?
Lenormand is a 36 deck, so that's another thing. It's kind of accidentally a sacred number, and I like. Well, so is the tarot, in fairness, but 36 is essentially processional because it's half of 72.
Right.
So
you
it's
don't have
like a nice like Graham Hancock angle to it as well.
You don't have like the major arcana or anything like that. It's just 36
Nothing
separate
like that.
cards.
It's all, one of the
different
things
cards.
One of the things that's so beautiful about it is that it's really small. This is what I meant by it's like frivolous, like as a parlor game. So the cards, there's a whole bunch of bird, there's natural stuff. There's tree, there's lily, there's bouquet, there's birds, there's stork, there's ring, there's book. So there are little things, little day-to-day things, because when they were first used, obviously women in the mid 1800s, you know, life swings on marriage at that point. Like, what else are they going to do? Right? That was the life of women in the 19th century. So the cards, like there's a child card, a man card, a woman card, a house card. And so the arrangement is more your day-to-day life. And I think that's why they work so well for fortune telling. When you look at the tarot, when you look at the major arcana, you have this tower that's being 9/11'd by God himself. You have the devil. You have like this. You have a woman pretending to be the Pope. You have this really Italian high opera. Death himself is decapitating kings. Like you have a homeless man whose own dog is attacking his genitals. Like this insane Zeffirelli film, right? And magnificent. I don't want to ever suggest that I don't, let no one say I don't love the tarot. But when it comes to like fortune telling, when it comes to, I am worried about my son in college, he's not in a good way emotionally, and he has some mental health stuff, and so I have some concerns. That's when you want something that has the sensibility of day-to-day life, which the Lenormand does. In the right hands, tarot can do that, obviously, but like there's something really precious about the boringness of the everyday life in the Lenormand. And yeah, that's what attracted me to it years ago as a system to begin with.
I don't know if you saw me sharing the screen earlier, but I put up the 8 or the 6 cards that you have on your website there. I mean, it looks amazing. The serpent, the whip, beautiful.
Yeah.
The crossroads, that's a cool one to have. The moon, the cross is amazing too.
So the cross is a bad card, which is like, as in cross to bear. It's the last card. So it's one of the bad ones. That's why it looks like that, right? So it's hardship and illness. And so I got the cross card when I was in hospital. But it's in the game of life. So the 36 cards, when it was originally a boring game, literally like the game of life where you roll the dice and move along. The goal was to get to the 35th card, which is the anchor. Rather than the 36 card. If you remember the game of life, like if you could overshoot the final square and have to bounce back, it was sort of like this, where the cross was the bad one and the card before it was the anchor, which kind of implies the ship is near the front of the deck. And the anchor is this idea of the ship coming in, especially as it was originally German, because I can't remember it, but there's like a German phrase of when the anchor is dropped, like the work stops. Because it's from the perspective of, I guess, the people who are on the boat rather than the people who are having to unload it. But it's this moment of like successful completion of an adventure. And that there's like a phrase to do with the anchor, which is why the anchor is such a good card in the deck. But the cross is a terrible card.
Yeah, it looks really cool.
Anchors are not a big deal till you need one.
That's true. That's definitely true. It was an amazing project, and it was one of those things that. So Charles Eisenstein has this, I think, correct belief that bigness is part of the old story. It's not part of the new story, in the sense that we consider effective to be the same thing as big, and that's real materialist thinking. That's matter pushing matter, atoms pushing atoms, right? But actually, when you're working at the level of the field, because it's nonlinear and hyperconnected, bigness doesn't automatically equate to effectiveness. And I hadn't really done a project that was like that was little and targeted at the sense of the field or connection. And like a limited print run fortune telling deck was that for me. It was just like, whoever wants to come along with this can. If you don't, all good.
How do people get it?
Well, you can get it at runesoup.com. I think it's like runesoup.fortunesfools.com or something. But there's a link at the top of runesoup.com. And there's still about 150 decks left less now. I think there's about 90 left of the print run. And yeah, it's really cool. So my partner James has a background in consumer packaged goods. When we were in New Zealand, he worked for essentially the New Zealand version of Walmart. It's called The Warehouse. And he had the license for Disney to ensure that like Chinese made crap that was under Disney license would get to the stores in New Zealand, amongst other stuff. So he's actually quite good at packaging and products and so on. And so the actual box, I don't have one with me, obviously, because they're on the farm, but it's like an Apple product in reverse, because the box is this matte black thing with like this squid instead of the apple shiny bit. This squid, and so we went down this whole kind of like playing. So the whole product is really fun. I don't ever want to do it again because it was a lot of work for like basically no money. But the whole thing was under our expressive control, and so the book is like an old cheaply printed witch's market grimoire. The cards are extremely high quality because I needed them to be for jobbing fortune tellers, but the box. Like it doesn't have any writing or anything on it like an Apple product, because like it's not in stores, so it doesn't need to have. It needs to, for legal reasons, say printed in China on the back of it, but it looks like an Apple box, except it's in black. It's like a reversey Apple box. I'm very happy with the whole performance, the whole project. To be honest, it's really
right on. It looks cool. Fun. That's good.
Well, Gordon, we're very happy with this interview. It's always a pleasure to have you in Grimerica, whether it's a regular show or an outlawed here. We can get a little more carried away, which is always fun. Can you let our listeners know, where is it? Just runesoup.com? Are you on Twitter? Are you on Facebook? Where can our listeners track you down and follow their Gordon White?
Runesoup.com. I am, in fact, back on Twitter, so Gordon_White. I'm just going to ride out the collapse of everything. Like I had this update. I don't know about how you guys are. I think I've spoken to you on it, Darren, but like from about May of this year, like it doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Just like post more and care less. And so I took that to heart this year. And so I'm just back on these hectic platforms for almost like as long as they'll have me, or as long as it's still fun to just shitpost into the apocalypse. But for the proper stuff, runesoup.com, that's where you'll get the show and the newsletter and all the rest of it.
I have to do my shit posting on Facebook and Instagram these days because Elon threw me off the X ship.
Wow.
I'm not
That's a badge of honor in its own way.
You're supposed to try again, somebody said.
Try again. I fucking tried 100 fucking times. Do they want me to say a certain thing this time?
No, just try again because they got back on. So.
I'll try again.
Everybody feels hopeful for all the other people that are still permanently disbanded or whatever.
I fucked with the political class. That's an extra special infraction. I do not
you
know
the Jordan
my
Peterson
role.
treatment up there if you're not careful.
Yeah, that's what I say. It's the Canadian government that's pulling the strings on this one. They don't want to allow people that criticize them on these platforms.
I'm politically persecuted, Gordon, on all fronts, especially at the border. It's disgusting.
Yeah. Outrageous.
That's okay. I wear it like a badge of honor, as you do, and I hope you find your way home safe. And when you do, let us know, and we'll have to do this again sometime. We can't go however long it was, 2 years without chatting again.
Yeah, absolutely. Always a pleasure, gents. Really good to catch up.
Take care, buddy. Thanks.
All right, Gordon. Stay healthy.
See ya.
And that was our chat with the one and only Gordon White. What you think, buddy?
Well, I'm looking forward to the third book in that series. I hope that's coming out like you said, April or spring next year. That'll be good.
They're my most beautiful books.
Honestly, Ani.Mystic was one of my favorite books. One of my favorite books ever. So
it's like what a book's supposed to be, you know?
Yeah.
It's not the shitty paperbacks driving fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Mass produced. But it still beats a Kindle book. That shit drives me even more nuts. Don't even get me started on Kindle. Those evil bastards. But big thanks to Gordon for coming on the show. Even bigger thanks to our Plus supporters for making this all possible. Thanks, guys. Thanks for keeping the dream alive. Still rolling into 2024. Tell your friends to sign up. You can sign up on Substack. You just forward them, or you just put their email into the Substack sign up. They won't know who did it, and they'll start getting the free shows emailed right to their inbox. They won't know what to do. These are for the non-podcast people. You try that. Other than that, check out Adult Brain Audiobooks. We're trying to make that the most popular audiobooks podcast in the world. Trying a new way at doing audiobooks. Maybe some other people out there in the game other than Amazon. Adultbrain.ca, Grimerica.ca for the regular show. Other than that, we love you guys. Thanks for listening. And we will see you next week.